Good morning, everyone. We're going to go ahead and get started, but before we do, we have an announcement.
Good morning, everybody. Just a reminder, we're going to leave the mics open, but we ask for your support in muting and unmuting. Every microphone has a light indicator indicating in red that they're muted and in green that they're not muted. So when you wish to speak, just please press the mute button to unmute or mute yourself. This will help with the overall feedback and will ensure that the live broadcast has overall better quality. Thank you.
With the mayor and the vice mayor being absent, and as authorized by City Code Section 2.05.440A1, I will call the budget retreat to order. An acting mayor would now be selected to preside over the meeting, and a motion to appoint one is needed. After the acting mayor is selected, you may proceed with the roll call and the remaining agenda items.
I motion to nominate Councilmember Luis Cabrera to chair the meeting, the budget retreat.
There is a motion and a second. All of those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, motion carries.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, everyone. Good morning and welcome to day 2 of our budget retreat. Today we are going to listen from the majority of the department heads, provide the presentation and require our feedback. So make sure you're writing down your questions as they're presenting so we can ask those questions towards the end of the presentation. And I'm going to ask Sonia to do roll call, please.
Councilmember Luis Cabrera.
Present.
Councilmember Maria Cecilia Cruz.
Present.
Councilmember Tadeo Asael de la Hoya. Councilmember Esteban Rosales. Councilmember Lizette Servin.
Presente.
Vice Mayor Javier Vargas. Mayor Nieves Raidel. Acting Mayor Cabrera, you have a quorum.
Thank you so much, Sonia. We're going to go ahead and move on with item 2C, discussion and review on any and all matters regarding the proposed City of San Luis budget for fiscal year 2026-2027 by staff. And this morning, we are going to have our good morning remarks by our city manager, Jenny Torres.
Good morning, everyone. Hope you had a good night's sleep and you're ready to tackle day 2 of our budget retreat. I wanted to go over some of the ground rules for today and kind of lead us to how we're going to proceed with the discussion. First of all, we want to make sure that you listen and you be respectful. No interruptions. If you need to take a call, go outside and take the call. You can stand up, go to the restroom, pick up, grab some additional coffee or snacks. No talking over each other. As Fernando mentioned, those mics are going to be on. So make sure that if you have side conversations, make sure that, you whisper and be respectful towards who's presenting. Remember that we are streaming. So make sure you're in your best behavior. We will disagree, but we want to make sure that we respect each other's decisions or we respect each other's comments and thoughts. The intent is to have a good conversation and a good day. This is going to be an interactive retreat. So as you can see, we did the setup in terms of roundtables. We are going to have the council rotate every hour. I think Francia is going to make sure that, we tell council, when to rotate. The intent is for you to interact with, all of the departments today. I will be your moderator. Usually we have an external moderator that is neutral and not biased. We're testing this out, so today I will be your moderator. We will have questionnaires that we did yesterday. I think Francia will let us know when that time is. We'll do the QR code and we'll provide our comments. We will gather that information. We will have breaks. During the breaks, there is one that is 45-minute breaks that will allow the council and the staff to go to the fire department. Please, come back within time. I think I'm gonna have either Francia or somebody go with the council and make sure, we push everybody back. During the breaks and during the lunch break, we will have some videos, kind of showing our successes and showing some other projects that are in the pipeline. Our goal is to prioritize the community needs versus our wants. So yesterday, Rola talked about the impacts to the budget, and we understand that we have a lot of community wants and community needs. We understand that the cost of living has increased significantly for everybody. We know that gas prices are up. APS will be raising its fees as well. We know Dave yesterday talked about the healthcare, how that continues to increase 10%. Construction projects are 30% above, so we understand that all the costs for everybody has increased, but also the increase of what the community needs, right? What the council is hearing about what they need. Yesterday, Rola talked about the expenditures and how 50% of a lot of the expenditures in terms of the general fund goes into salaries. That's why the intent of not providing additional positions was our intent to really focus in taking care and retaining the quality staff that we have by increasing some of their salaries. That doesn't mean that they should be doing more, which we do. And the council's expectation is here when the limited resources are down here, so we need to be considerate of the staff. We also talked about HERF. We are subsidizing the HERF funds. That's a lot of the construction, using Cesar Chavez, using a lot of the intersection improvements. And we continue to hear from the community that that is one of the biggest issues is the traffic that we're having, but we need other sources of funding to be able to address those projects. Rola also touched on the 8 million over budget that we have. We are tapping into the reserves. That doesn't mean we should spend our reserves. What we're doing is we're touching into the reserves to balance the budget. We've done it every single year, and what we do is really all the projects don't get completed in time. Maybe because right-of-way wasn't acquired, maybe because we order equipment and it didn't come within time. We also, the positions, sometimes they don't get filled, or we have a turnover. So all that cushion provides us, being able to not tap into the reserve. So, be very critical, and I mentioned that to council in my email, is let's keep it with the budget that we have. We can make changes in projects and positions and everything else you want, but keep it to that. So think about it from a personal perspective. You have your savings account, and you want to buy a Lexus, and you know that you don't have sufficient funding to buy the Lexus. You're not going to tap into your savings to be able to buy the Lexus because you know that there could be a storm that comes in, and then you might need to tap into your savings to be able to do those repairs. So those are the things that we really want to focus. In terms of the presentations, the staff will be able to present on all the projects. That includes the projects that administration has recommended and the projects that are not recommending. So they'll be able to justify why they rather change a project, and as well as the salaries. Now, you have printed out all your capital projects that we're recommending. You have the positions, you have the reclassifications, you have events. So what we want from council is to really say, you know what, we really want this project, or we need to put in more money into this project, but you know what, we're gonna push this project to next year. So it's give and take, and that's what we wanna have the discussion. So today what we want is for you to listen to the staff, make your notes, as mentioned by Councilmember Cabrera, and at the end, when everybody has already presented, we can go and really start looking at the budget, right? Start making those changes. And I think that's why Anthony yesterday presented a draft of the 5-year, because there might be some projects that you might want to push for the next fiscal year. Now, we are going to have some timers. My timers are down there. They'll let you know how many minutes you have. They'll let you know that you have to stay If you're a speaker, stay within the podium. If you are speaking, make sure that you're speaking into the mic. And then we have the speaker closer to the mic. We have the rotation. So, the ladies there will kind of help us, throughout the process. So we hope this is a good day. Let's listen, let's have a good day, let's do some negotiations, and if there are any questions in between, we'll go ahead and handle them there. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Jenny. At this time, we're going to have our presenter number one. There has been a little change to the agenda, so the first person presenting is the Billing and Collections Department from the Finance Department, Edgar Esparza.
Good morning, Acting Mayor, council members, and staff. Edgar Esparza, Billing and Collections Manager. So my department didn't request any CIPs, so I will go ahead and give you a quick overview of the things that we have done so far this year. To begin with, the Billing and Collections Department is committed to delivering exceptional professional customer service to all residents and visitors of the city of San Luis. And we're committed to delivering the highest level of customer service by providing timely service, accurate information, and effective solutions to address customers' concerns. One of the major projects that we completed this fiscal year was the implementation of our AMI system. So with this new reading system, we replaced close to 5,000 water meters and meter antennas, and we're now able to manage our whole water infrastructure in regards to meters from our office. So this is our full water meter infrastructure throughout the city. So these are the smart meters. And along with this project, we installed 2 base stations, one at the Yorduño Park and the other one at the East Community Park. And this has helped us reduce by 50% the billing process time. So before it took us 4 days to complete the billing process. We had to get the vehicle reads on day 1, the manual reads on day 2, and day 3 we did the audits, and then we were able to finalize the billing on day 4. Now with this new system, we only take 1 day to get the reads and the audits, and on the second day we finalize the billing. Another of the improvements with this new system is that we're now able to get all the notifications when a meter goes out. So as soon as a meter goes out, we're able to replace it, making us more effective. With the previous reading system, we needed to wait like a whole month to be able to find out which meters didn't work anymore. And also, it helped us have immediate leak alert notifications to our customers. So as soon as there's a leak notification, we're able to find out the account and see what the leak from the customer that had the water usage. So our effort or intent with this is to notify the customers of their water usage and let them know that there's a leak on their property so that they can fix it and not get a high bill. And just to give you a little bit more background, this is the report that we are able to pull out from the system, which will show us their account information, their name, address, and the average consumption that they're using. So what we did is we started sending out SMS notifications to the customers, email notifications, and if the leak is too high, we will just send a technician to the property to find out what's going on. And here are some examples. We do send the text in English and Spanish, and there are some responses from the residents. The majority of them will call the office to find out more about their consumption, but some of them do reply. So in this case, one says, muy bien, voy a poner atención en esto, gracias. And then we have another one that says, okay, muchas gracias, me voy a cerrar la llave del agua, la dejé goteando en mi árbol, pero ya la cerré. Muchísimas gracias por tomarse el tiempo de avisarme. So like I said, this has helped us decrease the number of high consumption bills. And in terms of the water, another topic that we want to work, or project that we want to work on next fiscal year is a rate study. So it is customary for cities and towns to review their utility rates every 5 years and make any necessary changes to maintain and improve infrastructure and operations to continue providing quality service. Our last rate study was adopted back in 2023, which was a 5-year utility rate increase plan for water, wastewater, and solid waste. And the last utility rate increase will be January 2027. As a result, we're planning on conducting a rate study on the last quarter of fiscal year 27 with implementation in January 2028. Another project that we have is installing a kiosk on the east side. We currently have one at the City Hall and it has been very effective. We average close to 300 transactions per month, and we collect almost $35,000 a month using that kiosk. So after doing an analysis, out of those 300 transactions, about 30% are from the east side. So we want to work with fire department and be able to install a kiosk on the fire station number 2, and that will increase the transactions on the kiosk as well. For business license, we implemented a new business license fee with the support of council last December, and we were able to increase our revenue by 53%. So in fiscal year 24, we had a revenue of $150,000. Fiscal year 25, we had a revenue of $120,000, and this year we had a revenue of $184,000. And also we created, with the assistance of the communications team, we created a yard sale locator map. So basically every person that comes in and applies for a yard sale, we go ahead and on that same week, we will post it on the website for customers or residents to be able to find out where the yard sales are that month, or that week. And finally, we implemented the cottage food operations to address food selling from home. We currently have about 12 licenses, and we're still trying to get more people to get into the program. And the other request that we have is a position reclassification. So the current position for the business license, it's classified as an admin coordinator. So we're looking into classify it to business license coordinator. Given that the business license coordinator deals with everything that deals with business license, such as review, receive, process new license application, issue licenses, yourselves permit, special event permits, performs field audits to check businesses for compliance with license requirements, contact unlicensed businesses and businesses with expired licenses for proper compliance with the license ordinance, maintain accurate, up-to-date records for businesses, including applications, renewals, certifications, and related documents, and process license renewals, prepares and issues notices for delinquent businesses, and processes business license payments as well. So that concludes my presentation. I don't know if you have any questions or comments.
Any questions from city council or staff? I just have a quick question regarding the kiosk. Would you plan to purchase that in this next fiscal year, or?
Yes. Yeah, so basically, we don't purchase the hardware. We don't pay for the hardware, but there is a 6-month lead time. So we have requested that. So hopefully, by the beginning of second quarter of next fiscal year, it will be implemented.
And that's at no cost to the city?
No, we only have to pay for the conduit for the power. So there's no purchase needed for that kiosk.
Awesome. And then the other question that I have is, I've seen on social media a lot of people complaining about the utility rates.
Mm-hmm.
Before we updated the utility rates in 2023, when was the last time it had been updated?
It was, I'm sorry. Yes.
Before we updated the utilities in 2023, when was the last time that was updated, those fees?
In 2017, that was the last rate increase.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
I would like to make a comment. Acting Mayor Cabrera.
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you for that presentation, Edgar. Very nicely done. On the kiosk collected for $35,000, that's correct?
Yes.
Okay, great job. That's something that will also help with traffic, going into City Hall. So I really appreciate that. It's making it easier for the residents on the east side, so thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Anybody else?
Yes. I just want to make a comment. I'm impressed. I'm really happy with the work that you're doing, and I really appreciate that you have the vision and keep looking forward as to providing, expanding our services, especially on the east of San Luis. So I just want to say thank you for that. And on the yard sale locator, I think I've heard about that one before, but do we do much publicity when it comes to that? I know we have it and it's on our website, but have we, because I haven't seen any on social media or other than that you just stated right now on the website.
So fortunately, no, we just put it on the website, but we can definitely work with the communications team on make it more accessible and
Okay.
Promote it more on social media.
Okay, thank you.
for the business licensing, how much was it that we went up by? 53%?
53%.
But what was the dollar amount? I just want to see that.
It's about $64,000.
64? Okay, cool. Thank you.
Any other questions from staff or council members? No other questions? Then thank you so much, Mr. Esparza, for the presentation.
Thank you.
We will continue with the second presenter of the day, and this is Public Works Administration, Fleet Services, Water, Wastewater, Solid Waste Facilities, Right-of-Way Code Enforcement, Eulogio Vera, Director of Public Works, Jorge Perez, Assistant Director of Public Works, Manuel Hernandez, Assistant Director of Public Works.
So good morning. Oh, much better than yesterday. So I'll be presenting Public Works along with Manny today. Jorge couldn't make it. So as you listened to Mr. Anthony Arasa yesterday with CI, many of the CIP projects originated in Public Works, either infrastructure in the right-of-way, water, wastewater, or facilities, or even some vehicles. So we do have. Okay. So we do have a lot of projects that. I hear an echo if I get too close. How's it right there? Okay. Okay.
Yep.
Oh, okay. So. And that's just the nature of the world of Public Works. We manage infrastructure for the city. We make sure it's functional. We mainly focus on providing a good quality of life for our residents or help, and that's mainly by either us managing the infrastructure themselves or helping other departments, whether with their infrastructure, such as vehicles for PD, or buildings for other city departments. Really, and all this can only be done with teamwork, and that's within the department as well as with other departments. And that's through communication, giving up projects, prioritizing, all that is all part of what we do, and trying to get a list of all these projects that we come up with. So one of the things that I want to mention as I'm up here is, although all these projects are listed under Public Works, most of these projects get touched by engineering. And he'll be coming, or the department will be coming after us, but they are involved in the project process from the development, planning, design, construction, inspection. So this is under me, but really a lot of this work is also part of what we do day to day with Public Works. One of the also things that I also want to mention, based on Anthony's presentation yesterday, is how we prioritize projects. So this is a list of projects that we think is priority for the city, whether approved or not. They are important projects that will need to get done, whether now or next year or the following year, but they are not really optional. Eventually they have to get completed. The way we prioritize, not just projects, but even our operations, we always focus on safety and compliance. So if it's a safety issue, we try to address it ASAP. We try to move funds around to make it work. And then compliance, we go off of state and federal mandates, especially for water, wastewater, even some operations for our solid waste. So there's really no, not being compliant with those requirements. So that's number one for our priority. Number two is asset management. We try to maintain the condition of the assets so they stay functional, so we don't have catastrophic failures and have to reinvest from scratch. And then number three is level of service. We try to provide a reasonable level of service to our community, to other departments, mainly so that they can also provide a good service to the community. And that's also all with the guidance of council, right? Council decides where we focus, we listen, but through admin, where do we focus our funds and our efforts? And then number 4, we have, it's mainly aesthetics, wants, and most of the time, none of those projects make it through, but that's sort of the last thing that we focused on, just mainly because of lack of funding. Okay, so now to the slides. So we have Public Works Administration, Highway Users, Fleet Services, Solid Waste, Wastewater Division, Water Division, Facilities, Engineering, Admin Support. So our admin ladies help with the admin for engineering. We're just shy of 100 positions in Public Works. So for highway users, I'll go off with a list. So number 1, pedestrian hot crossing relocation. That's a hot crossing that was on U Street in Maine. That has been removed, part of the GSA Port of Entry project. We're looking at relocating that hot crossing over to Maine and Dayton. That's a very busy pedestrian crossing for students. So that's mainly using all the equipment, existing equipment, to be reinstalled. But one of the things that I actually remember, I got going, actually Manny Hernandez will be presenting some of these slides with me today, and I'll be jumping in on later. Sorry, Manny.
Good morning, team. Good morning, council members, staff, and members of the public listening in or watching in. Manny Hernandez with Public Works Administration, and today I'll be covering some of the slides for Public Works. One note to make, this year what we did is we listed all the requests made, those that have been, that are in the CIP, and those that were deferred or not considered for the proposed budget for next fiscal year. So the ones in red are the ones that were deferred. So just to make that note, so when you see that up on the screen. So as Lohia mentioned, one of the things that stands out about the pedestrian hot crossing project is that we're going to take existing equipment and repurpose it at a busy intersection. And we're always looking for the creative ways like that to save money and also to expedite projects, because by having the materials, like Anthony mentioned yesterday from CEI, some of these items are long lead items, up to a year. So the faster we get these materials on the ground, the faster we can begin constructing. So that's just a quick note on that. We did also allocate $500,000 for the Cesar Chavez widening project, and I believe that's just mainly to pay for right-of-way. We also put in for the County 25th Street extension to Avenue B. However, this project's been deferred due to low priority and significant costs. So just a ballpark estimate for the design, we're looking at anywhere between 1.5 to 2 million just for the design. Construction could exceed up to $10 million. So this hasn't been considered, it has been deferred, but we've listed it. Lake and subsidence issue is a road improvement construction project, and if you're heading down on Main Street towards Lakin, right before you get to Lakin, there's a dip in the road, and this project will address that. We've discovered via analysis by our engineering consultant that there is broken stormwater infrastructure underneath, so we're going to take care of that this fiscal year. There will be some carryover for the next fiscal year, which is what the $150,000 represents, and we're already out to bid. We'll be in construction within about a month and a half, and like I mentioned, this project will carry over a little bit. It's programmed within this time of the year because of the traffic. It's in a high impact traffic area or area. And so we're hoping that this will alleviate the impact to our residents. 10th Avenue widening, we have requested $750,000. 10th Avenue project will reach 100% design this year, this fiscal year, pending right-of-way. It's currently pending right-of-way and environmental clearances. Public Works and Engineering are planning to bid the project in September, October of this calendar year. Drainage improvements at Ortuastegi Street, and this is from 6th Avenue all the way to 10th Avenue. So about a year and a half ago, 2 years ago, we did some improvements on the north side, which includes now a walking trail. What the south side project, this drainage project will include is addressing drainage issues we have along that corridor on the south side, and it will also beautify and repair any of the erosion we're having along that wall system at those neighborhoods. William Brooks and Urtu Swastiki traffic signal APS GSA improvements. Those $8,000 were earmarked as a cost as part of the project to energize that traffic signal. However, it was discovered after reviewing the IGA that GSA is on the hook for that cost, so that's been passed on to GSA. So it's been removed. 10th Avenue and Los Alamos curve project. So we are, thank God, we're listed on the ADOT schedule for next year for construction. So we're currently in clearances with right-of-way and environmental with them. It's taken a lot longer because of those clearances. So we're currently scheduled to go into construction next year. Continuing on with our clicker. My apologies. All right, continuing on. 6th Avenue extension north from Union Street to County 22nd Street. Let's see what we have. The request completes the final design of the 6th Avenue extension from Union Street to County 22nd. This will include possibly culverts and a bridge crossings to improve safety and connectivity. Project is partially funded by developer contributions, design scheduled to be completed by end of fiscal year 27. We have funding earmarked in the CIP for next fiscal year. There isn't any in the fiscal year 28, but in the following years there is for construction, but this is still in the works with the design team. There's some variables that they're working through, the design for the bridges, so it's a little more complicated than other roadway projects. Union Street and 4th Avenue intersection and traffic signal improvements. So we're currently at 60% design. We'll have 100% design by the end of the fiscal year. Includes a roadway widening, drainage improvements, sidewalks, lighting, and the reuse of existing, hopefully reuse of existing traffic signal equipment. And hopefully this will expedite the procurement and construction. We also requested $100,000 to continue on right-of-way beautification and streetlight projects. So this will just complement the previous projects, such as the U Street on the north side, beautification projects, street lighting such as County 22nd, County 24, 10th Avenue and 6th Avenue in recent years that we've completed. Avenue F Street widening design. So Avenue F request advances Avenue F widening from Cesar Chavez Boulevard to San Luis Lane, including final design, right-of-way acquisition, and construction. The project is nearing final design with coordination ongoing for right-of-way and agency approvals with Yuma County and Arizona State Land Department. A note that we want to make here is that it's possible that we may be able to go into construction in fiscal year 27 if council, city admin request that. So that's possible, and the reason for only adding $200,000 this coming fiscal year is because we were only expecting to go into right-of-way clearances or right-of-way acquisition and environmental clearances. However, we're currently in the Cesar Chavez Boulevard widening project, and it's appearing that we may be able to go into construction next fiscal year. So that's something we'll discuss with our finance team, and if council wants to chime in on that and provide some guidance. 4th Avenue Public Works entrance and paving improvement, we requested some funding just to complete the improvements at the Public Works entrance right off of 4th Avenue across from the apartment complex. This was deferred, but the request would complete the Public Works entrance, including paving, signage, the parking lot for vendors and visitors, and would complement recent wall and gate improvements. This request, like I mentioned, was deferred. Avenue B shoulder, ADOT construction match. This project will be removed from the CIP because fortunately we received the invoice for the construction match. That'll be paid this fiscal year, so it won't be needed next fiscal year. Reoccurring pavement preservation. This is considered a non-capital, however, it's listed in our CIP. This is just reoccurring maintenance of our roadways and keeping them in good condition. So as Anthony yesterday with CEI mentioned, if we don't take care of them, we have to possibly reconstruct them, and we don't want to get to that point. We also requested bike lane citywide, as directed by council, to continue looking for opportunities to install bike lanes. This project was deferred, but we just wanted to make you guys aware that it was requested. Moving on to solid waste. So for, my apologies. So for solid waste, once again, we're listing our request. Both of our requests for reclassifications were deferred. However, we just wanted to bring it up to you and make you aware, because our requests are needs that we've identified as a department. So we're making you aware of them. So Public Works requested reclassification of our crew leader supervisor at the solid waste department. Okay. Solid waste division. The reclassification of the crew leader supervisor to solid waste maintenance supervisor to better align with operational responsibilities, remain competitive, and support succession planning. Current classification may limit our ability to retain and recruit qualified staff. So that's what we're looking at long term. We also requested to reclassify the equipment operator to 50-50 heavy equipment operator. What that 50-50 means is they will both be funded by HERF as well as solid waste. That means that if we have a solid waste operator that doesn't show up for the day or is out on leave, the 50-50 could come and cover for that. So it helps with operations. I did want to make a note, because it's not listed in the CIP, but next year we are planning to acquire via lease to own program a new solid waste truck. It's not listed in the CIP because it's listed in our operation funds. This will be part of the proposed budget request for next fiscal year. And then you would see it in the CIP in FY28 when we request to purchase the vehicle outright. Fleet services. So for fleet services, we requested the reclassification of our lead mechanic and heavy equipment mechanics. Currently, in fleet services, we only have mechanics. So the problem comes in when we want to hire. It's very difficult at our price point to hire a mechanic, but if we have lead mechanic, if we have a structure, we could more easily fill those roles. So Public Works requested the review of our lead mechanic and heavy equipment mechanic positions for potential reclassification to remain competitive and support succession planning. Our current compensation may limit our ability to retain and recruit qualified mechanics. And that was demonstrated when we went out to recruit for a mechanic position. Maybe like many of our departments here, we have that problem trying to recruit. We put out a recruitment to our community, and we get sometimes some good candidates, but then when it comes to the offering, sometimes they reject the offer or accept it and then later decline. And we ran into that with that last mechanic recruitment. Another item that we did request was the AC vehicle service machine. This is listed as a non-capital. However, it is part of the CIP here. Request purchase a replacement AC machine for a new refrigerant. So we do have one, but it's having problems. We had it repaired. It stalls at times. We're just asking to have a new machine to take care of these newer vehicles. We have adequate machines for the old type of refrigerant, but all the new purchases we've made in the last few years, those require this new type of machine. And with that, I'll turn it over to Eloy Rivera, our Public Works Director. He'll be covering the next few slides. Thank you.
So I'll continue with presenting on water. So here, with the first slide is mainly shows the well sites of our water system. You know, starting off with well site 1, which is on B Street and 2nd Avenue. That's the oldest well site we have. Then the well site number 2, which was just recently abandoned, used to be on 4th and Cesar Chavez Street, 4th Avenue. It used to be on Cesar Chavez Boulevard and Cesar Chavez Street. And then it went all the way to 4th Avenue. Well site 3, which is an avenue, which is on B Street and 6th Avenue. Well site 4, which is on 8th Avenue and Cesar Chavez. Well site 5, which is on 10th Avenue, just north of U Street. Well site 6, which used to be well site 7, now is well site 6, which is out at Avenue F&a-half and Janet Napolitano. And then our new well site 7, which is on our public works yard, which used to be well site 5. So ADEQ changed those well sites recently when we added a new well to our system. So that's just for reference. Many times people ask where this infrastructure is. So we have that map available. In case anybody wants it, we'll share it. So for our water operations and projects request, we requested a 2026 vehicle service truck. It was deferred for hopefully for next year, but that's mainly to accommodate for old and aging fleet. We got approved a 2026 service truck with crane, and that's replacing a 2011 service truck that we have. The next item is a hydro excavating truck. It got deferred. That vehicle, we don't have one. We've never had one in water. We constantly request wastewater's assistance for this, and many times they can't help us with it. It's not easy to rent one. Usually we have to hire out through a contractor to get assistance. That's why the water division believes having one on within our fleet would help significantly for our operations. Hopefully it can be approved in the future. We got a forklift request, and it's continuing, and that's because we have a forklift that was purchased by highway users at least probably 14, 15 years ago, and it's constantly in either somebody else is using it or it's at the shop, so definitely need for that one. Next project is the ADWR, Assured Water Supply Update. That's a study that we have been working on. Our engineering department is leading that project and working with a consultant, but it's really focusing on retaining or maintaining that designation with Arizona Department of Water Resources, saying that we have enough water for the next 100 years for development. And that really, many people don't know, but who are not in development, but what it does, developers don't have to get permission from ADWR for every single development. Otherwise, they would have it to be submitting every single time and waiting for that clearance. Having this designation helps a lot for any developer, commercial or residential, but that means the city has enough water to serve the growth that we're seeing. Next project, well site 7, operations building expansion. That's an ongoing project. It was in this year's fiscal budget. We went out to bid. We have a contractor on board. They're waiting for the building to arrive because it was a pre-purchase building by the city, and they're going to be actually boots on the grounds next month. And this is a continuation to finish that project next fiscal year. The next project is a new water main loop, San Luis Lane and Avenue D. We have $228,000. That's mainly, or it's only for materials for the project. This would be completed in-house with our staff. This is a project that's really purely for compliance. We're having issues with water quality. We're borderline on a water quality test. This additional looping would help better circulation in that area, better pressures. So this is one of those things that there's really no option of not doing it. You know, it'll have to happen, or we're going to be out of compliance with ADEQ eventually. Hopefully, we won't have to go there. So that's there. Next project is well site 3. That's an electrical upgrade and some civil or some repiping of the existing infrastructure. So we're looking at doing some early procurement. As it was mentioned before by Manuel and also by Mr. Arasa yesterday, some of the long lead items become signal poles, traffic signal equipment, for sure electrical. Some of this electrical equipment takes more than a year to arrive. And that's after probably 2 or 3 months just getting the right equipment approved by the engineer to make sure it's the right things to order. So it is really tough to plan and project some of these schedules, you know, like a year or 2 years out. So we're doing early procurement on that one. Continuing with water. So well site 4, storage tank and pressure tanks. On this project, we actually had it this fiscal year. We weren't able to deliver it mainly because we don't think some of the roof things that need to be installed or upgraded, they won't be in time, and we couldn't be without water during the summer, so we had to push it out to next year, and that's also rehabbing the pressure tanks. And this tank, this storage tank at well site 4 along with well site 3, we actually rehabbed those about 10 years ago. So that's sort of what we have to do every 10 to 15 years. We have to recoat our water storage tanks. Well site 6, electrical and booster pump station continuation. That's a project that we have in this fiscal year. We're working through the design, finalizing. We're going to be going out to bid with early procurement. But this project is one of those that we're probably going to have to wait close to a year for our electrical. Water valve replacement program, $100,000. That's similar to what we do with payment preservation and as well as wastewater with manhole rehab. It's just part of our maintenance program, trying to upkeep with our infrastructure. Most these are valves that are old in the old neighborhoods that don't close properly or don't close at all. So this is trying to replace some of those valves, some in-house and some through a contractor. Water storage tank number 6, 1 million gallon steel tank demo. So we have $100,000 here for demo. That's a storage tank that is at well site 6. That's out of service. It is a new roof. So we need to demo, or we're looking at possibly removing the roof and evaluating whether we can actually still keep it with a new roof, or it's just an entire demo. We can't do that now because we can't go in there until we remove the roof. It's considered unsafe. So we can't do that evaluation. Next project, well site 5, well number 9 rehab. So that's rehabbing one of the wells at well site 5. What happens over time with our wells, production starts to diminish. And when we see that, we have to do rehabilitation. And so that's what has happened at this well site. We did the other well in this well site this last year. So we need to do the other one next year. So moving on to wastewater. First project is a new backhoe. It was deferred for next year. They, I believe, have the oldest backhoe in Public Works. So that was the reason we wanted to replace it, just for reliability purposes. And now, one of the things that we're seeing across the board in Public Works, with all the growth in east part of town, sometimes you have the backhoe in East San Luis and you need one in West, so it's tough to keep up and make sure to plan properly. Next project, a dump truck, which was deferred. So that, hopefully we can get approved next year, but this is mainly a smaller dump truck than what we have now, mainly to be able to work through inside our neighborhoods with more ease for our operators. High school lift station, genset, 80,000. We were supposed to get it started this year, and we were requesting it next year. But what we're doing is we're actually switching that project, and we have discussed it with admin and finance. So this one will be purchased next year. It's not gonna. We're not gonna get it in time this year. So we're gonna purchase next year, and we swap the funding for a project that we had next year, which was a wall, And we're gonna be switching those projects, and we're in agreement with finance and admin just because of the delivery time. Next one is the wastewater treatment plant expansion. That one, we have 15 million. We recently received bids above our budget. That number will need to change for sure. And we're looking at options to see if we can keep that project moving, but that number might be in the $20 million range versus the 15 million for next fiscal year. And this is just, we received bids last week. Sewer manhole repair and replacement program, 250,000. That's same thing, upkeep of our infrastructure. Collection system and odor control, 50,000. That's for working with vendors and trying to find the best product for our odor control. Moving on to facilities. Personnel request. We requested a custodian and a maintenance technician to try and make sure we maintain our level of service to our departments. And we only got one approved and one is deferred. And we requested also a reclassification for our supervisor in that division, mainly based on what we see that position does in the responsibilities, but it got deferred. We do request that HR looks at it closely with their consultant, as Manny mentioned, just for trying to retain our staff, or for future hires, make sure that we get the proper recruitment. 2026 Silverado work truck, we actually had asked for the two positions, but we got one approved for the position that's currently moving forward, and one got deferred because one of the positions got deferred. Facilities and Communications Building Remodel Project, 500,000. That's the old Arnold Cordova building. That's mainly to retrofit that building to serve our facilities team as well as our communications, as we, there was a request to facilities to move out of the existing location for a future fire station. Flooring replacement fire department, 16,500. That's a project that's moving forward. That's at fire's request. New signage installation of the interior walls of City Hall. That's for the actual signage inside the walls in the lobby, where it says admin, building collections. They're looking for an update on those signage. Pavement preservation for the asphalt of parking lots throughout the city. And the facilities that are listed here are the ones that we want to focus on. And then roof repair at Cultural Center, 62,000. So here, it's moving forward. Flooring replacement at City Hall, 460,000, didn't move forward. That's the project that I think eventually is gonna have to happen. Eventually, when we have budget, seems like that keeps coming back every year. City Hall roof repair, 200,000. On that one, I wanna make a note, we do have roof repair for the police station that is moving forward. So before this presentation, but after the presentation was submitted, we did get additional information from a consultant saying that if they were to prioritize, they thought City Hall roof repair should be prioritized before the police department roof. However, they both are prioritized to be done within a year. So with that said, I think going the route we're going is still a good option. Both need to be repaired. Flooring replacement for police department, it was deferred, 137,000. Roof restoration at San Luis Municipal Court, that's moving forward. Parks, Recreation Admin Building, restrooms, they got 2 approved out of the 4 that they requested. Remodel of restrooms at Senior Center, they got approved. They have 4, 2 of them are being remodeled. Flooring replacement at Senior Center, moving forward. Police Department roof repairs, 150,000, moving forward. That's the one that I mentioned that it could be swapped with the City Hall roof. Refrigeration units for city buildings, 90,000. That's more of a contingency. We never know which ones are gonna go out, and we need to make sure we have funding to make those repairs as needed. So with that, I conclude the presentation. Just one thing that I want to note, just quick note, some of these projects could be accomplished this year. If there was the option or the possibility to do them, they're small, comes to mind like the court roof repair. So depending if it helps for the budget or budgeting, that's an option, and we could look at that closely with finance and admin. Any questions?
I'm stealing his time. But one of the projects that is not included there that I still want to mention is that we are making some remodeling to the senior center that is currently under design, and that would be about $100,000. That is not included in the budget, but should be. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Eulogio. Does anybody have any questions for Eulogio or Manny?
Yes, Acting Mayor Cabrera, I have a question. I just wanted to confirm on 10th Avenue Los Alamos Curve Project. On the document handed to us, it doesn't show proposed, but it does show on the presentation, correct?
And that is correct. So recently, we found out that the project was added to or maintained in the state budget. This is a federal funded project through federal highway safety funds. We got the funding through YMPO, and due to the status of where it was in the right-of-way acquisition, environmental clearance, right-of-way clearance, it was removed last year. So we were told that it was going to continue to be off the list, but we recently informed that it's back on, and as soon as we're done with the clearances, we'll be moving into construction. Thank you, Councilmember Cruz. You were the one who initially started pushing for this project with YMPO. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vera. I was freaking out. I was really freaking out. I was like, whoa, needs to be pushed forward, but thank you for all your efforts. Yes, YMPO and Director also helped out with this. This one's very important. As we know, there has been deaths on this road, so we need to make sure that it continues. So thank you.
Anybody else?
Yes. Some of the reclassifications that you mentioned right now, I didn't see on the sheet that it was provided to us. And I do feel that it's really important that we pay close attention to that the reclassifications. I understand there were only like 4 that were being suggested, but I still feel that we need to look into other ones, because in order for us to be functional, operational, and competitive, we need to start looking more at those key positions that you just mentioned. And also, I would like to see the 4th Avenue Public Works entrance paving and improvements being done. 70,000, I don't think it's that much. I think we can find somewhere, move some numbers there. Also, can you elaborate a little bit more on the hydro excavating truck, how crucial, important is? I know you said all the items eventually will need to be purchased, but how important is for you to have it like now with all the construction and all the projects that we have going on?
Just, and if I can add, to that question my question was, how much do you rent it out, and how much are those rentals for? Like, how much are we spending in renting the machine, and how much do you project that we're gonna continue to spend?
And then also, let me add to that, timing. When you don't have it and you have to rent, if it's available, how soon can you get it, and to be operational? Is it like better to have it in-house so you can move faster? Because all that time, money, it all plays a role when it comes to having that important equipment.
So those are very good questions. Those are actually the same questions I asked, our water manager, and actually Jorge as well, assistant director in charge of that division. So first, you can't rent them. They're not available locally. They're very expensive trucks. I mean, they're $500,000. So they're not available. So what we have to do, we actually have to hire a contractor to do it. They won't just lend us the equipment or rent it out. So they have to fit it in their schedule. Most of the times, for example, our water guys, when we use their wastewater equipment, it's mainly to find utilities as they are excavating, that they see the marks, but they can't find it, and it's either electrical or fiber, which is really delicate, that you can actually, hit it with your backhoe as you're excavating, or even some of our own infrastructure that we are not sure where it is, old maps, old installations. So timing is very critical. Currently, the way we do it is we borrow it from wastewater. We have to take additional measures because you don't mix usually water and wastewater. So we keep our own set of attachments that go with the truck for our use in water. So it is time consuming. It's not always available. Sometimes you might go a month without using it. Sometimes, for example, when we were doing all the water and sewer work on Cesar Chavez for getting prep for the actual roadway, I mean, it was used, I wouldn't say every day, but I'm sure every week for a couple of days it was being used. And then the other thing else is also it provides a little bit of backup, because even if the wastewater truck was available, it breaks, there's different things, and it's just not an option. We hardly have used a contractor to help us with hydro, but I would say that it's in the range of thousands per day to use their services. I would say probably in the maybe at 2,000 a day. And the reason we don't use them much is because usually they can't just react and drop what they're doing to come and help us. So for the most part, it's scheduling. One of the options that we looked internally is if we can't get this truck through, I think we would be looking at possibly a reduced option, maybe a pull-behind trailer with the equipment. It's just a little bit tougher to get into job sites. That's why we were going off with a truck. But that would be another option. It might be maybe 2/3 the cost or so.
Oh, okay, and my other question was also the other piece of equipment, the backhoe. You say we only have one?
So we have multiple backhoes throughout Public Works and the city. But in wastewater, the one that we have, it's actually, the backhoe is for wastewater. So that's the oldest that we have in Public Works, the one that they have. So this was really not replacing because the other one's still operational, but having a redundancy within the division. I'm not sure how old it is, to be honest, at this point, but it'll be at least, I would say at least 10 years old, that one that we currently have.
Okay, thank you for answering all my questions.
Any other questions? And then just when I saw the picture of the gentleman picking up the trash from the Division of Waste, do we currently, if any resident wants their trash collect like big items, do you guys go out to the residents and pick up that, or how does that work?
Yes, we offer the special pickup service, and they call our office or billing and collections, and they schedule a special pickup. We usually go to the house or residence, look at it, provide a quote, and then they decide if they move forward or not. And it's based on a minimum charge, and then if it's a lot, then it will be by weight and by time that's spent by our staff. Most of the time, I would say 95% of the time is always the minimum charge. I remember top of my head, but I think it's in the less than 100, like 80, I think 80 in the 80 ballpark.
Okay, that's another, because I often see on social media people looking for others that go and pick up trash so they can haul the trash to the dumpster. And
90. It's $90 for the service, and that's for 1 ton. And then if it exceeds that, then we have to look at additional charges. But like I said, most of the time it's usually within that.
And then my other question is regarding Union Street. We have a little over $2 million, $2.1 million for Union Street. Do we already have the material, or that is to purchase the street lights and all that stuff?
So on Union, on that one, we have that project on the YMPO tip. Out of that out of the over $2 million that we have for the project, we're getting a little bit over $900,000 from SCDBG funds through YMPO, and the remainder will go through need to be provided by the city for construction. What we're trying to use is existing equipment that we have, and it's only for the poles and mast arms. We still need to purchase the controller. We still need to purchase all the signing, the actual lights. But that alone still saves a lot of time in waiting for equipment to arrive. And then the other thing that I want to mention on that one, it actually goes all the way to McCain on the improvements. So we also will be winding that half street on Union between McCain and 4th Avenue.
And the reason I ask is, like Councilmember Servin said, I also think that if we're putting, I believe it says 1.6 million plus the changes. I mean, I don't know where the money's coming from, but if we're not gonna have the material in time to finalize the project next year because we haven't ordered it yet, should we be proactive and instead move money and then just face that project out for 2 years and know that we'll fund it within the following year instead of just allocating the whole big lump sum of money there?
Yes, and on that one, I don't think that would be the issue. We have had a consultant look at the equipment that we have, and it's suitable for the project, so we do have it. We keep a spare controller with Yuma County. In case somebody hits it, we always need to have equipment to back up so that we can get the signal back and running. So we do have the equipment. We don't expect delayed on equipment for this one. We've been planning it for some time now.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions?
Yes, Elohio, just going back to the positions, they were not listed on the, I don't know if it's for you or for Adela, the positions that you mentioned on your presentation, the reclassifications. I just wanted to see in terms of hourly rate or grade paid. I couldn't see here if it was a significant change to reclassify those positions or not, because they're not on the, I don't see them here on the sheet. Do you know why they're not there?
No. So the reason we didn't include it is, okay, go ahead.
Those positions were submitted after the deadline for the process, but we're still looking into them because they made merit and in-grade progression and not necessarily a reclassification.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to see the numbers because I couldn't see them here. So I'll look forward looking into that. Thank you.
Any other questions? If not, thank you so much, Elohio, and Manny as well for presenting. Great stuff, a lot of money, so
Thank you.
thank you. Our next presenter is our engineering department, and this is Tomas Sanchez, our city engineer.
Good morning, acting mayor and council members and staff. I'm Tomas Sanchez, city engineer. And before I start, I want to talk about a little bit of my department. This department started when I came on board in December of 2024. And this department, it's its own department, even though we work a lot with public works. We're a separate department. Right now it's comprised of myself, the city engineer, project manager, project coordinator, and a senior technician. And we provide support to other departments. I believe I work with everybody in one sense or another, providing conceptual plans, reviews, and miscellaneous. One of the items we work is, for instance, we provide reviews for commercial and subdivision reviews, and we also make sure that they're built per our standards. From the engineering perspective, we help CIP projects from the design. We coordinate with the consultants, make sure we review the consultants' work, and we help public works and other departments make sure these projects get completed. With that said, I only have 2 items. And I can speak on, I'll talk about them at the same time, which is the water master plan and the wastewater master plan. Currently, the city does not have a a master plan for either the water or the wastewater. They have been done localized studies or by developer driven, but the city really needs both. For instance, the wastewater, there've been studies done on the east and on the west treatment plants, but we need an overall master plan. For instance, we've been getting a lot of questions. What's going to happen in the valley? Do we need more lift stations? If we add more sewer to the existing, what's going to happen? So right now on the wastewater, staff is recommending to initiate the wastewater master plan for 50,000 and continue it to fiscal year 28. Right now, I want to focus. This will start probably in the valley and continue with the following year with in the Mesa area. This will also include revisiting the east and the west treatment plan, which we're already doing, but it will be more of an overlap. Going to the water master plan, and this is almost a continuation of the work that our consultant is doing on the ADWR, which, on that one, like Eloy mentioned earlier, is to make sure that the city has water for the next 100 years. Well, the water master plan is going to be taking into account what do we need? Do we need more well sites? Do we need to upgrade water lines? Where are we heading that way? Both master plans are going to be a roadmap that we need to identify areas that we need to improve. And if a developer comes, we know exactly what we're gonna be requesting. Pretty much that completes my presentation. I only have two items. Any
Thank you so much,
questions?
Tomas. Any questions from City Council or staff?
Yes,
Go ahead.
I'm gonna be the mean one.
Oh.
No. I believe that having the master plans for both is crucial. It's like a roadmap for the city. And they were not approved within your discussions. I'm just wondering why. Besides the money, what was the overall discussion when you guys presented this, saying that it's not necessary to have this done this year? Or was it approved, or I'm not getting the information right? I just want to make sure.
Let me go
Because is there?
Yes,
Okay.
actually, we
I just want to
have.
make sure it's there because I see the negative.
No, we have, that's a very good question. We actually the city needs pretty much a transportation, a water, a wastewater, miscellaneous master plans that we don't have. We were recommending for this year the wastewater just alone, but after recommendations with finance and admin and public works, we decided to actually commence the master plan for both, breaking it into 2 fiscal years. That's why we have
Okay.
50,000, requesting 50,000 right now for each one and carrying it over to the next fiscal year.
Oh, okay, I see. Thank you for the clarification. But yeah, so we are moving forward with it. We're just having it done in 2 different fiscal years, right?
Yes, that's
Okay,
our
that's good.
request.
That's
Thank
good.
you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? Hearing no questions, thank you so much, Tomas, for the presentation. And we will continue with our presentation. This presentation is going to be done by our fire and ambulance. It's Angel Ramirez, Fire Chief, and Enrique Lopez, Assistant Fire Chief.
Acting Mayor, before we proceed with the presentation from Fire, if we can please scan the showing QR code. This will be the first question of this morning. Sorry. There we go. Council rotation will take place after the break. And then if you can only answer their first question. Not all of them. The rest will be following the presentations. Sorry about that.
You gave us a hard question for the first one. So go ahead and submit the other ones blank, so your first answer appears up there. And then once Ms. Francia uploads the next questions, we'll be able to answer them as well. So if you just hit continue, 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 then your first response will show up. And members from the community, if you would like to answer by scanning the QR code, those listening virtually, you're welcome to submit your responses as well.
If everyone has completed their survey, we can proceed with the fire presentation.
Good morning, Acting Mayor, members of the council, and esteemed colleagues. I'm Angel Ramirez. I'm the fire chief for the city of San Luis. My presentation focuses more on our CIPs that we added and some of our requests, but I want to take this time to talk to council and the staff here, people listening from the community, about some of the things that are happening within the fire department. So I still remember about 10 years ago, the chief from Scottsdale actually asked me in one of our trainings, and he asked, how is your fire department relevant to your community? You know, me as a young firefighter at the time, I was like, man, we respond to emergency medical calls. We transport all our patients to the hospital. That's what we do. And he's like, yeah, that's what we all do. But how are you relevant? What else do you do? You know, how is the community benefiting from the fire department? So I started thinking, you know, what is it that we do at the fire department? Just take today, you know, we're doing our pancake breakfast. Last year it was, you know, this is the third year. We get to talk to our community members, asking, what is it that they want from the fire department? Last week, you saw one of our CTE high school kids that just became a state champion for firefighting, which hadn't been done. And that is the work that some of our firefighters are doing within our community. That's how we're relevant to our community. That's how the fire department, is relevant, being part of this community. We teach the CTE kids. We go out there, teach CPR classes. We do public education. We're trying to be visible and I'm going to tell you, and I always say it, we have the best fire department within the county, just because we have the longer transport time from when we transport somebody from the port of entry to the hospital. We're with the patient about 30 to 40 minutes. So we get to do a lot more things. We see the outcomes, and that is one of the things that towards the end, that's what we're doing and we're trying to build on is, to see patient outcomes. How are our patients that we're transporting, how are they getting better? The other thing that I want to talk about is, and I know Jenny has listened to me a lot in the last year or so, is response times. That is basically what we get audited from. When we went out for our CON 12, 13 years ago, we said, 90% of the time we're going to be at your house in 5 minutes, 95% of the time we're going to be there in 10, and 99% of the time we're going to be there in 20 minutes. That is a standard that we have through AZDHS. Obviously now with all the construction, the growth, it's challenging. We just, back in October 2025, we submitted our audit findings and we got our CON renewal for the next 3 years. DHS usually gives you, if you're meeting your response times, they give you a 3-year CON, or they can give you a 1 year, or they can put you on an improvement plan. So every time we've submitted our CON, for our CON renewal, we've gone our 3 years. So we're good for the next, until October of 2028. But what we found was that the 10-minute and 20-minute mark, we're fine. We're good. But that 5-minute mark, the 90%, we were at like 91%, like 90.8. So that's where I did come talk to Jenny about, hey, 3 years from now, how's that gonna look? We need to start making some plans. We have a software where we can pinpoint our response, our calls for service as to where they're happening. And we found that we took a sample from January to August, and we took about 1,000 calls that were right at the 5-minute mark. And with that 5-minute mark, we extended the map to see where it was. And out of those 1,000 calls, 600 of those calls were south of Cesar Chavez Boulevard and west of 10th Avenue. And the more we zoomed in, out of those 600 calls that were there, from the 1,000, 600 calls were in that area, like 380 were at the port of entry. So we were right at 5 minutes. And the rest were, like I said, south of Cesar Chavez and west of 10th. So I started thinking, I came and talked to Jenny, and I told her, Jenny, we have to figure something out we have to be somewhere on the south side of Cesar Chavez, because I knew that the construction of Cesar Chavez Boulevard was coming, the port of entry was under construction, and sometimes if you guys are going to Mexico or in the downtown area, if you see one of our ambulance trying to get into the port, they're stuck right there on Archibald or Main Street trying to go in. And our on-scene time, obviously our response time elongates. So we had to do something. Yesterday, while Anthony was here, we were talking about how the fire department's changing. Listening to Elohio and Public Works, lead times, vehicles are so expensive. Anthony asked me, how much is a fire truck right now? Fire truck is about $1.5 million. So everybody's changing. I did tell him 80% of our calls for service are medical calls. And it's funny because you look at the San Luis Fire Department. You go up to the valley, actually they've added the medical part to it, right? You look, your Avondale Fire Medical, Tempe Fire Medical, Mesa Fire Medical. The only one that doesn't change is Phoenix Fire. But that's something we need to look at because there's some of the questions that people ask, well, why are we sending a fire truck to an EMS call? There's benefits to that. Obviously, if you look in the city of San Luis, if you see a red truck, there's a paramedic on there. It's an ALS, and that's unheard of. But every single vehicle, from my vehicle, Chief Lopez's vehicle, to any red vehicle, there's a paramedic on there. So we provide the highest level of care for our residents. And looking at some of the presentations, some of the goals, or almost a lot of our goals, are kind of the same as maintaining services, retaining personnel, but providing the same level of care. That's what we're trying to do, because it's getting very expensive to continue providing the same level of care that we're providing, right? So I started to think, some of our, we purchased the fire truck back in like 3 years ago. We still haven't gotten it delivered. When we purchased it, they said, oh, it's gonna be there 48 to 52 months. We just got from the vendor estimated time of delivery, November 2027. And we purchased it 3 years ago. So those are some of the lead times. For ambulances, if we purchase one now, you're looking at 16 to 24 months from time of purchase to delivery. So when I get into my presentation, we are asking for an ambulance. I'll talk a little bit more about that. But, some of our call volume last year for EMS call, or for just calls for service, we had 5,200 calls for service, up about 2% from the prior year. We have our, I call it saying aging apparatus, but our equipment's really, it's still good. But we're having issues with our like some of our fire trucks, they're in the shop. And honestly, kudos, and I'm here to Manny, to Eulogio, Fleet is, Jesus and at Fleet it's good. And I always, when I make a point, he's really good at getting our trucks out, our ambulances, making sure they're in service. Every department, I want to say every department here, I think Tomas said it, or Eulogio, we all work together. Somehow we work together. They get intertwined. We work very closely with finance, but the biggest thing when it was working with amongst everybody, PD, fire, public works, is those response times. We have to meet those responses. If we don't want to get put into like an improvement plan, or what are we going to do, or how are we going to do it, because it's going to cost money. So our challenges are going to be maintaining the same levels of service for our community and the construction going on. Construction's good. It's good, but then there's challenges with it, right? So the first thing that we asked was for a training captain. What that does is right now we have about 73 personnel in our department, just maintaining certifications. Now we have the director of fire science is one of our captains. Most of the instructors for the EMT and fire academy are our employees. We actually do our own training for ACLS. We don't outsource a lot. There's maybe a couple of things, but we have a lot of instructors that now we're doing it in-house. But we need to have somebody to streamline it. When I say we work with like finance girls sends us emails regarding our paperwork, because a lot of the way we bill is the type of narratives that we're writing on our PCRs, on our reports. So this training captain would take care of that, would streamline that, having, reports, make sure they're done correctly, what they're putting in those PCRs, what they're making sure that we have everything we need for our ISO rating. That's basically compliance. That's what the training captain would do. I think now we're still a smaller department, but when it comes to personnel, having 73 personnel, we need to have somebody overseeing that part of the process. When I started back in 2004, almost 22 years ago, we had 6 employees per crew. We could have 1 person off a day. Now this is 2026, and we still can only have 1 personnel off. We did a survey amongst our personnel of what is it that we want, or what is it that we need? How can we help the fire department? And equipment, we were good, the stuff that we have. But a lot of the things they were saying is, now we have 20 personnel on duty, but we can only have 1 guy or 1 personnel off. So if somebody has a vacation for that day and somebody else decides to call in sick, we have mandatory overtime. So somebody has to stay because we have short of personnel. So while adding these 3 firefighters would give us that flexibility to have somebody off at Station 1 and somebody off at Station 2. And again, it goes back that the department's growing. We need to have that flexibility to have 2 people off. Like I said, I started in 2004, and we still are we can only have one firefighter off. And that's how it's gonna improve, the coverage around the city. Sometimes when we have somebody stay 72 hours, they're tired. If they're on an ambulance, a prior council member actually told me one time, and he said, every time I go to Yuma, I see an ambulance heading to the hospital. And then when I'm coming back, I see another ambulance coming back. Our ambulances are always going and coming. So, having those medics or EMTs, getting the rest, being able to stay, going home, not have to stay mandatory, that would be beneficial. This is where the fire department is changing. Yesterday when I was talking to Anthony about this, we call it a fire rescue truck, but it's more of a rapid response vehicle. So we started this probably 10 years ago or so, where we use a pickup truck to respond to the port of entry or respond to the DOC. Why? Because that would decrease our response times because they're easier to navigate, correct? But now other departments, actually the city of Yuma went to this. They bought a rapid response truck. Other departments in the valley are doing it now because, like I said, if we're here purchasing a fire truck every 5 to 6 years, and we're spending $1.5, $1.6 million, this truck is basically, we're buying a pickup truck, F-150 or, they're about now about 80,000 plus we put everything we need. They're talking about $100,000 trucks. When you look at it, you're like, oh, $100,000, yeah, it is a lot. But if we are using these vehicles instead of buying $1.5, $1.6 million fire trucks, it's easier to replace a pickup truck or a rapid response truck than a fire truck. A lot of people are doing this because a lot of the wear and tear those trucks use. Again, we're still gonna, right now we have the personnel and we have the equipment to use a rapid response truck and also have the fire truck available. Some departments are doing it where they intertwine, where they get a fire call, they jump from the pickup truck to the fire truck. We have the luxury right now that we can actually staff the rapid response vehicle and respond to all EMS calls, which 1, it'll get there faster, which will decrease our response times, and 2, will decrease the wear and tear on our fire trucks because, moving a platform like what we have at Station 2 or a fire truck here at Station 1, it takes longer to get going. There's more wear and tear, more fuel, especially at fuel prices right now. So this is where I think the new fire department is going. A lot of people you're gonna start seeing going into EMS calls with pickup trucks and an ambulance than a big fire truck, which kind of goes with what some of the people are saying, well, why are you sending a fire truck? Well, I need an ambulance, but this is where it's going. And like it says, the benefits are faster, more effective. And again, but it has the same capabilities. You'll have an ALS person in there and an EMT. You can do all EMS. It's the same as having a fire truck there, except that we can't put out a fire. But if something kicks out, we have the fire truck to be able to respond. The next two slides, which is the SCBA regulators and the air packs, they go together. With the department growing, we need to buy more SCBAs and regulators. Our SCBAs are what makes us breathe, and the regulators is the attachment that goes in there. We don't want to have the guys share regulators. That's not very hygienic, so that's why we need to buy SCBAs and regulators, and that's what I told Jenny. With the department growing, with more personnel means we need to buy more equipment, SCBAs and SCBA regulators. So that's, and right now we have what we use Scott regulators, Scott packs are top of the line. All our equipment that we have is top of the line, which helps with safety. Again, the biggest thing for us is safety and compliance, right? This is something that did not get pushed through to the next budget year, but I kind of want to make a point. The rescue tools, the last time we purchased, the rescue tools are like our jaws of life. If you guys heard what our jaws of lives are, is car accidents, we cut a vehicle. The last time we purchased, and I still remember purchasing them, was in 2015, and we were so excited because we went to the battery operated ones. They're so light, they're better. One of our captains just tried to purchase some equipment to fix one of our rescue tools, and they're like, we don't make them, they're obsolete. And we asked, well, what's happening with them? And they've changed. If you look at vehicles now, we have hybrid vehicles, we have electric vehicles, so they use different types of rescue tools that we have to use. So when they gave me the option of, what do you want? You guys want a rapid response vehicle or rescue tools? Well, right now I think of, we said, well, rapid response vehicle, but looking at, after we decided on that and we talked to the vendor, having 2015 11-year-old extrication tools, I think either this year or next year we should be able to purchase some of these, because we do, with the changes of vehicles, like I said, electric, hybrid, we need some new rescue tools. So the benefits from it are that they're faster, they're lightweight. The ones we have at the time, we're like, man, this is nice. They're lightweight. One person can use them. Looking at what's out there, no, they're heavy now. They're big. Compared to what we have when I first started, yeah, they're much better now. But that's something that we definitely need to look into. Hopefully, like I said, if not this year, but in the near future, it needs to be purchased. This is something that I'm going to talk a little bit about, and also IT. This is the fire dispatch station alerting system. Actually, Anthony talked about it a little bit yesterday. Our technology that we have to dispatch us, we have our Zetron, and that's absolutely obsolete. It no longer is supported by, there's really nothing out there to fix our Zetron. If something happens to it, our IT department has to come on their time off, or YRCS comes and they troubleshoot the problem. And this is something we can't be, we have to move forward, and it is in the proposed budget for next year. Fernando has been instrumental in spearheading this project, because he understands, and we all understand, if something happens to our Zetron, our station alerting system, it's going to be catastrophic, because we won't be able to dispatch our units either, or they have to be manually, which again, it'll elongate our response times. And I think Jenny one time mentioned, and we all know that, time is of the essence. If somebody is, calling 911 and they need us to be there in 5 minutes, and now we're there in 20 minutes because something happened with our Zetron. Yeah, that's unacceptable. So I know Fernando's going to talk about it a little bit more too. I know Yuma went with it. Hopefully, next fiscal year we'll purchase it, and I know Somerton. So it all integrates within our regional system, which is YRCS. This one, which is our Fire Station 3 upgrades. Remember when I talked about how I asked Jenny that we needed to be somewhere on the south side of Cesar Chavez and on the west side of 10th Avenue? We brainstormed and we came up with the idea of, since the old fire station, which was the old facilities building, was already a fire station, maybe that would be the best place to put a station. And what I'm gonna tell you, council, and it's not a temporary, it's gonna be a fire station, which that'll, with the 360 calls that were to the port that we looked into, that will reduce our response times from the right at 5 minutes, because it's gonna be closer to respond from, C Street and 2nd Avenue to the port of entry. So that, we're asking for, I think it's 150,000 to retrofit it back to being a fire station. So that is something that we need to look into, is how we're gonna maintain those response times to the port or to that area that's on the west of 10th and south of Cesar Chavez Boulevard. Because 3 years from now, when we go for our audit and we submit our response times and we're not meeting that 90%, they might look into it and say, like, well, you guys need to do something. And we wanna be proactive. That's the word. We wanna be proactive, not reactive. Fire Station 2, Phase 2. I know this is a very expensive project. Every year I put it in and it gets pushed. The longer it gets pushed, the more expensive it is. When we built Fire Station 2 on the east side, we said it was gonna be done in phases. Phase 1 was gonna be the fire station, and then we put a barn to house our trucks. The Phase 2 was gonna be the bay, which, we can continue pushing it, but eventually we have to build it. We have a $1.6 million platform out there that sits about 6 feet out from the bay, and with the elements, in the summer, 115 degrees hitting the platform, we need to keep that truck for at least 20 years. But I understand it's a very, very expensive project, so I'm okay if we defer it to another year or another fiscal year, but eventually we need to look into it, because the longer we wait, the more expensive it's gonna be. The second to last slide is an ambulance, and I was looking at our ambulance that we have. We just purchased one, 2 years ago? 2 years ago, and I'm like, okay, maybe it's time to purchase one. So I went yesterday, to see how many miles our newest ambulance that we have. 98,000. 98,000 miles, that's our newest ambulance. And like I said at the beginning of my presentation, right now, talking to the vendor, what's the lead time? If we purchase one in July, 16 to 24 months. You're looking at almost 2 years. 2 years to get an ambulance. So our newest ambulance in 2 years, maybe it's gonna have 180,000 miles. So, if we're trying to provide the best service to our community, we need to have the best equipment too. So that is something that we put in there. I know they're very expensive. Everything's expensive. When it comes to vehicles, I think we're looking at almost 350,000. I think Anthony said he quoted one at 400, and I told him, man, that might be a little bit much, but I think it's about $350,000 for an ambulance. But I was shocked too when I saw that our newest ambulance had 98,000 miles. So, we do put in a lot of miles. They go to the hospital. One thing I want to say is that the city of San Luis operates 4 ambulances a day. If you look at city of Yuma, which is a bigger department, they only have 5 ambulances that they run a day. We have 4 that we staff because we want to capture 99% of our calls that we go through our 911 system. We're trying to capture 99% of our calls for service, but even there, we still have Somerton that comes down for mutual aid. But when we call another agency to come in because our ambulances are at the hospital, they might not be providing the same level of care. I don't know, but I can say with us, every customer that calls 911, or I'm not saying customer, every resident that calls 911 because they need to get transported to the hospital, they're gonna get the highest level of care. They're gonna get an ALS personnel on that rig, and they're gonna get the highest level of care that we can provide. I got 5 minutes, so. What we're gonna strive here at the fire department is try to decrease our response times and always increase firefighter safety. That's the main priority, making sure that every firefighter gets to go home. If they come home to work, they get to go home. Something that we started to look into is patient outcomes. We want to see what we're doing. If somebody has a heart attack, what did we do? What treatments worked? What didn't work? So working with our medical director, Dr. Franco, we're seeing that. And right now, San Luis is at the forefront because some of the protocols that we are using, it's only been in Arizona. We're only doing them here in the city of San Luis to see if they're working. And right now, we're seeing that some of those outcomes are good. And we want to have a stronger and safer community. I think yesterday somebody said, I think Councilman Cabrera said, out on the east side, like most of the young personnel are like 32, 33. We want to continue to having those personnel, those people here in the city that wants to stay in the city because we are providing the best services to them. And with that, I will entertain any questions, comments, or concerns.
Any questions from council?
Thank you, Chief, for the presentation. It was great. A lot of things that we need to get and work on for you guys. My only question is, how many new hires have you had in the last 2 years?
It's funny because we were just talking.
Because I
don't know if HR can help me with that, but we just hired 3, 6. I'm gonna say at least 10. That's what he has my back. 10. But it's funny because we walk around and we see a lot of new faces, a lot of young faces. We're pushing a lot from our CTE class. A lot of the San Luis. We've had some kids apply from the San Luis High School that are coming into our department. So.
No, and that's great because I know a lot of people I know at least 3 guys that came into our department through that training area, and everyone loves our department, how good you guys are at training everyone, and everyone wants to come to San Luis, even people from Yuma. So you guys are doing a great job. Thank you.
Thank you. That is kudos. Also, I want to say on that is kudos to our personnel, like our captains. They're very motivated to teaching. They like to teach. That's something that we strive to making sure that our personnel is training, and the kids that are coming in from the high school, that they're motivated. They get to do the same trainings that we're doing. Just look at the result from the gentleman that was a state champion. That was really, really great to hear.
Anybody else?
Yes, Acting Mayor Cabrera. Thank you, Chief. My question is, I know that you said there's 4 ambulances running a day compared to the city of Yuma, 5 ambulances a day. And I know we get a lot of calls from Mexico transporting our residents. My question is, I know, are those our residents, like City of San Luis residents? Or could they be, it's just very vague? Could you help me understand that?
Well, 35% of our calls for service are to the port. We don't ask for, I couldn't tell you, we don't ask for where they live, or we get most of our, what they call the MRN numbers from the hospital. So yeah, I wouldn't able to tell you if they're residents from the city of San Luis or if they're living in Mexico. But like I can tell you that 35% of our calls for service are to the port. Now, why we have 4 ambulances is that our transport time from the, let's just take the port to the hospital to back, it's about 1 hour and 45 minutes to 2 hours. You take the city of Yuma, they're about a 10-minute transport time. You know, they get back into service. We don't. Like I said, we take about an hour. On a good day, maybe 1 hour 30, but usually 1:45 to 2 hours.
And not that I'm questioning if it's a person from Mexico. I know you guys provide an excellent service and don't care about legal residents. That's not my question. I just want to clear that up. I just wanted to know if, like, maybe the person from Yuma was in Mexico and then you had to pick up a person that was a resident. It's because that's our population difference from Yuma and San Luis is very different. So that's a lot of stress on you guys, you know, as far as the running time and, I mean, nonstop. So we're carrying a big burden there. But I know how important it is. I understand your professionalism and your big heart for not asking, you know, where do you live or where do you come from, but it's just that it's a big, you know, very close numbers to the numbers of Yuma. So, and I know my priority is also on safety of our residents. So that's just something that, it just hit me, you know, so thank you.
Some people, sometimes we can see people go get treatment in Mexico, and then the doctor there might tell them, hey, you need to go to the hospital. So then they come here to the port, and then we pick them up at the port and transport them. So yeah, they could be residents from the city of San Luis, so yeah.
Me, of course. I have a couple of things. First of all, I just want to say that I see you really active in the community, and I appreciate all the weekly reports that you guys put on Facebook. I try to share those all the time, but sometimes I miss a couple of them. But so that the community is aware of all the service calls that you give. I mean, that's a really good report. I like that. It's really simple, straight to the point, and I love it. So keep doing that, please. Also, you mentioned you have a 73 personnel, but you're requesting 3 firefighters to meet the staff, to meet the ambulance and fire staff, right? But you also are requesting the fire station 3 with 5 and 7. Is that additional employees that you will need, or
No.
it's already contemplated? Everything is already added to the formula?
Yeah.
Okay.
So when I talked to Jenny back in August, we just need a building. We
Right.
have the personnel and the equipment. All we needed was a building, but no, we have the personnel to upstaff Fire Station 3, and we
Okay.
have the equipment.
But you still need the other 3 firefighters to make that flow in case someone is absent or on vacation. You still need those 3, right?
Yeah, we would need those 3 in order to have 2 people off on a daily basis.
Okay, that's good. And then for a fire station 2, I know we keep postponing it to the next, and you said it's gonna get more expensive. But I've known and I've seen, because I walk around that area, that the fire truck, it's like a big chunk of the truck is not covered by the shade. So is there any way that you can add some budget to make sure that we make an extension for that shade, or add something else that we can cover the truck fully? Because we don't want to get 2, 3, 4 years down the road and say, well, the fire truck, it's all burned from the back or the front, or...
So we did.
Okay.
With Rola and Jenny during our budget talks, we added some funding to add an extension to it. So yes,
Okay.
we did.
So that's happening?
It should happen on the next fiscal year, yes.
Okay, sounds good. Okay. Oh, and then one more thing. Amvita coming into town. So how will that help with our transportation time, and still, you think we're gonna see an improvement?
We should see some improvement. It all depends that level of care that Onvita is gonna have. We don't know what type of patients it might take, but if they're level 1 patients and or trauma patients, we'll still take him to Yuma, but that will help a little bit, yes.
Okay, all right, thank you.
So, following up on that question, Chief, how do you determine where they would go based on the level of care, or?
Yes, that's exactly it. You know, when we pick up a patient, we see what type of care they're gonna need, and if Anvita, let's say here in San Luis, doesn't provide, let's say, they need a cardiac, they're having a heart attack. Obviously, Anvita and San Luis won't be able to provide that, so we take them to Yuma. But if they have, let's say, a broken leg, and they can do it here at Anvita here, then we'll. So our medics are actually gonna have to be thinking like that, like what level of care does Anvita and San Luis will be able to provide, and then what level of care does a patient need?
And if I recall correctly, I had the tour of the Anvita Hospital, the white coat ceremony and tour that they provide, and I think it's Rural Metro who takes the patients to the Foothills campus.
Mm-hmm.
And Anvita was the one in charge of if they need to be sent to the main building in 2400 South Avenue A, they are the ones that provide that transportation, not necessarily Rural Metro. So would that not be the case with us?
So we don't do interfacility transports. Our CON does not let us do interfacility. The interfacility transport agency in Yuma County is Rural Metro. Anvita just applied for a CON to do interfacility transport. So they're trying to get an ambulance so they can transport their patients from, let's say, Foothills campus to main campus. They're gonna be doing the same thing here for their patients, but we've been talking to Anvita about how that's gonna work. If they need us to transport, they would go through the 911 system. Because from what I understand, Anvita is only going to have one ambulance for the whole Anvita campuses. I think with that, the Foothills campus is going to take priority, and we might help with if they do 911 transfers. Kind of what we do if a clinic, regional, so the walking clinic needs to transfer one of their patients, they call the 911 and we transport them. We can look into maybe see if we can do interfacility transports. We've talked about it with finance, but I guess we can look into that so we can help Anvita taking their patients also to main campus if they ask us to.
Now, when you take a patient from like the Regional Center for Border Health, who's liable for paying the ambulance fee?
The patient.
The patient still?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then on the amount for fire station number 3, it's only 150,000. I know you say you don't need to buy equipment or anything, but is that just renovations to the building?
To the building, yes, sir.
Does it continue to have the alarm system or like the alerting system for you guys?
That's already we've already looked into that station alerting system, and in the quote that we got for it, it includes station 3.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions from council or staff? Okay, so at this time, we are running a little behind. I'll go ahead and call a recess so we can attend the fire pancake event with the staff. The budget retreat will go on recess until 11 o'clock. So we will be back at 11 to continue with our presentations. We will be back at 10:45. Good morning, everyone. We are going to reconvene for our budget retreat, day 2. We'll continue with item 2C, discussion and review on any and all matters regarding the proposed City of San Luis budget for fiscal year 2026-2027 by staff. And our next presenter is the Police Department, Nigel Reynoso, Chief of Police, Michelle Boucher, Police Administrator.
Well, good morning. Nigel Reynoso, Chief of Police for the Police Department. Thank you. All right. So I'm going to go ahead and go through the budget for the Police Department. Real quick, some demographics, and I'm going to make a correction as I'm talking to, but currently 2026, approximately 38,000 population. We know that it's more than that. The average annually, the average annually is 5.5 million people come across the port. Just some statistics nationwide or national. In an average, you need roughly about 65 officers based on the size of our population. We currently have a staffing of 43 sworn and 30 civilians. So before moving forward, I must outline the current status of the police department and acknowledge that, as the rest of the directors have mentioned, and I know there's going to be others coming after me, we understand the city's financial situation, as has been presented and continue to be, as it's going to be continued to be done. But it will be irresponsible for me not to tell you the status of the police department. In no way do I intend to undermine the importance of the service, the needs, and hard work of the rest of the departments in the city that the city provides. However, San Luis is the safest city, as it has been mentioned, in Arizona, and in part due to the community lifestyle, which I humbly and gratefully thank them for that. But more importantly, the hard work, commitment, and dedication that each member of the San Luis Police Department performs. As mentioned, the San Luis currently has 73 employees, 43 certified police officers, and 30 civilians. We serve a community of over 38,809. That's not including visitors and daily commuters. The department operates 24/7, 365 days a year. The primary force is concentrated in the patrol division. We currently have 4 squads, 2 squads during the day, 2 squads during the night shift. They work an average of 10 to 14 hours per shift, depending on the day of the week. The minimum staffing per shift, which has been working understaffed, is 1 sergeant, 3 officers, 2 dispatchers. The rest of the personnel are support staff ranging from motor officers, canine officers, detectives, community outreach, hiring, quality assurance, and other administrative services such as records, evidence, and property, and dispatch. Our 911 dispatch center supports both the police and fire. Calls for service, including emergency medical services. As a public safety answering point, our center operates a 911 system that provides critical aid instructions and coordinated responses to both emergency and non-emergency calls for service. Additionally, the center facilitates assistance to the general public and coordinates mutual aid with our partner agencies, including cross-border collaboration with Mexican authorities. It should be noted that we have maintained the same staffing level for the past 20 years. I came aboard on 2000. Shoot, I forgot when I came aboard. But I've been with the agency 20 years, right? So that's roughly when. 1995, I'm sorry, 1995. I mean, 2005. Since then, a Walmart has opened. We have 17 educational facilities and 4 medical facilities. A total of, this is just on the east side, 2,898 households. That's not including those currently under development and soon 2 hospitals. We have continued to work with the district, the Gadsden and Yuma to provide 3 SROs for whom the appropriate district reimburses a significant portion of their salary. Currently, San Luis PD is operating with 3 squads with 1 sergeant and 2 officers, and a squad at its minimum, which is 1 sergeant and 3 officers, which means we have to pool resources from other areas which deplete and delays other duties and requires us to reassess our services, to reassess our service priorities. Calls for service have increased with demand rising across the city. The department is asked to be everywhere all the time. Staff are asked to do many other things out of the norm and to respond to address duties normally handled by other departments. Personnel still need to make time to train in order to remain sharp, act quickly, stay up to date, and remain safe, professional, calm, and composed. Staff must attend court, including trials, hearings, and grand juries. They still get sick, and for their well-being, they still need time to reset. During the last 2 years, we have hired 20 police officers. This is in the last 2 years. 20 police officers still have less than 2 years of service, and half are still in training. 8 of the 20 have left due to salary deficiencies. So that's 8 out of the 20. Deficiencies and lack of a pay scale. We have hired 9 communication officers, 3 of whom have been with us less than 1 year, and we're still and are still in training, but we have lost a total of 6. Their reason, too much work combined with the schedule and stress, and not enough to offset the pay. Knowing that public safety is generally not a pathway to becoming rich, personnel still needs a home to sleep in, food to eat, transportation, bills to pay, while being asked to do more with less, work long shifts, maintain a great attitude, and make minimal to no mistakes. Personnel are being stretched to their limits, and many have reached their limits, forcing them to look for opportunities elsewhere, not because they want to, but more out of necessity. We currently have 11 positions for police officers and 3 for communications officers open. There's a salary compression issue among 13 employees with 7 to 15 years of service who are receiving the same or just under $1.55 more than the starting rate for a new employee at the same position. 9 out of those 13 employees are in the hiring process with outside agencies. All combined, those nine employees, that is approximately 63 years of experience. They are highly experienced trainers, mentors, and future leaders, full of experience that the department has invested in, and we're in the break of losing good, hardworking people. San Luis PD currently, and for a while, has been the lowest paying agency in the Yuma County and cannot compete with any other agency. Several staff from different divisions were holding back their applications to other agencies. However, they have decided to move forward because they do not see career growth or proper compensation due to the lack of a pay scale. Sadly, this has led staff to have a different image. When I became the chief, it was a total different outcome when we were doing some surveys on our staff, but sadly, this has led staff to have a different image of the department. San Luis PD was recognized for its family-like environment, high-quality equipment, and decent pay. Now everyone in the county knows that and talks about how we are short-staffed, and new officers are easily influenced to move elsewhere, which demoralizes everyone, given the San Luis PD is at the bottom of the county salary list. San Luis PD is again being seen and used as a stepping stone into law enforcement path rather than as a career agency. Approximately takes $10,000 during the first 2 years to train and equip an officer, and depending on the duties and the specialty, between $2,500 and $5,000 every year after that. We're training personnel to lose to other agencies because we're not competitive. The city continues to grow, service costs continue to increase, police response times are beginning to increase, and service are being carefully triaged because we must prioritize based on the call for service. Staff has been told that this was the profession we chose. We do it because we want, and we should be accustomed to it, which I agree. It is a profession we chose, what we love to do, and what we are passionate about. But not everyone can, not everyone is willing, and not everyone is qualified to do what we do. And unfortunately, for some passion for the profession does not pay for the bills. Yet even with understaffing and more personnel still leaving, San Luis PD has continued to thrive through service and engagement with the community. Requests continue to come in for officers to serve other duties as needed, or staff remains resilient and perseveres in finding funding to continue to participate in support of community events and needs. We remain good partners with other departments, generating new ideas to help serve the community and maintain community involvement. Even though morale might be low, officers still participate in every event, city or external. Whenever requested, the department continues to propose and develop new ideas to increase revenue and incentivize staff. I pray that and remain optimistic that our current situation will not go unattended, as we are on the verge of staffing crisis that will result in delayed response times and eventually a heightened risk to community safety. Right, so for that reason, and before I go to the next slide after this, this is our statistical data based on the calls for service. Some of the things that I'm requesting is, obviously we want our employees to be looked into their current salary adjustments, and primarily in those particular employees with 7 to 15 years. Again, if we lose those people, we're losing a lot of experience, we're losing a lot of our current trainers. I'm also asking for the evaluation of based on the responsibilities and change of duties for transit enforcement officers, animal control officers, and classification to change from police communication officers to 911 dispatch. And also the position for accreditation and compliance coordinator, and we're requesting a new position for administrative coordinator. All this was deferred, and I know HR will go through some of the options that we have. So we're excited to hear that. Some of the capital projects being proposed, radar replacement. So this is a 3-year project, $150K per year. Currently, the radios that we have, they have reached their lifetime, so they're no longer being serviced. Once they go down, we have to replace them. They are no longer being repaired. The next couple of projects being proposed, the Upson upgrades and renewals. We're at the end of our 5-year contract. It's $164,296 per year. It's a 5-year contract. The total cost for the contract is $822,488.73. That includes evidence storage, 30 fleet units, 70 body-worn cameras, 70 tasers, licenses, and additional chores for new trainers. This program is very important for the agency, as it creates a record of events. Right, we're able to record all calls for service. We're able to record interviews. We're able to record traffic stops. Any interaction with the public, we're able to record it and keep it. The tasers, it's another tool that we utilize as a less lethal option. Again, all this stuff it helps us maintain better record keeping. It's used for evidence to assist our courts or prosecutors. And also it helps us protect ourselves against liability. The next project is the offsite dispatch console. As we look into the future, we have to prepare for an offsite dispatch console that we can have in the event that there's an emergency and all staff needs to evacuate our current police department. So we're looking into purchasing an offsite dispatch console that will be temporarily located at the substation. That's $30,000 for the new console. The next projects that were deferred, we have already outgrown our storage capacity for the department. We have a lot of equipment that we have in different areas throughout the city, so we're trying to consolidate those items and have it more accessible, better protection. So that's something we're trying to get. So those are some containers and a canopy for those purposes. That's $26,613. We're trying to see if we can obtain another motorcycle. We currently have 4 police motor officers certified. We only have 3, so we're trying to get another one so we can have the 4th motor for that certified officer. That is $46,070. This provides better response. Their primary focus is traffic-related calls, which include traffic collisions and selective traffic enforcement, among other things that we utilize them for. So those last 2 were deferred CIP projects. The next one is because we have continued to find ways to obtain funding. Right now, we're in a good place as far as equipment because of our continuous work trying to get funds. But we did get approved for a grant through the local border support through Arizona DPS, which awarded us $511,383. That's gonna allow us to purchase additional vehicles, e-bikes, a base drone and first responder, and it will help us replace or plate carriers for all our officers. The next one also through a grant. This one was obtained in FY24. We still have some funding left that we're gonna be using before July 1st, 2027. And what we have left is $236,095, which is to complete the tower. Well, not to complete, but move it forward. We're finalizing the cameras in the city, and we're using some of the funding that is left to outfit some of the equipment that we have, some vehicles. All right. With that, does anybody have any questions?
Any questions from City Council?
Hey there, Chief. How many new officers have we received in the last couple of years?
So in the last 2 years, we have hired 20 officers.
20?
20. However, out of those 28 had left.
Do we know where they went? Yuma, Sheriff?
So we want to, I mean, it's all over. So the last one went to Peoria. Before that, 2 to YPD. Before that, 1 to the SO. I'm trying to recall. DPS. 1 to Cocopa. 1 to HSI, or Homeland Security Investigations. And I know I'm missing somebody. And I know among those, 1 was a retire.
Okay. And then
We pay for their training, right, when they come to us? How
We
long
do-
is it that they're staying with us after they get that training? What's
Say-
their contract?
Can you repeat that question? Sorry.
When we pay for officers' trainings, how long are they supposed to stay here with us?
If I'm not mistaken, I think the last contract, is it 2 years? 2 years, correct, yes, 2 years. If we pay for, that's if we pay for the academy,
Okay,
correct? If we pay for the academy, it's 2 years. If not, if it's a lateral from another agency, which we haven't
see,
been able to get
yeah.
for a while, I mean, they pretty much can leave whenever they want.
And typically, how much is the academy?
The academy, it's a little bit over $4,000,
Okay, thank you.
and I think it might be 5,000 right now. Michelle? Okay, 5,000.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions?
Thank you, Chief. I'm just taking some notes here, and it says here, 8 left due to pay, and then we are the lowest, or the San Luis PD is the lowest paid in the county. How are we supposed to attract officers with experience with that pay scale? That's a very difficult position that the city is in. Morale is low. This is something that is not good. When morale is low and those that are committed to serve and protect, this is very saddening to me. You know, 65 officers is what we need. We're at 43, but yet, on the positive side, we are the safest city in Arizona. So with that said, I want to thank you and your department for that excellent award. You know, it's something that not everybody has gotten. I believe we are you are the only ones that have that title. So thank you. But I just really wanted to stress that how are we supposed to compete? So we need to consider that, raising that pay scale.
And just to comment on that, council member, so historically, San Luis has always been catching up to other agencies. In the past, there have been incidents when we are somewhere in the middle as compared to the other agencies. However, this last year and a half, I want to say the last year and a half, we are the lowest. So we're always catching up. We're always trying to catch up, because we never catch up. But we're always trying to catch up. But this year it was different. We're actually the lowest.
Go ahead.
Okay, going along those lines, I'm really glad you brought up the idea or the option of looking into the 7 to 15-year-old, because 15 years of service, because I've been looking a lot into the salaries, especially now that they presented reclassifications and new hires. I've been thinking that, and I saw that most of the employees that we have right now are newly hired employees. The majority are between the 0 to 5 years, and they're really not being impacted because they're coming in with the new salary rates or close to that. And when you said that the ones that are 7 to 15 years old, 7 to 50 years of service, they're really close to the ones coming in, that it's not fair. So I know we talked about this for so long, and the reality is that we're not competitive, right? We're not competitive, we're losing employees, we're losing our citizens, and not just the police department, it's also the fire department, public works, parks, everybody's in the same boat. And I'm looking forward right now or later throughout the day to see what our HR department is going to present, because I'm really looking into pushing forward the 7, 10 or more years up to try to accommodate them more, and not forget, but hold on to those 0 to 5 years that have been working here for the city. They haven't been affected at all. We need to look into those 7, 8, 9, 10, and over. And those are the ones that we need to take care of, because we're not competitive, and we're losing good quality employees, officers, institutional knowledge on every department. And I think that as council members, we need to take a closer look at that, because if we don't do something now, I mean, it's just gonna get worse. So we really need to look into that, and I wanna see what our HR department is. I know yesterday you presented an overview. I didn't really like that, but I have other
questions regarding that, but thank you so much for bringing that option, 7 to 15, because I think it's crucial, and that's the middle point where we're lacking and where we're losing most of our employees. To add to the morale and all the other things that are happening in our community, but I think it's time to take a closer look at that and make sure that our employees are, they get what they deserve, and they're more value, because they are valuable to our community. They're the greatest asset, and we need to pay more attention to that.
Thank you, council members. Chief, have you compared our police department to other police departments across the state with the same or similar population in comparison to like the organization of the department, the positions, and how they're functioning?
Well, the answer is yes, Councilmember. We have looked like departments as like Nogales, others that are border town. However, San Luis is very unique in the fact that we are, as you know, our port is super busy. So our call for service a lot more than such as Nogales. But even comparing to Nogales, they do have a smaller department. Because they're in a different county, their pay scale is a little bit higher than us. But again, they have less. I mean, they do work, but they have less work than we're busy here in San Luis. Even in comparison to, I'm going to use Yuma, larger department, more revenue, more funding coming in, but our calls for service, it's a lot less. We do a lot more. I mean, here in San Luis, and again, not taking away from the work that they do, but we're busy. There's a lot going on. As I mentioned, we're being pulled in all different directions, trying to cover everything that we can. And to be honest, I mean, we fall short because we don't have the staffing to take care of a lot of things. We have a lot of programs. The city has a lot of programs that and I know I have mentioned in the past that we're failing on, that we're neglecting because we just can't reach those programs, and making sure that we're enforcing them, that we're following through on everything we have. So it's sad that we're not able to do that, and we truly want to do it. But I also mentioned that, I mean, we do our best to be responsive of all needs. Going back to your question, we have looked into other agencies, like other police departments.
So you're saying the city of Yuma has less call volumes than the city of San Luis?
In comparison to the size of the department, obviously they have a larger department, more officers, but they do have more calls for service, but they're a larger city. But we're a smaller city with a lot of calls for service and very little officers. It's difficult to maintain that quality of service.
Now, obviously the pay is important. What suggestions do you have to city council regarding, our limited funding sources?
So obviously at this point, I want to be thankful that 2 years ago I was able to get more positions, but in reality we haven't been able to fill those positions because we hire, but we also staff departs from our agency. So I mean, at this point, it would probably be a good idea to reevaluate the current positions that we have left and utilize some of those funds to offset those salaries. That's the only thing I can think of at this point. In reality, going back to our CIP projects, we have been very fortunate that a lot of the grants that we have asked for, we have gotten. So we're in a good place with equipment. We have a lot of patrol vehicles, brand new, but we don't have officers to put them in. So, and we still have the last grant that we received. I mean, we still have other vehicles that are going to be coming in. So equipment-wise, we're in a good place. We need to shift to trying to retain those staff, especially as Councilmember Servin mentioned, and it repeated what I had said, those 7 to 15 years of service. They have a lot of value, a lot of experience, and it would be bad for us to lose them.
Thank you. And I think, like I mentioned yesterday, one of the remarks, we have spent $2 million in the past, and I know that this is not only affecting your department, I know it's also affecting fire, planning and zoning. Every single department is being affected with the salaries, and especially cost of living, just outrageous, right? Everything keeps going on, up and up and up and up, gas prices, food. So I completely understand. And yes, Councilmember Cruz, I think the council has has always been committed to providing for the employees as well. So we'll see what money we move around and what projects don't come to fruition. As you already saw earlier today, 50% of our budget is already going to salaries and employees. So are we gonna increase that to a 60% and 40% projects? Like, that's something we all need to together come up with and say, well, you know what? Let's move an additional 5 million into salaries, or 2 million, and cut all these other projects, because I'm going through the list of the capital projects and everything that is here, and so far I've only been able to highlight 2 that I can say, like, well, I think this we can move to a future year and get some funding from there. But it's hard because we know that all these projects are needed in our community, and this doesn't even include the wants from the public input that we get. So it'll be interesting right now when Human Resources presents the salary adjustments that we can move forward with. But know that we are thankful for the department and keeping us safe. We're always committed to supporting you guys, and I think we've always shown that. So we will continue to do our best to fully fund and to keep you guys at least where we are a little bit competitive in the market. Thank you. Any other questions from?
No, I don't have a question. I just want to highlight for the people in the public who are listening in. Like we said, you guys are doing a great job. Even though we have the lack of manpower, I just want to point out that we're #1 over Surprise, Oro Valley, Queen Creek, Saguarita, Buckeye, Gilbert, Marina, Prescott, and Maricopa. That's very impressive. So for those who are listening and don't appreciate you guys, they should, even though we're lacking some things, but for sure we'll try anything to make sure you guys get the manpower you guys get in the future.
Thank you.
Yes, and I also want to say that I appreciate for you keeping us safe, but at what cost, right? At what cost? So that's what we need to think about. You're keeping us safe, but at what cost? And we will be taking a closer look at that, not just for your department, but for every other department.
And trust me, we do. I mean, I do understand, and I know the rest of the directors understand that the city is not at the greatest position right now. But we definitely need to. We never invest more in our staff, because I mentioned the city is growing, but somebody needs to provide those services. Somebody needs to protect it. So we really need to prioritize.
Thank you.
Thank you. And if you haven't already scanned the QR code and answered question number 2, now is the time to scan that code and answer how can our public safety, police, and fire improve their services to the community. And then as you're doing that, we are going to invite to the podium Development Services, Building Safety and Code Enforcement, Jose Guzman, Director of Development Services.
Just some responses that we've gotten so far is competitive salaries above our market in our area, improving response times, alternate routes for the border traffic like the Levee Road, additional staff at community events, community involvement, more foot patrol, making sure we're fully staffed in both departments, more personnel, They're already doing a good job bringing in more personnel and investing in them, recruitment for more personnel, additional facilities east of town, fully staffed, just some other responses we've gotten so far.
Thank you. Sonia, if you can please put up the presentation for Mr. Guzman.
Good morning, Acting Mayor, council members and staff. All representing the Development Services Department. I'm not going to go deep into specifics, so I'm just gonna go and mention that all these reclassifications are intended to align the roles with the level of work that they are being performed and improve efficiency within each division. Something to note on the background, the image is from the pictometry from 2017, so every couple of years the city does an IGA with the county and other municipalities to provide the high resolution image of the city. So we had the 2017, 2022, and then the 2025, which is the latest. So as I change the slide, you will see the difference in growth on that area. So this is the reclassifications, and as I mentioned, these requests are based to improve the level service. These are the new positions requested and are based on the workload and the need to maintain the service levels and as development activities continue. This also are to promote succession planning and service continuity. And then for the capital projects, these requests support the field operations and improve the overall efficiency, especially the permitting and land use software. I know IT will be requesting a new ERP system for the whole city, which includes the permitting. So we fully support that request. We support any request that serves or improves the continued level of service for the residents, and any request that helps with staff retention, whether it's through salary increases or any incentives. That will conclude my presentation, so I'll be happy to answer any questions.
The GSI technician, we have one already, or is he gonna start, or has he started already, right?
No, we have a GIS analyst.
Analyst, okay.
Yeah, there will be, this is a starting level position.
Okay, and then regarding the software for the land use, how much is that coming out to, you know?
So when I got the quote just for the permitting, I think it was 120, but I know IT will be requesting the full, for the whole city, I think it's 1 million, if I'm correct.
Any other questions? And then out of the things that you requested, Jose, I saw the positions were not proposed to move forward. Is that correct?
Only one position will be the GIS technician.
GIS technician? Okay.
Jose, again, the GIS technician position is a reclassification or it's a new position? I'm trying, it's a reclassification?
When I did the request, I was thinking whether I can get one of the other, because we only have one GIS position doing the work for the whole city. So if the GIS technician wasn't approved, I was asking for that position to be reclassified as a GIS administrator.
To compensate for the job that it's currently doing. Again, the salary comes again because you're trying to pay more your employees by changing their titles and give them a more authority on things that you do to find a way to compensate for the work that they're doing. So, okay, I understand. Thank you.
In terms of growth for the city, compared to the previous year, where are we with like new development?
So last year, there were 280 new residential permits, and up to this current fiscal year, up to this week, we are at 207. However, on the permit fees, last year, I believe we collected 2.5 million, and right now we're at 3.3. Because we're getting more commercial permits, and we get more funding from those.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments, council or staff?
How many staff members do you have in your department?
We're at 10.
10? For the last, you never had, like, when was the last time you had a new employee in your department?
We had changed the position titles, but the number itself, it's been a while.
The same for years?
Yeah.
You even lost
4
track
years.
now?
Yeah, I think it's been the same for 4 years. We
Okay.
lost a position, then we got one, so it ends up in the same number.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much. If there's no other questions, we'll invite Armando Esparza, Economic Development Director and Government Affairs.
Good morning, Acting Mayor, council members, and staff. Armando Esparza, Director of Economic Development and Government Affairs. And this morning, we're going to be presenting the Economic Development Department budget for this upcoming fiscal year. But as part of, putting together the budget, or we started thinking of what the goals for the department are going to be, and how these capital projects and programs that we are going to be funding will support these goals, these SMART goals that we included in the preliminary budget book. And the department came up with 5 goals, and they're tied to the core principles of economic development and what AAD, the Arizona Association of Economic Development, and the International Economic Development Council recommends for economic development teams and organizations to focus on. And the first one is business attraction and investment. We're going to be focusing on attracting new capital, new companies, new employers to our community. And what I told the team is that for this goal, we are going to be acting like salesmen. So we're going to be knocking doors, cold calling. We're going to be going to trade shows. And we do that already at ICSC, but we're going to be expanding that to other conferences in partnership with GYDC. The second goal is business retention and expansion. For this goal, we are going to be acting like customer service representatives. What we're going to be doing is that we're going to be visiting every business in San Luis and trying to know more about how they're doing and how we can assist them either with referrals or in-house assistance. The next one, we are expanding what we're doing with Fuerza Local to an in-house program for small business development and expansion. We're also going to be focusing for goal number 4 on downtown revitalization. And goal number 5 is an increasing grants. So our capital projects are a reflection of these 5 goals. The first project that we will be discussing is a project that we've been working on for about 2 years. With the changes at the federal government, we had been on pause for about 1.5 years while the new administration was reviewing the grants awarded. We received the green light in October to start the US Highway 95 water and sewer line expansion. And this project has been carried over a couple of years, but we're just working through some of the regulations and the requirements of the Economic Development Administration to start this project. This fiscal year, we expect to spend about $90,000 to finalize the design. And starting next fiscal year, we can start construction of this water and sewer line extension that would connect the Meadowcraft building for future employment opportunities at this facility. The second project is a CDBG project that is the completion of Mare Avenue Phase 2. We have completed the southern portion from Nancy Street to Los Oros Street, and Phase 2 is from Nancy Street to County 22nd. We received the bids last week, and we will be taking them to council in the following council meeting. And the bids did come under budget, so these amounts are going to be changing after the council retreat, the budget retreat, because it came under budget, and we might be using the city match first this fiscal year that we have allocated, and the CDBG grant the following year. And this is about $4,850 from CDBG, for this project. The following project is the next phase in that area of road reconstruction. This is going to be through Community Development Block Grant, CDBG, for the special state project. So this project is not something that we are going to be automatically awarded. We're going to have to compete with other projects in the state. The funding opportunity is going to be opening later this year. And if we're awarded, we can start the project probably at some point next year in the spring, kind of the same schedule that we've been following for CDBG projects. This, if we don't get the SSP funding, we will be doing the regional account to do this project again. That is funds that we get every 2 years. Next, moving to downtown San Luis. This project of the downtown drainage infrastructure has been designed for a couple years, and it's a project that will address critical drainage issues in downtown San Luis, and I know that it affects some businesses as they're trying to expand because there is on-site retention requirements that don't allow paving or expansion of their facilities. We are currently working with NADBank to receive a grant from them for $750,000 to complete this project. It's a project right up their alley. Water infrastructure is something that they focus on. So NADBank is currently reviewing all of our documents of the work that the city has already done for this project. And the grant application opens in September, and we should get the funds awarded in January. And the project would take about 12 months to complete. The next project is one that we took to City Council, I believe 2 meetings ago, and this is an ADOT scoping project for future construction of canal paths on the East Main Canal. This, if we're awarded, we would need to do a 5.7% local match, and we're seeking $500,000 for getting the scoping documents to apply for construction funds in the future funding routes. That's a requirement for ADOT to fund these types of projects for pedestrians, bicyclists, and non-motorized transportation methods. And this is based on a similar project that the county was awarded in the previous funding route. If we're awarded, we're going to allocate the match next fiscal year. And the department has been working on putting out to auction about 30 to 35 acres of vacant land on Cesar Chavez Boulevard. This right here is rendering. We hired a consultant to look at leakage data. So he looked at number of people, of residents going elsewhere to shop, eat, where they were going, and what the city could capture in a commercial development. So looking at those numbers, we know that restaurants, hotels, auto purchases, and clothing is some of the highest leakage areas. So part of what the city is doing with the State Land Trust Department is that we're going to be leading the auction process to hopefully have a developer come in and purchase the acres. And it's not hopefully, because the department is taking a more proactive approach, already talking to developers from Phoenix and outside of the state that have made similar investments in Arizona. And this year we just completed the initial step, which is submitting the application to the department, and $28,000 is going to carry over to complete the remaining studies, which is the Alta survey, the Phase 2 environmental, the appraisal, and advertisement of the auction. When this development goes to auction, there is opportunity for the city to purchase either one or all the parcels of the development. What the department is doing is that we are preparing for two scenarios in this situation. The first one is, and I think the best case scenario would be to have a master developer purchase the 30 acres, and then they develop it over time. But we know that that might not be possible. So another option is to have multiple developers purchase maybe the northwest parcel, maybe the southwest, and another one purchases the remainder, or doing a mix like that. Now, there is an opportunity for the city to purchase some of the land and then flip it and sell it for a profit. If that's something that the city would like to do, we are estimating that from similar auctions recently, that an acre would go from 120 to 150,000. And these are 30 acres. Now, the department has been doing a lot of work on establishing the public art program, and we have submitted a couple of grants to fund public art in the downtown. The first project that we submitted is to GM on Main Street. This is a grant by General Motors that funds public art or public installations that reduce traffic accidents, pedestrian accidents on main streets. So working with Public Works and Parks and Recreation, we identified that the Main and B Street intersection would be a good location for doing some sort of art that would calm traffic and reduce hazards for pedestrians. So we should hear back from this grant, or both grants, by next month if we're awarded. The second one is from T-Mobile. It's a hometown grant, and working with parks, we would like to have well site number 1, as Eulogio mentioned, was the first well site of the community. And what we're thinking is doing a mural all around the well sites and having it be what they call like a pocket park. That would be like a heritage park where residents can learn about the foundation of the city, the first well site, and turn this abandoned infrastructure and sort of a activation place for the community to come and learn and see art in, again, the downtown area that we're trying to reactivate. The other program that we requested to have some matching funds and city funds is for the Historic Preservation and Revitalization Initiative. Recently, we went to a conference for investment and funding programs for economic development projects. And if there are some blighted and older structures that owners want to revitalize, there is federal and tax incentives where if they choose to redevelop, and let's say it costs $1 million, right, to redevelop, and they're part of a historic district, and their property contributes to the historic district as they're securing their financing for the redevelopment, they can sell those tax credits to the bank, and they can get the capital to kickstart the development. So the department is working with a couple of foundations and Campesinos Sin Fronteras to start looking at the national designation to the districts as a tool for redevelopment and reinvestment into older properties. The good thing about the incentives and the programs is that they have to be income-producing properties. So it cannot be someone's house that they're gonna be living there. So let's say that it's a house that's gonna turn into a restaurant or a coffee shop or a bookstore or even a rental property. So right now, since we don't have a property tax, turning those into income-producing has the potential to have them generating sales tax. And then finally, we are also investing in small business development programs. We're going to be partnering with the Small Business Development Center to provide additional programs and events and networking opportunities for small businesses in San Luis. And we're also going to be finishing up our cohort number 3 for Fuerza Local and just having 5,000 carrying over for the next fiscal year. We are also partnering with parks to seek funding for a data and business intelligence software called Placer AI. As I mentioned previously with the Cesar Chavez development, a lot of the data that came from the collection of leakage and where residents are going came from this program. So this program allows us as a department to know where residents are going to spend, where they come from, what their income levels is, and it just helps us put together our talking points and our story as we're talking to outside investors and retailers. But for parks, I think it's also going to be valuable to understand where people come from for the Asado and Brewfest, the 4th of July, but also where are they spending when they come here from outside, or if it's a resident that was going to stay home, maybe they are out spending. So this is data that can help us better understand the community and sell to outside investors and prospective retailers. Okay, the last project that I would like to talk about is that this is a project that we requested, but we were not funded for, but I think that it is really valuable for the community, especially a community like us that is growing. When we go out to talk to other communities, other directors, other staff in economic development, there's some communities that we talk to them like, well, what do you have going on? And they say, well, we're a small community and our population is shrinking and our employers are, our main employers are leaving, they're closing. So, that's kind of our problem, right? Or other communities, that are mostly suburban. We just want to attract, retail and services for our bedroom community. So when I talk to them about what we have going on in San Luis is that we have a little bit of everything, right? If you think about it, we have land that's available for industrial development. And then we have a lot of leakage that needs for commercial development. Then we also have a lot of needs for infrastructure that support economic development. We have a young population that I'm sure would like to start businesses and needs, the resources to make sure that they're successful. So for us, we're a community that has to do, economic development-wise, has to do it all. We have a downtown, that has a lot of potential for reinvestment. Some communities do not have that. So strategic plan, especially now that we're growing and that we have a lot of potential for outside investment to come, is very important because it, one, shows that there is commitment and that economic development is a priority as we're talking to developers, industrial, commercial, but it also shows the community that this is the priorities that we are investing in, and if we complete these, this is what the community can look like in the economic development sense. And it just tells a good story of how everything that's already happening works together to get us to where we want to be in 5 years. So council, if this is something that you can consider for economic development strategic plan, we are proposing, similar to what engineering is doing, to split it over 2 years, 50,000 one fiscal year, 50,000 the following fiscal year, to kind of put everything together to lay out how we can achieve the goals that the department laid out, and that we can show the community what, in the economic development sense, what we're doing. Open to any questions.
Thank you so much, Armando. I think the work that economic development has been doing is great for our community, for our business owners, Fuerza Local. I hear a lot of great comments from the people, more people interested in joining part of this this program or these new cohorts to expand on small businesses across our community. Council members, I don't know if you have any questions or comments.
Quick question, Bichu Lisette. Last week we attended a meeting for the opportunity zones. Can you explain upon that and if that ties into this plan that you just presented to us?
Yes, that's a good question. I'll actually be taking the full information to council in the upcoming session, but really briefly, this is a federal program that designates certain census tracts that are low income as opportunity zones, meaning that if someone has capital gains, so if they sold a property, they sold a business, and they don't want to pay taxes, they can reinvest into businesses, parcels, developments in the low income census tracts, and get tax benefits at the end when they exit the investment. And yes, I think that part of the strategic plan is going to be how we can maximize those investment or those opportunities, because last time this is a reauthorization of a program that already exists. I don't think that a lot of rural communities saw benefits or investments from it.
Thank you. Councilmember Servin?
Yes. I just want to say again, Armando, I love the work that you're doing and what your team is doing as well. You're pretty much giving San Luis a different face, a future, and I really like that. I like the idea of the roadmap that you just mentioned right now, having the strategic plan, the master plan, I think is really important, not just for water, sewer, and also for economic development. I think also Parks and Rec should have a master plan as well. It's just, we really need to look into those things, and I appreciate that all of you are coming up with this vision ahead of us, and we're moving from catching up to knowing where we're going, and that's what I'm looking for with this roadmap. I really agree that we should look into having to implement it at least 50-50 like the other department is doing. I think it's a great start, and like I said, I really appreciate you having the vision and moving us forward from, I know police chief said right now we're trying to catch up, and we want to move away from that. We want to know where we're going, and this helps us as city council, because when our constituents tell us, what are you doing? A lot of the things that we do on infrastructure and other things underground, they don't get to see that. They only see
what we all see, right? Parks, green, vehicles, officers, events, they get to see that kind of stuff, but they don't see all the investment that we put underground. And when we have a roadmap, when we have a strategic plan or a master plan, that helps us communicate the message to our community, and that helps us to project that image, that message when we want, again, property tax, right? I just gonna keep looking at that because that's something that I really wanna look forward into coming the next fiscal year. And all this roadmaps helps us to provide a vision to our community. So I really appreciate, again, that you're doing this. Same with the engineering department, Public Works, and also Parks and Rec. I think they should also have a master plan. I don't know if they have that in their presentation, but if they do, kudos to them if they're thinking ahead. But for right now, I just want to say thank you.
Thank you. I forgot to mention that APS does fund strategic plans for economic development, and they already know that the city is looking. We have one that was put together 2014, Jenny, or a long time ago. Yeah. So it's outdated, and I think we need to. The community is changing so fast that we should have an update. I think the best practice is to update it every 5 years. But APS does fund partially, so it's 100,000 we're requesting, but it might come under with APS funding.
Did we request for APS funding already, or?
They know about as a department wanting to do a strategic plan, but they need to see a quote, know how much the city is investing in the plan, and depending on available funding, they might do 20,000, might do 25,000, 15,000. It all depends on kind of what the city's doing, because APS understands that if we're investing in industrial growth, it's more customers for them, so that's something that they invest.
So you need 100,000, and it said in 2 years, 50 and 50?
Yes.
Good to know. Thank you. Go ahead, Councilmember Cruz.
Thank you, Acting Chair Cabrera. I loved your presentation. The vision that you have for San Luis is just amazing. I just kind of was iffy on the Placer AI location platform. For some people, it's just like you're tracking their location and they're just gonna be focused on that. Like, that's my personal space. I know you're using it for economic development, but I know a lot of people don't like that, so I just wanted to voice that out.
Thank you.
Can you share a little bit more what Placer AI is?
Yes, Placer AI is, it's probably the most used data and business intelligence software. We see them at ICSC, and they're always connecting with us, but their data is basically sourced from location data on cell phones, and they can see information of who's coming into our community, where they're spending, where they're coming from, where they're going after, and it just creates a good story to tell to retailers, and I think it can help internally for Parks and Rec as well. We do get this, GYDC has this software, and they are able to provide the data to us, but we don't have an account directly with them. And the real data comes from when you log in and get to play with the data and export what's most valuable to you. So that's also an option to keep doing what we're doing and just keep working with GYDC.
Thank you. Any other questions from staff or council? If not, then thank you so much, Mr. Esparza. We'll go ahead and move on with question number 3, and you can scan the QR code again to submit your responses. The question is, what can the city of San Luis do to improve the quality of life for its residents?
Thank you for participating. We can proceed with the next presentation.
The next presentation is from our municipal court by Julissa Alejandra Peru, Court Administrator.
Good afternoon, all. My name is Alejandra Peru, and I am the Court Administrator for San Luis Municipal Court. And this is my first time presenting, so please bear with me. Aye. Okay, so for the functions of the municipal court are to serve as the judicial branch for the local city governance and are integral to the local community, often providing the public's most frequent interaction with the justice system. So I do want to make my presentation a little bit more interactive. So by show of hands, how many of you are aware of the 3 branches of government? Yeah, okay. So the city government entities are also breaking down into the 3 branches. We have the executive branch, which is led by the city administrator. Her roles are to manage the day-to-day operations. Next, we have the legislative branch, which is led by the mayor and the city council. Primarily, they're responsible for adopting budgets and passing ordinances and representing the interests of our residents. Lastly, the judicial branch, which is the court, is the 3rd branch of the government for the city. And as the chief judicial officer, the judge is responsible for ensuring that all violations are handled fairly and in strict accordance with law. While we all work for the same community, these boundaries ensure a system of balance. Okay. Bye. Okay. So understanding these distinct roles is key to a healthy working relationship between the city and the court. On one hand, the court has a professional responsibility to be a good steward of public funds. On the other hand, the city has a mandate to ensure that the court can function properly. Now, how many of you guys know or are aware of what your Miranda rights are? By show of hand. Okay, so if you've ever seen a cop show and they say when a person is being arrested, they'll say you have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you in the court of law. Police agencies are required to provide those Miranda rights to ensure your 5th constitutional right of self-incrimination. That came to be due to a case law ruling. Sorry. Now, a case law ruling is not a statute, but it is considered a law that everyone is to abide by. And it's a law passed essentially through the judiciary and not through the legislative. Okay, so I'm going to read some of the court's responsibilities and the city's responsibilities and roles. So the municipal court must follow city or town expenditure procedures. Now the city is responsible that the budget process must yield funding necessary for the proper operation of the court. The local government must defer to the judge's determination of the financial needs of the court and the advisability of implementing any recommendations unless the judge's determination is arbitrary, capricious, or unreasonable. Additionally, court should be mindful if a municipality is experiencing a fiscal deficit or shortfall and work cooperatively with the municipality to achieve mutual agreeable solutions. Now, I brought case law into the beginning of this slide as a leeway to foreshow the Maricopa County versus Dan case law ruling, which is where the Supreme Court held that courts have a right to necessary personnel to carry out the court's constitutional and statutory duties, and that legislative bodies have the duty of approving personnel requests unless there's a clear showing that the judges acted unreasonably, arbitrary, or capricious in the making of the request. Now, if the court follows the funding authority policies and is still denied adequate staff or facilities, the court may, through its inherent powers, order the funding authority to provide for adequate staff or facilities. I have provided the roles and responsibilities in the folder I provided for council members if you would like to reference them. Okay, so at this time, the San Luis Municipal Court is requesting a new chief court clerk position. And this is to delegate tasks between the civil and criminal departments. This would provide targeted training, support, and focus of each department's distinct processing needs. So in essence, the municipal courts have jurisdiction to see local ordinances, civil traffic violations, criminal traffic violations, misdemeanor offenses, orders of protection. Now, all of those have their distinct rules in which they are to fall under, in sense of how they're being processed within the court. With that in mind, we currently have one chief clerk responsible for handling both departments. I was made aware that the last time that the court had a new position was in 2002. I did a little bit of research as well, and I was able to locate that within the last decade, the court has been allocated 2 clerical positions. If we were to be allotted this position, this would immediately alleviate the existing operational burden, enable the strategic distribution and critical workload and enhancement of the quality work. And this would be achieved by the mitigation of operations with the drive of efficiency. Crucially, this added capacity would facilitate dedicated efforts to address and resolve the year's worth of outstanding operational backlog. Also, having more supervision can drastically reduce the potential of errors in case management and reporting, therefore safeguarding the city against potential future liabilities. Okay, so in the next few slides, I want to walk you through the specific challenges the court is facing now. My goal is to show you that our request for additional resources is grounded in real operational necessity and based on the data. Currently, we are facing 2 mounting pressures, a consistent rise in new filings, and an ongoing commitment to resolving our backlogged cases. When you combine those, we are looking at an average of annual workload of 6,280 cases. For our current team, that has reached an unsustainable level. It results in each clerk managing an average of 1,047 cases, which is significantly higher workload than what you will find in other municipal courts across the county. So, council members, I provided you with a flow chart. On there, it shows the stages on which the case types that the municipal court handles. You will see the criminal traffic violation. Criminal traffic could be like criminal speeding, DUIs. Now, I also put the misdemeanor case flow chart, and that may be like shoplifting. And then I also attached the civil traffic flow chart. So if at any event the case stalls in any of these stages, that case is then in limbo until it's resolved, meaning we see an increase of filings and we still have to address these inherited cases that have not been resolved to the closed portion of it. So every year we continue to see an increase of workload, and it's not necessarily that we're not operating, it's the inheritance of cases. We have an estimated backlog of 40 years. Okay, so I did a analysis. So in the addition to the caseload, when you look at the security and service demands across the Yuma County, our court stands out. We have the third highest number of people walking through our doors, averaging 62 patrons every day for the past 2 years. It is important to note that our operational requirements differ significantly from the other courts shown here. For example, while other courts may refer payment plans to JAU, our staff creates and monitors all payment plans internally. Furthermore, while other jurisdictions frequently transfer qualifying cases to Superior Court, we manage our cases from start to finish. This is exactly why our patron volume is so high, and as we remain the primary contact for the community throughout the entire legal process. So as you can see, we're quite busy. The first ranking court is the Yuma Justice Center, which houses Superior Court, JP1, the Law Library, JU, and the Clerk's Office. Following that is the Juvenile Court, and then San Luis Municipal Court. Okay. So, some of the backlog that we were wanting to address are these specific targeted areas, which is the criminal records compliance, which is where we have over 8,000 open dispositions. So all council members received one folder, and now multiply that by 8,000, that's just addressing the backlog. That means that we physically have to retrieve and locate the file and update the sentencing disposition report, send it to DPS, and wait until we have a response to see if it was successful or not. And that adds to our caseload, which is not addressed within the 6,000 that I mentioned earlier. Also, the warrant review and validation. This is reviewing warrants that may be issued. We do have legislative updates that may not qualify for a warrant to still be active. We also have the property and evidence destruction of property and issuance of property release orders. This affects the PD. I'm aware that they're wanting to get rid of some of the evidence. That puts a burden on both on the prosecutor and the court to be able to provide those orders to release that property. Now the expungement program, we received a training on Monday where we were notified that we have potentially 900 filings that may qualify for expungements. Now, I do want to, so due to the interdependence nature of the court, the police department, and the prosecutor's office, the efficiency of one entity directly impacts the effectiveness of the other two. Recognizing this, we have received formal letters of support from both the police chief and the city prosecutor. I'm aware that I have 5 minutes left. If I can be provided an extension, this is the first time we've been allowed to present to council, and I've had quite a bit of information that has been collected over the past few years. I'm not sure if that's allowed.
Yes, that's fine. We just try to maintain to a schedule so that everybody presents the information that they have. Maybe if you could do a little bit faster throughout the slides, but yeah, we would like to hear all the information you have.
Thank you. I'll speed up. Okay, so to quote Chief Reynoso, as the police department continues to grow, the municipal court should also increase its staff, including supervisory positions, to remain effective and manage its span of control. To quote city prosecutor, approving the court's request is in the interest of the city and the broader justice system. This consensus highlights our requests. It's not just for the court benefit, but for the health of the entire justice system. When all three entities of public safety are appropriately funded and staffed, it ensures the entire system remains balanced and every agency can meet its legal obligations. This position, like I mentioned earlier, we do have a chief court clerk position currently. We are asking that it be reclassified to meet market reality, but also to match the current responsibilities that she has. We are asking for our initial request was for $25.96, 96 cents an hour, which reflects market midpoints. We're willing to negotiate that for $24.10 to meet the prosecutor's paralegal rate, which would provide a parity with already the city standard. With this classification, what we're wanting to do is to compensate her for the responsibilities that she has. For the court administrator, we were wanting to do that as well, but our focus is on the operational portion of the court, so we will not be enforcing this request or asking to be considered at this time. I did conduct an internal salary study where I compared other municipal courts around the state of Arizona, primarily Kingman, Oro Valley, Tolson, and Sedona. This allowed us to establish a baseline, and we exceeded in the average filings and then the average filings per clerk. We also compared their salaries, and there is a disparity of $6.31, which equates to a 28 gap for the chief court clerk position, and for the court administrator equates to a 15.44 gap. I did include the other court positions to showcase how relatively competitive the city is. Now, at this time, we are asking the city to invest in its judicial branch to ensure long-term operational compliance. Every 10 years, the Administrative Office of the Courts conducts a mandatory operational review. Our last audit was in 2017, meaning our next major review is scheduled for 2027, which is next year. Securing the essential staff now is a proactive approach that will allow us to properly prepare for this audit. It is also worth noting that the court's budget currently accounts for less than 1% of the overall city's budget, making this a modest investment with a significant impact in the city's justice system. Now, for the funding portion of this, ARS 22-44E permits the city to establish and assess fees for the core programs and services, which is then foreseen in our local ordinance that allows us to establish fees, but also a fund for special revenues. So the municipal court is requesting the authorization of a chief court clerk position and a market alignment salary study for the chief court clerk position to support the city's current financial objectives. We are proposing to utilize the municipal court fund, which is a restricted account generated through court fees, to cover the initial investment. We will allocate $7,311 for a new chief court clerk position, which will represent the full starting salary, including the market alignment adjustment, and an additional $5,763 to cover the salary adjustment for the current chief court clerk position. This is a total, the court will cover a total of $76,074 to facilitate this leadership transition. This approach allows the city to integrate these vital leadership enhancements with zero immediate impact on the general fund. Following the initial self-funded period, these personnel costs will be absorbed by the city general fund so both the position and the increase were not, they were deferred, and we're asking the council's approval to invest our own generated revenue to ensure we're properly staffed for the upcoming audit. Now with the capital improvement plan, our CIP also was deferred for a new courthouse. I know that this is a historic building, and many have it's a sentimental value to the city. I'm aware that many of you may have started your career in this building, but to be able to sustain the building is costing a lot of money. It also takes away from my resources and time to dedicate. I can address our core operational needs because my time and resources are delegated to maintaining the building. So I have shown some of the pictures that I've taken of the courthouse. I do want to mention that our courtroom does often meet the max capacity. We've had to have our jury trials at a different court because we cannot summon the jurors that are necessary. There's the encapsulation of the asbestos. The building was multi-faceted with different offices. We also see that the roof is in need of replacement. Because of the moisture of the leakage, we experienced termites. We have limited space for our staff. Some of our exterior doors, we recently had an incident where the frames of the doors had to be replaced because we had a patron that was able to go into the judge's chamber, which is a restricted area, and that's due because the doors do not close properly. I do want to mention that that facilities has done a marvelous work. Honestly, I would like to publicly thank Yoli and her team. They are at the courthouse at least 2 to 3 days out of the week with different things that are occurring. We also don't have an operational holding cell. So this results in officers bringing detainees through a shared area, which is the lobby, and that poses a security risk for the public, the officers, the detainee, and the judicial staff. Also, we don't meet the ADA compliance requisites. We don't have a fire suppression system nor a fire alarm system. We also don't have any communication with the south side of the building, meaning if something were to occur on either sides of the building, we cannot communicate to inform them if something is occurring, if there's an active shooter, if there's a fire, if there's an emergency. There's no PA system, there's no alarm. So yes, let me see. So we are asking for a new courthouse. We're asking for it to be ADA compliant, for it to enhance security, and for it to be asbestos free. Let me just go back a minute. The courthouse, sorry, I'm going the wrong way. The courthouse would serve as the city's justice center, housing the court, the prosecutor's office, and victim advocacy agency. So it wouldn't just be beneficial for one department, it would benefit another department. I know that in the other presentations, it was discussed about the vision that the departments have. Our vision for the court is to be able to provide services for the community, like community restitution programs, having adult probation department to supervise probation, and also being able to refer cases that qualify to the Superior Court for these specialty courts. For instance, if there is a defendant that was cited for public urination, that is a criminal offense. But let's say that this defendant was unhoused, and the public restrooms were closed, and he wasn't able to have access to a business restroom. If I'm just giving an example, they may qualify to be referred to the homeless court at Superior Court, where instead of it's a more restorative justice process, where they may be able to give them the resources like housing, different resources that our current court does not provide. So that's what we're wanting to do for the community. The funding, again, the design, we were proposing to use our court special revenue fund to have the design. I know that it's a big ask. I know that everything else would have to be funded through the general budget. But we are willing and wanting to invest our own money to offset some of those expenses. This one is also part of the CIP, but this one we already got grant money. I just put it because we were required because it exceeds the threshold. But we have the grant money, and this is on schedule for June 5th for implementation. Are there any questions? And I do apologize for exceeding my time.
Thank you so much, Alejandra, for the information. I think it's very valuable information that you provided to all of us today. Just a question regarding the salary compensation adjustments that you presented. Was that in conjunction with Human Resources, or is that done by yourself?
So, Adela, correct me if I'm wrong, but I was informed that the salary study that the city did was done by reviewing the job descriptions, and the job description for the chief court clerk position is outdated. It didn't reference her supervisory roles. It didn't reference her accounting responsibilities. It didn't reference her chief of staff responsibilities. And primarily, we do want to have her current roles and responsibilities reflected in her pay. So I did an internal salary study, which I based it by the filings a court has within municipal courts around the state. And I did a comparison and to the job description equitable to the one that she currently has.
Thank you. And then we can tap into that special fund you said. We have to commit the $6 million. Like, how do we know it is going to be $6.8 million for the new courthouse?
I don't know that. These are just estimations. These are projections on a 3 to 5% increase, which is what we were told by the engineering firm that we asked a quote for.
Okay. I mean, that picture you displayed was a beautiful courthouse, right? But just to have accurate numbers and to know what we were committing to. But so the $238,000 or $238,000, those are for the design only?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
If it takes 3 to 4 years, our special revenue fund will continue to increase, and it can be something that we can revisit, where we may be able to offset some of the operational costs, such as like desks, computers, systems. We've done a proactive approach by implementing the court technology fee to be able to invest in a different system, a JAV system. So we are being proactive on how we find funding, and we are willing to work with the city to get the new courthouse.
Thank you. Any questions from council?
Yes, the grant that you mentioned, how much is the grant for?
For the network, I think it's a little under $30K. It's already been funded. It's gone through council approval, and it's been contracted, and it should be completed by June 5th. So the court has a city network and a state network. We operate all of our operations from our state network, which has a relatively slow network system, which creates a delay when we have remote hearings or when we're trying to access multiple pages on the internet. We do have to have different systems to operate as a core.
Okay, and then also going back to the chief clerk, your salary recommendation, you guys are asking for $24 an hour. County of Yuma and Chandler, County of Yuma is $20 an hour, Chandler's 21. Why are we asking for more? I understand because you said the job description, but I read the other job descriptions are about exactly the same. As well as the court administrator, we're asking a little bit more than what the actual average is. So is that what you guys did internally with that study you did? How did you guys pull that information for that study?
Thank you. That's a really good question. So as I mentioned earlier, every city has labels their jobs a different title. So Darlene, our chief clerk, her position isn't, a chief clerk is is the person responsible for the courtroom operations. So she would only oversee that. But she currently is the accountant. She enters all the requisitions. She's a deputy court administrator. She attends meetings when the judge and I are not available. She is the chief of staff. She supervises 6 clerk members or team members. So it encompasses many different positions, and instead of having more positions, we are wanting to compensate the rate and that responsibility among 2 chief clerks.
Okay, thank you.
Go ahead, Councilmember Servin.
Looking at me. Okay, I see that.
I think it's on. Mhm.
Ahí está, ya. Para los que no oyeron, dije, qué naca. Okay, I see that the new courthouse is in the 5-year capital plan, and you mentioned some of the funding sources. Do you have any idea, I mean, besides the courthouse and the city, what other funding sources you can tap into to make it possible? That's one question. And then my second question is, have you identified a location, or do you have a building to build this new courthouse?
Okay, thank you. Really good questions. I've done extensive research as to what other funding resources we may have. There is a rural core grant, but unfortunately, a rural core definition is if the population is under 20K. We exceed that, so we don't qualify for the grant. There is also grants for federal courts, which we're not a federal court, so we don't qualify for it. The state puts grants available for different operational needs a court may have, which is some of the ones that we've applied and have received funding for. And for the location, I have attached the CIP requisition that we entered in your packet. So in there, we are requesting the location that is next to the police station. And this is to also facilitate the operations between the police department and the court. So if there's citations, warrants, different things that need to be retrieved, we can do so close by.
Okay, all right, thank you. And then also you mentioned that the court has 4 years of workload or cases that you guys are behind, right? Due to lack of staff, or, my actual question is, have you evaluated those cases and have you determined what type of cases are they?
Yes, so we have 40 years of backlog.
Oh, okay.
And just
40,
to,
not 4?
Yes.
Oh, I thought you said 4.
No, it would
it's
take
40?
4 years to resolve one aspect of the backlog. So the DPS, open dispositions, those are criminal histories that Department of Public Safety sees when running a background check or to see if, for instance, a prosecutor wants to up a charge. However, 8,000 of those are not correct. That would take my current staff 3 to 4 years to rectify, addition to all of the workload that they have.
Wow. Also, I've heard that Judge Harper was helping our municipal court. Is she still doing that? Is that helping you with those cases, or just running the court as normal day-to-day operations? Is she still helping you?
Thank you for bringing that up. With the judicial transition of Judge Figueroa being appointed to JP1, we have had the assistance of 3 different courts in the county: Yuma Muni, or Yuma Municipal Court, Somerton Municipal Court, and JP2 at Judge Harper. All of them, because of our high case volumes, they have all agreed to be assigned to one case type. So Yuma Municipal Court is handling arraignments or in custodies. Somerton Municipal Court is handling our civil traffic and post-adjudication compliance hearings. JP2 is handling all of our sentencing and case status. So all 3 of them have agreed to, these are just assessing or assisting with the current docket. And I am extremely grateful for them because they're not being compensated. And that speaks volumes. They haven't even been ordered by the Superior Court to come and assist.
Yeah, I was gonna ask you how they were being compensated, because I know they've been working and helping you, and it's just, I haven't heard that they've been getting any pay for that.
They're not.
How long are they gonna be doing that? Are they committed to a certain time to continue to do that, or?
I have not been made aware if the magistrate position has been filled. Even if the magistrate position is filled, the new presiding magistrate would have to go through certain shadowing and training before they're able to sit on the bench. So even if we were to get a judge tomorrow, it may be another month or 2. We are considering using our special revenue to compensate some of those judges, even if there's a conflict of interest.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Thank you so much. Councilmember Cruz?
Thank you, Alejandra, for that presentation. There's so many needs that the courthouse has. You know, just to touch on some of them, it says the holding cells located on the south side. You can't communicate properly with them. Exterior doors not opening or closing automatically. That's such a safety risk. My question or comment would be, could we use the ACT center, the call center, for maybe future use of the courthouse? So that's something that I just wanted to comment. I know that this is a historical courthouse, but the needs are great. These are great needs. And if maybe we can look into that to help ease some of these burdens that you are going through. And that's all I wanted to comment.
Thank you. Yes, we're open to any suggestions in regards to operations. I know that the reason why we had suggested the law next to the police department, it would be to facilitate that relationship and to alleviate some of the resources that we take away from the police department. We don't have someone that serves residents here in San Luis, which is something that we see because the post office doesn't do certified mail unless they're assigned to that mailbox. We are using some other staff to serve summons. So again, they're doing us the favor of doing that, and we're taking resources away from them, and you know, that relationship amongst the prosecutor and the police department are very important to the court.
Thank you, and I think we all can agree that we definitely do need a new courthouse in our community. So we're gonna have to start brainstorming throughout our next presentations and our break, so to see what we can do to make this a reality. But if there's no other questions, Alejandra, thank you so
Thank
much
you.
for your presentation and all the information.
I just want to ask one more question. On the land that you suggested here next to the police department, do we own that land already?
Yes,
It's my
we do.
understanding
Is
that
that-
yes.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Okay, so thank you so much, Alejandra, for the presentation. And we will continue with the presentation from, well, it's going to be for the city attorney and the city prosecutor by Jenny Torres, the city manager, and Amanda Mann, our prosecutor.
Good afternoon. I will be presenting on behalf of the attorney's office. And we only have one request, which is the assistant city attorney. Our intent is to continue to do recruitment for the in-house attorney and to have an assistant, because we want to make sure if at one point, as we have right now, if they leave, we want to make sure we have a backup. And so that is the only request for the city attorney. Questions?
Do we have any leads for attorneys or assistant attorneys through the recruitment process?
I think Adela might be able to answer that.
You said if we have any leads currently. There's a couple of candidates that are possibilities. So we're gonna look into scheduling interviews and see if they can be viable.
Thank you.
Is the salary that is being proposed competitive?
We're lower, because we have to look at our internal structure. I know that in talking to finance and administration, we are willing to go higher than what is the current practice about bringing employees in at the beginning of the range. So we are considering that.
Okay, is this position to be in the office, or is it a remote position? Is there any flexibility to the positions to make it more attractive for the person to want to work for the city?
We have tried doing that and it didn't work. And so our intent is to have an in-house attorney.
Any other questions? Thank you so much, Ms. Torres.
Good afternoon. I'm Amanda Watlington, the city prosecutor. And we don't have any requests for this year. I was just going to go over basically what my office does. I handle misdemeanors within the city limits that are investigated by San Luis PD, and occasionally cases from the Registrar of Contractors for contracting without a license. And then we notify victims of their rights and help them to exercise those rights. And in the last few years, we've had an increase in cases. In 2023, we had 419 cases that were actually filed. In 2024, it was 454. And then in 2025, it went up to 484. And then I messed up the next slide. It was supposed to show how, oh, no, I didn't mess it up. A few weeks ago, the number of cases from January 1st through April 6th was 32 higher than it was the year before that, and it just keeps going up. So I anticipate that the caseload will be even higher this year. And last year we did 6 bench trials, 1 jury trial, 1 petition for post-conviction relief, which is like an appeal. We took 8 conflict cases from other cities and counties, sent 10 conflicts to other cities and counties, reviewed 129 long forms, which is when the police don't file charges themselves. I have to review it and decide whether or not to file charges. We converted 80 of our warrant files that were old paper files to the case management system so that they're paperless once the person is picked up on the warrant. We got new flooring installed, got access to the system that lets us update criminal histories with DPS. got access to a different DPS website so we can get lab results. And then I wrote out procedures for the major steps of processing cases for staff. Any questions? Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. At this time, we'll have Sonia Cornelio, our city clerk, present for the city clerk department.
Good afternoon. I promise I will be brief. The Public Works Department only gave me 1 minute, but I think I need only 3. Okay, so the city clerk's office is requesting a full-time deputy city clerk. I want to thank you for the opportunity to briefly outline why funding the deputy city clerk is not only justified, but also necessary for the department to continue operating responsibly and in full compliance with statutory requirements. The city clerk's office is currently operating at full capacity with the same staff from the past 5 years. The volume of legally mandated responsibilities, including agenda preparation, public meeting administration, statutory posting deadlines, records management, and election support, has grown significantly, and it will continue to grow as our city expands. We have reached a point where the existing staff structure cannot sustain this workload without risking delays or compliance challenges. These are not tasks that we can postpone or deprioritize. They are statutory requirements with strict deadlines and zero margin for error. A missed posting deadline, a delayed agenda, or an administrative oversight can result in legal challenges, disrupt city business, and undermine public trust. With our current staffing levels, even a single absence or a high volume week puts us in a liable position. A deputy city clerk would directly enhance our ability to meet these obligations. This position offers immediate benefits and ensures continuity of operations, reinforces compliance, and provides critical support for agendas, public meetings, elections, and boards and commissions. It creates stability in an office that is foundational to a transparent and accountable government. For an annual investment of approximately $107,100, the city secures essential operational stability, strengthened compliance, and a more resilient administrative foundation. This request is not simply an addition of staff. It is a necessary safeguard for the integrity of our legislative processes and a clear commitment to maintaining the level of service our community expects. Like some of the previous departments have stated, we understand the financial constraints. However, approving this position is a necessary forward-driven step that keeps the city clerk's office operating without delays, mistakes, or compliance risks. It ensures we continue to deliver reliable, high-quality service without interruption and firmly positions the city of San Luis to meet its growing demands in a responsible and lawful manner. That concludes my presentation. Thank you for your time and considering this request. I'll be happy to answer any questions or for any input you might have.
Thank you so much, Sonia. Are there any questions from council? Hearing,
Sorry.
Go ahead.
Sonia, is this position, you said a full-time position, have you thought about starting with a part-time position, or no, it's definitely a full-time what you need?
Acting Mayor, Councilmember Servin, we have not thought about starting with a part-timer because it would not really enhance the department the way we really needed to. So we are going with everything. We want a full-time position.
Okay, thank you.
How many years have you been requesting for another deputy city clerk?
This is something that we considered last year, but because there was no budget retreat, you can consider this the first time, but it's the second time.
Quick question. So this is an addition, correct? Adding a city clerk?
That is correct.
Okay, and what is the average pay throughout the state for a city clerk, deputy city clerk?
My research, well, it all depends on the population of the city, but it's an average starting hourly salary of maybe $35 an hour.
Because I looked it up and I was seeing that Tucson's average was about $51,000 a year, so that's why I was asking for.
Let me just clarify that the $107,100, that's with benefits.
Okay, that makes more sense. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you for your presentation, Sonia. If there are no other questions, then we will move to recess the budget retreat for a lunch break, and we will be back at approximately 1:30. Thank you. Good afternoon. I'm going to reconvene back our budget retreat, day 2, and we will continue with our budget presentations. Our next presentation is going to be Angelica Roldan, Parks and Recreation Director for City of San Luis.
Good afternoon, Acting Mayor and Council members. I'm Angelica Roldan, Parks and Recreation Director, and I'm pleased to present the fiscal year 2026-27 for our Parks and Recreation Department. The City of San Luis Parks and Recreation Department is powered by a dedicated team committee committed to enhancing the quality of life in our community. I look forward to sharing our priorities and plans for this coming year. This is our mission and vision. We used to put this picture on a PowerPoint presentation. Something that makes me very happy is to include our inclusive equipment, playground equipment at our community. And we are very proud that this is one of the first ones that we added in our city, Parks and Recreation, for autistic kids and special education children. This is our mission and vision. Our mission is to enrich the community by providing inclusive, accessible programs and quality facilities. It's right here, that promote physical health, social connection, and cultural growth. We are committed to creating safe, welcoming spaces that foster positive values, build self-confidence, and enhance the overall quality of life for our residents of all ages. Our administrative division plays an important role in supporting operations, ensuring accountability, and providing the foundation that allows our programs and services to succeed. Our Senior Center is an essential community resource, providing programs and services that support health, connection, and overall well-being. It has proven to be a highly successful program, enriching the lives of our seniors residents and strengthening community engagement. Our Recreation Division is vital in delivering the diverse programs and activities that promote health, wellness, and community connection, serving residents of all ages and contributing to a vibrant, active community. Following the reopening of our municipal pool, we completed major repairs and upgrades, implemented standard operating procedures, and strength safety measures through ongoing staff training. We have maintained consistent community access and continue to offer swimming lessons for children. We are also excited to share through a partnership with the Greater Yuma Water Safety Alliance. We received this year $2,000 in scholarships to support youth swim lessons. Additionally, we have expanded our programming to include adult swimming lessons. Our Cultural Center enhances community engagement and cultural enrichment by promoting inclusive programming and creating opportunities that support and showcase local artists. We have expanded class offerings through partnerships and introduced a wider variety of cultural programs for children and families. Our Youth Center provides a safe, engaging space that supports the growth and well-being of local youth. We offer after-school programs that keep children positively engaged and out of trouble. Through outreach and facility improvements, we have increased participation, upgraded equipment, and expanded leadership opportunities, including our boxing club. We are fortunate to offer this valuable after-school program as few exist in the county. Our Parks Grants Division improves and expands recreational spaces to meet community needs and support continued growth, ensuring safe, well-maintained, and accessible parks for all residents. One of the requested CIPs that we requested this year is not, it doesn't look like that truck, but we used this picture. I think Claudia put that picture. But it's a different pic. It's supposed to be a different truck. So this is one of the trucks that we need for the on-call position that we requested. And the amount is $51,763.
Where can I apply to drive this vehicle?
I know. Jorduño Relay Structure. Jorduño is the most visited park in our city. The sports fields are constantly used year-round for special events such as 4th of July. We just had the Asado and Brew Festival, and also some baseball exhibitions. In fiscal year 2026, Musco Lighting began the first phase of the light structure retrofit project at Jorduño Park, F1 baseball field. We also requested for fiscal year 2027 the second phase of this project, and we'll concentrate on Jorduño Park, F2 softball field, and we wanted to continue with the rest. The artificial turf field renovation, it was installed June 2016, heavily used for soccer games, practices, and community activities. Significant wear and tear due to high demand, ongoing repairs, and no longer sufficient. Repairing an artificial turf soccer facility is important to maintain player safety, prevent injuries, and ensure a consistent playing surface. Regular repairs extend the lifespan of the field, protect the community investment, and keep the facility usable and reliable for practices, games, and community events. The amount was $146,000. The Parks Assessment project is a comprehensive audit identifying multiple areas requiring repairs to meet current code standards. The Parks and Grounds Department is addressing these needs in phases to ensure compliance with audit recommendations. So we're working together with risk management and continue every fiscal year to repair and assess these areas. Recreation facility expansion. It was also proposed expansion to include 2 offices and 1 conference room. The current workspace is overcrowded and limits staff efficiency. Insufficient space to assist residents with registrations and meetings. The need for expansion is it creates on-site meeting space for staff, contractors, and community members. And the operational benefits, some of it will be to improve customer service and accessibility, reduces scheduling conflicts, and operational disruptions. We have the recreation gym upgrades. The gym floor has experienced significant wear due to daily high usage. This is what we propose, flooring replacement to enhance durability, safety, and appearance. Estimated cost is $93,000 plus tax. Additional improvements is to add the bleacher seat upgrades, is 160 folding seats to improve spectator comfort. The estimated cost is $15,452. And also the volleyball system enhancements is the adjustable aluminum system, multi-use for volleyball and pickleball, officials platform, transport card, and accessories. And the estimated cost for this is $6,270. We also have added the recreation department indoor restrooms, proposed redesign to include separate staff-only restrooms, designated public restrooms for gym users and facility rentals, The project scope is to remodel existing restroom layout, add new flooring, restroom hallway, and gym entry to lobby. And some of the benefits for the community, it will enhance accessibility and convenience for patrons, improves privacy and security for staff, reduces disruptions to daily operations. We also requested our youth center gym flooring upgrade. And some of the proposed improvements is to replace existing rubber flooring with new durable surface, artificial turf section for functional training and weight exercise. The estimated project cost is $6,702, and the rubber flooring installation is $39,000. So altogether is $45,960. Another upgrade that we also requested was our youth, continue with the youth center equipment upgrades. We already purchased some equipment last fiscal year, so we wanted to add this to equipment as well. Now we're gonna talk about our East Community Park project. I know Claudia passed around a pamphlet with some information. I think everybody has one. The East Community Park project, we have created a brochure as a visual tool to help council clearly understand where we are today and what the future of the park can look like. It outlines the project phases, next steps depending on available funding, and helps illustrate how the park will be developed over time. It also highlights the importance of completing design for construction, which is essential to move the project forward in a structured, fundable, and buildable way. One of the questions that I asked myself, because I felt that I needed to do a research about what is it that is going on with the East Community Park and where are we at the moment. So what already happened, we have the master plan, the final utility plans, parking lot plans, primary electrical plans, and we also started with the construction of phase 1, including, and that was in 2025 and 2026. Site-wide water and sewer, primary electrical, parking lot grading, 2 multi-use fields, muscle lighting, concrete pathways, turf at multi-use fields, irrigation and multi-use fields, and also the restrooms. The next step, utilize available CIP funds for construction documents for phase 2 and phase 3. Apply for grants, utilize available CIP funds and grants to construct phase 2. The difference between, I was asking myself, a master plan shows what to build, and a design, that's what we need to have, is a design construction plans show how to build it. So that's the difference. For phase 3, if all funding were available, the timeline will be as follows. So we also added a timeline on the brochure. So we have, one of them is to start hire consultant to design phase 2 and phase 3. With the available funding that we have is $325,000. With that amount, I just talked to the consultant. He can help us, and we can at least start a design of phase 2 and part of phase 3. And that is gonna make us ready and help us to start construction for the next fiscal year. But if we get more funding, then we're gonna be able to start at least with some construction on the softball fields. Phase 2 includes the amenities. One of the amenities that is very important to let everybody know is a concession/restroom with scores tower, softball field with backstop, fencing, batting cages, shady dugouts, and bleachers. We also need a sports field lights, ramadas and site furnishings, events area, landscape and irrigation for phase 1 and for phase 2. The cost for the design, it's in between 250 and 300. For the construction, it's around 5.5 to 6 million. The design duration will be 6 to 8 months. And if it goes to bidding and construction duration, it will be at least 1 year. For the next phase, which is phase 3, we will have lighted and shaded playground, lighted and shaded recirculating splash pad, the basketball court, the volleyball court, ramadas and site furnishings, landscape and irrigation as well. The cost design will be between 280,000 to 350. The construction around 7.8 to 8.5 million. The design duration will be concurrent on separate to phase 2, 6 to 8 months. Then the bidding and construction duration, concurrent or separate to phase 2, 1 year. Like I mentioned earlier, if we proceed with the 325,000 that is proposed this fiscal year, time and materials contract to develop construction documents for phase 2 and phase 3. We will concentrate on core infrastructure, utilities, grading, drainage, primary hardscape, and electrical systems to establish the park's foundation. This creates a backbone design to support future phase construction and grant funding opportunities. Full park amenities, which includes playgrounds, splash pads, specialty features, signage, are excluded at this stage and added later as funding becomes available. Existing plans do not include key elements like field lighting, site lighting, or detailed amenity design needed for construction or grants. Construction documents are essential to define scope, ensure code compliance, allow permitting, and enable competitive bidding. Without them, construction cannot responsibly move forward. This approach allows the city to move forward while positioning the project for future funding and phase development. I would like to also mention that we're also looking for grants. We're working together with Economic Development Department. We just submitted a pre-application, I think, last week, and it's also for the East Community Park. Another thing that we're working on, my team and myself, we're gonna be working on a donation campaign to get donations for amenities, so businesses or agencies can donate and get a bench or get a table, a picnic table or a ramada, and then we can put their names on the amenity that they donated. So this is something that we're gonna be working together with the communications team, and we are gonna be doing meetings pretty soon because it's something that we wanna start doing, and it's gonna be a campaign with the community. Another thing that we are planning to do for the East Community Park is also ask around the community, what is it that they want to see? What is it that, so people know exactly what is coming. Because I know people are asking, and it's very important to be very transparent and let them know what is it that Parks and Recreation and the City of San Luis is doing for the next fiscal year and the future. Like I mentioned, we're working together in partnership with Economic Development to identify and pursue grant opportunities. We recently submitted the pre-application with Arizona State Parks and Trails Mobility Equipment Grant Program. And in addition, we will be launching the fundraising and donation campaign to support parks improvements, including seeking contributions from local businesses for benches and other amenities to enhance accessibility and visitor experience at the park. So this is what we have so far. This is the concept design. We just added whatever is completed and what is gonna be completed for this fiscal year. I know at Eulogio, we've been working with Public Works team as well as the engineering department. Everything looks positive for this first phase. We are thinking to have everything done before this fiscal year is over, and we're gonna have a ribbon cutting ceremony. These are some of the positions that we requested. It's an on-call Parks Grounds position. This position will help with emergency response coverage. It will provide immediate support for after-hours issues such as irrigation, breaks, storm damage, and safety hazards. The operational continuity ensures parks and facilities remain safe, clean, and functional outside regular working hours. So this is something that we're trying to model as Public Works Department. I know they also have this system of on-call. So now that we have our cities growing, we need to provide this kind of services and also for best customer service. The other one that we also requested, the other position, is a part-time recreation assistant position for our boxing club. We currently have a coach, and we also have Mr. Officer Prieto, and he's also helping us with the boxing club. So this is a position that we also requested, since this program is getting better every year, and we have more participation. This year, this is something that we wanted to add, especially for the youth center. Now let's talk about our special events. Continuing to host special events is so important because they strengthen the community, support the local economy, and reinforce San Luis as a destination for high-quality public gatherings. So if you see, we just had our Asado and Brew Festival. It was a very good event. We had really good attendance. So that's the idea, is to continue with our special events. Recently, like I said, well attended, very positive feedback from the Asado and Brew Festival, show how successful programming can bring residents together, attract visitors, and create a strong sense of identity and pride in the city. When events are consistent and well organized, they also help local businesses by increasing foot traffic and visibility. So I think also working together with economic development, I know it also helps them to bring more businesses, because events are everywhere. They know what we do. I know for this Asado and Brew Festival, we brought 2 businesses, one from Welton, one from Yuma, and they were very grateful that they were part of this event. It was High Tanks Brewery and Prison Hill. Very important to mention our light parade and our tree lighting. Those are our 2 holiday events that we have. Our 4th of July that is coming, we're already in preparation for our event. It's the county's premier event, largest event in the county, with over 7,000 attendees, features live entertainment, food activities and fireworks, and draws community members from all around the county. We also have our Arte en la Calle event. We didn't have one this last year, but we would like to continue having our Arte en la Calle event. It's only dedicated it's an art festival in San Luis, Arizona. It's the only one that we have. Growing attendance and participation. The idea is each year do it actually at a street, Arte en la Calle, how it's called. Features artists from across the county and neighboring Mexico. Showcases local talent, culture, and creativity. So the idea of Arte en la Calle is to celebrate art, culture, and community across borders. Or Dia del Niño event. It's a festival for kids and families. Thousands of children and families attend each year, where we celebrate fun, learning, and community togetherness. And this is our team. This is what we do every day. Everything we do is for the community. We do events, we do projects, we serve our community. That's what we do. This is my team. I'm very proud of them. For a community like San Luis, which is already known for hosting some of the best events in the county, continuing to invest in community and major events helps maintain that reputation, encourages tourism, and improves quality of life for our residents. It also builds momentum for future partnerships and sponsorships and grant opportunities that can further enhance parks and public spaces. So in conclusion, continued investment in CIP positions, staffing positions, and special events is essential to maintaining strong city services while fostering community engagement and economic activity. Together, these priorities help us improve infrastructure, support our workforce, and keep San Luis a vibrant place to live, work, and visit. Thank you. Any questions?
Thank you so much, Angelica, for the presentation and the beautiful graphics. It makes a big difference for us to see. I don't know if council has any questions at this time. I'm pretty sure there's some questions. Well, her mic is getting turned on. I'd just like to ask about more, well, the community reaches out to me and tells me about the need for more green areas, more lit areas to play and practice for soccer. I've shared with our city manager before the things that the community are doing to light up some of the retention basins in order for them to practice soccer, particularly during the evening hours of the winter and fall and winter when it starts to be dark outside at 5:30, 6 o'clock. And that's something that I didn't see in the CIPs as funding to light up more retention basins and provide more green areas. Because I know it gets expensive. I know you guys did on the 7th Avenue, San Luis Lane location, add some lights, and it adds up. So I think we need to have some type of plan to be lighting up at least 2 or 3 retention basins as we move on per year. And then obviously through the development services require for those retention basins to be lit up when new subdivisions are coming in to avoid expenditures on those things. And then another of the things that I'd like to comment, and I've shared with Fernando and you as well before, public Wi-Fi in parks. I think it's crucial to maintain connected to the community, particularly in areas of low service or no service. Out in the east side, many of the cell phone providers don't provide adequate coverage, and in case of an emergency or just having the flexibility to communicate with your family, I think it would bring a lot of peace of mind to our community having just that connectivity. And I know it's also a couple $1,000s, so maybe start with some parks, 1 park or 2 parks every year to offer that to the residents, and I'm pretty sure it'll make a big difference for them as well.
Thank you, Councilmember Cabrera, Acting Mayor. We talk already, we've been having meetings with IT, and that's one of the ideas that we also propose about having a Wi-Fi. But I think one of the things is probably you can mention we need to have the fiber optic, I believe, in order to continue with that project.
So there are multiple routes that we can take to take that into fruition. I do want to make a point that, because I know Councilmember Cabrera had briefly mentioned it in the past, and I did a little bit of research, didn't go in great detail, but just at a very high level, I know Councilmember Cabrera was interested in getting an insight of what's the financial or the fiscal impact that a project where we would include Wi-Fi in the different parks throughout the city would cost. I was giving him a number. I was telling him that it can vary depending on the type of service or the approach that we take on the project. From my perspective, I mean, given that we have new internet service providers like Allo Fiber, CenturyLink, Spectrum, service is getting a little bit competitive. So in terms of an ongoing cost, we would be looking around $3K per park per year, just for the annual recurring cost of the actual ISP. But then I also mentioned the figure of roughly around upfront investment of approximately $20,000 to $30,000 per park. That's on the on the lower end, assuming that we would not interconnect our parks with our in-house fiber infrastructure. We would basically offset those costs to local ISPs like Allo Fiber, Spectrum. So assuming we were to go that route, that's the $3,000 to $5,000 cost on the actual internet service. But then we would also have to take into consideration the fact that, okay, what areas of focus are you guys looking into? Like, are you guys would you guys like to focus on like just providing Wi-Fi on ramadas or the actual fields where events might take place? Depending on the level of coverage, then the price can increase or decrease, because we would have to, for one, we would have to get the internet service provider in each park. And once we have that entry point, we would have to dig trenches to basically put in some conduits, lay some wiring, and more than likely we would hang these access points in the lights that you guys are including as a tentative proposal maybe in the future. So I think going back to Councilmember Cabrera's point is that it's good that we have these conversations, because this will, I mean, I know right now we're prioritizing needs versus wants, and even though this would definitely bring a benefit to the community. I think because this topic was brought up before, and we were thinking, okay, maybe we could just put it later down the line. But if you guys ever contemplate and put the lighting part in as part of the 5-year plan, it would be a good idea to include the Wi-Fi as part of the lighting project, because that would save you guys some costs, because you would already have the people doing the trenching and doing the repairs. So if you do the lighting with the Wi-Fi at the same time, there's gonna be some cost savings there. Just wanted to make that comment. I know I went into some of the granularities, but if you guys have any more questions, I can speak to them in more detail.
Thank you, and I think you make a great point about putting it together with the lighting, if that's the route we're going to take. That way, there's no double work being done, and we're being cost effective as well. So thank you for that, Fernando. And that's why we're here today, to discuss and brainstorm and share how to move forward, not only with next year's fiscal budget, but additionally with the CIPs for the 5-year projection as well. Any other questions from council?
Yes.
Go ahead, Councilmember Sarmiento.
Just on continuing that subject, have you thought about partnering up with Allo regarding that? Because I know they have a lot of grants and they do a lot of stuff for the community, and they're always willing to help in any way they can. Maybe if they can sponsor 1 or 2 parks, or maybe on East San Luis, maybe it's something that we can try to work with them. I'm pretty sure they're open to suggestions, or at least to a partnership regarding the Wi-Fi for our parks. But the questions that I have for you, Angelica, how big is your team? I was trying to count everybody on the picture, but it moved too fast. How big is your team?
We have active right now employees. We have 39 employees for Parks and Recreation, and adding the lifeguards will be 14 more lifeguards, and 4 or 5 more summer interns.
Okay. And the operation hours, I'm pretty sure they vary between parks and recreation, but talking about the cultural center and recreation, what are their operation hours?
So our staff, we have coverage from Monday through Fridays. We don't have a lot going on Fridays. We don't have any activities in the evenings. Yesterday we had an inauguration for a private soccer league, but we have coverage every day from Monday through Thursday, and then they stay here until all the activities are over.
Okay, yeah, that was my second question following that is how are we, Parks and Rec, collaborating with the leagues and nonprofit organizations, or any plans do you have in moving forward? Because I know we don't run the leagues and we don't run a lot of the programs, but how are we being accessible and collaborating with those leagues that are here at the park? Because the park is full every night, so how are we assisting them, and how are we collaborating with nonprofits in terms of bringing events to the community or utilizing our facilities such as the cultural center?
We are already collaborating with different nonprofits. For example, one of them I can mention is the Consulado Mexicano of Yuma. We also collaborate with Campesinos Sin Fronteras. We have an MOU with them, and actually we work together with the Tribe program, and they also gave us part of the money for the inclusive playground. We also have collaboration with the Cocopa Tribe. We just did a cross-training with staff, and they also provide us some funding for some of the projects, and that's the continuation, and that's the idea for us to continue partnership with these kind of agencies, especially with Cocopa or also Campesinos Sin Fronteras and Regional Center for Border Health, so we can also receive funding from them.
Okay, and I'm assuming that Anvita too will be on the plate
Yes.
once they're here. In terms of the events and attendance, how do you keep track of attendance? Do we have a percentage of how many people are local and who comes from out of town? Do you
Yes.
have an idea?
Thank you for that. That's a very good question. Actually, when Armando just presented right now, it was a demo went directly to, started in my office. I did the demo with Phaser, and they did something for free for, I think it was 3 or 4 events, just to see how it works. And that's how we kept kind of track. And also Armando sends me a report. So we know local visitors, how many we have, a percentage, and also people from the foothills area, San Diego. So that's how we get that data.
Okay, and then when you mention the events that we have, I see that there's a list of events, and most of them were not funded last year. And per council, we approved funding for the tree lighting and the parade, and I see that that's probably happening again this year, but do you have any plan on how to fund the rest of the events, or you just plan to not have them again?
So what we did, only like big events, the only one that we didn't do was the Easter event, and we also didn't do the Spooktacular. Those were kind of like big events. So what we did, we convert them to something smaller, kind of like the safety event. So we invited agencies, and they participated at the event. So we got pretty much everything funded by the agencies, and we convert them, like I mentioned, to activities instead of having like a huge event. So that's what we did. And that's what we're planning to do, and also get more funding and sponsorships.
Okay, good. And then also for the 2 main events that we have, the 4th of July and the Asado and Brew, I know we have budgeted the 100,000 and then 80,000, but how much money does it come in sponsorships? And maybe this is something that you can answer later on, but because I see a lot of logos and a lot of sponsors when it comes to those 2 big events, but I don't know if most of them are sponsoring in kind, or it's money that is coming in. So I would like to know how much they are really sponsoring.
Yeah, so there's a process for our sponsorship. The way we do it, we send all the package, like we're already working for 4th of July, and the package includes the letter. It's a letter that I wrote, as well as talks about the event and what's the reason of us asking for funding, and kind of like how we did last year. Another thing that we include in the package is the sponsorship levels. So we include different levels of sponsorship. We start from like 1,000. For the Asado, I think we started with $1,000 all the way up to, I believe, 5,000. And every level has different features or different things that they can get. For example, some of them they can get a booth, some of them can get more marketing. So it depends on the amount, what they get. So it's a package, we send them out, we have a master list of our sponsors. Whenever we get new sponsors, we add that at the master list. So administration is in charge of that process, and then we receive the check directly to finance director, and then Ms. Roland, Mr. Miguel has been very active. He's been also sending us information whenever we get a check or a sponsorship check for any of the events. But maybe Ms. Rola can, or Mr. Miguel can mention.
Acting Mayor and Council Member Servin. So we can see fiscal year 25, we received a donation in total amount of 36,750. On this current fiscal year, we have received 45,000.
And that's for both events, 4th of July and Asado?
It should be both.
Okay, okay.
But we also, sometimes the checks get kind of late, but that's only cash, but we also have expenses report, and we also include the in-kind donation, because some of them, they get us free marketing in-kind, as well as other stuff like equipment for the event, restrooms or any type.
Okay. And this last year, we charged for the 4th of July event, so how much money did that projected, or how much money came in for the 4th of July entrance fee?
I believe we didn't charge last year, council members said we.
What was the year before? There was a year where we charged the
Yeah,
entrance.
and then it was like only half of the population paid, and the other half, I believe, didn't, because it was just an extreme long line to pay.
Okay.
I think last year, what we remember, the numbers that we have on our expenses report, it was 16,000 that we made in just the entrance. The people paid for the event.
$16,000 came in?
16, uh-huh.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm. But we can also provide that information. We have it internally, but we can provide that information as well.
Thank you so much. Any other questions?
Yeah, I was just waiting for Lisette. I just want to let you know that the Yuma Association of Realtors has donated grant money to the City of San Luis probably about 10 years ago. I just want to remind you that you guys could use that as a partner as well. I know they have grants up from $3,000 to $10,000, and then they also have grants for beautification for neighborhoods, what could work for playgrounds and lighting and all that as well. So I sent them to Armando already, so you could ask them for them. They may not seem like a lot of money, but it's something will help with anything that we want to do in the future for that. And we could ask for that yearly as well.
Thank you.
Anybody else?
Yes, Acting Mayor Cabrera. Thank you for that presentation. I just wanted to ask about Mascota Mania. Is that one going to be added on there?
So we were also talking about, that's a very important event. It's not only about the fun that we have for our pets, but also is education for the community on how to take care of our pets. So that's the idea, is to continue having it. The way we did it last year, it was only clinics. They provided the clinics here at our park. So the idea is just to continue, if it's possible, to do the event next year.
And then Arte en la Calle is noted twice. So is that one also going to be?
So because of what happened with postponing the Asado and Brew Festival, is going to be too close. So we're thinking to change the date of the event.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
I was just going to ask for the parks, you're requesting almost $35,000 for minor equipment for the dog park and Pet Park. So what type of equipment are you putting on the pet park, the dog park?
That's a good question. Since I was working directly with Anthony, the CIP consultant, so it was removed from being a CIP to an operational cost. So since we already have the area, it's actually right next where our pet park is. It's like an area there used to do like races before, the kids. So it's already fenced out, so we're not gonna really need that much, so that's why we ask for that amount. So it will include amenities, which includes the water fountain for the dogs, benches, and some landscape. And maybe see if we need to have, obviously, the irrigation system.
I haven't been there yet, but I plan to stop by. I just wanted to know if there's some signage, some hours, if there's light, just little standard things that a park needs right now, or this is part of it.
So we are already working, we already added some of the signage, and for that particularly project, since it's coming for the next fiscal year, that's the idea, to get all the, but we're already working with parks, they're already adding all that, those amenities.
Thank you so much. And then I just have a comment, not only for Parks and Recreation, but maybe also for like the grants department, because I've seen, so obviously most of us, I'm pretty sure, have purchased a vehicle from one of the dealerships in Yuma, right? So all those sales taxes, we don't get any of that money. So maybe we can ask like Chapman and Alexander and all these other Home Depot, Lowe's, that we don't have those big box stores here. Like, hey, our population, 40,000 people purchase from your companies. Like, how can you support us? How can you help us fundraise or complete like the East Community Park? Recently, a few months ago, Chapman provided Yuma, City of Yuma, $400,000 to their Parks and Recreation department. So I was like, why aren't they giving us like $400,000, $500,000? Most of our citizens here, our residents, go and purchase vehicles from them. So I think that's another way to like tell them like, hey, our community is buying from you. Like, this is your way of giving back to that type of community. Because like, I get my car serviced at Alexander, and I tell them, hey, when are you gonna offer me the courtesy of sending me back home to wait for my vehicle to be ready, because they only do the transport to like Yuma residents. They don't do transports to San Luis. And I was like, every time I need a service, I need to wait here in the lobby because you don't give me that feature, right? And they just nod, or they're like, it's not under control, right? But it's just a way of telling them like, we are consuming from you despite you being outside of our city limits. This is a way you can give back, and then maybe we can be like the Chapman soccer field or the Alexander Toyota baseball field at the community park, and that's what really will make it a community, because everybody is going to be pitching into that $6, $7, $8 million project.
Thank you, Mr. Cabrera. It's actually a very good comment. That's what I added on when I was talking on my portion of the East Community Park of the presentation about the campaign. So that's what we have to do. It has to be well structured because we need to go. It's not only about sending a letter, it's also visuals, how the park is going to look. That's why we also need a design. But the idea is to start with a campaign. And that's part of the process that we're going to do. And Chapman is actually a very active sponsor for our special events. So obviously, we're going to hit Chapman.
Thank you. And that's another good reason to continue to get the Placer AI to share that data with them. And like, based on our data, this is how much of our population is consuming from your locations, from your businesses. So thank you so much. Any other questions from the staff or council?
Acting Mayor and Councilmember Servin, we have the numbers here for the ticket sales for the 4th of July event. We received around 29,000 on July 2025.
Are we charging again this year?
We already started. We can continue
Okay.
if you wish to.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Our next presenter is the Human Resources Department, Adela Cortez, Director of Human Resources.
help me move it up a little bit? Yo creo que sí.
Thank you. Good afternoon, acting mayor, council members, and members of staff. Adela Cortez, Director of Human Resources and Risk Management. In HRRM, we do not have capital improvement projects, and we're not asking for any positions or reclassifications this year. We are grateful for what we have. At Human Resources, we continue our mission to provide responsive, equitable, and people-centered HR services by fostering teamwork, respect, and understanding while building trust and supporting a positive, successful workplace. We do this by following our values, our trust values, with the vision to be a trusted, service-driven HR partner that promotes teamwork, respect, and understanding while empowering employees and supporting organizational success. And this is our HR and human resources and risk management team. We ended fiscal year 24-25 at 96% field rate, with 353 positions filled out of the 368 allocated. The workforce allocation was increased by 6.25%, as 23 positions were added for fiscal year 25-26. Currently, the city is operating at 91% fill rate, as we have 357 positions filled out of the 391. Now, with 2.5 months remaining in the fiscal year, we anticipate reaching the same rate from last year, or maybe even surpassing that. In the 9.5 months that we have gone so far through the fiscal year, we have onboarded a total of 76 individuals, 43 of them full-time, 2 temporary, and 31 in various other programs, including the CTE, with students from the high school that were onboarded for the fire department, co-op, and EMS ride-along. We also had CTE internships. We had Arizona at Work interns, general interns, and temporary staffing that we use for the Public Works cleaning campaign in some other areas. While departments fill their positions regularly, we bring temporary staffing. This is just an image of our active personnel and how it is broken down by department, and it's the total of 357 mentioned before. I want to share some workforce metrics, because in HR we provide service to the city as well as the community. And it is important to show these metrics because they paint a picture of what's going on within the city. It could even depict what the morale is. I know that people continue to leave the city, but I wanted to point out our turnover rate has gone down from the previous year that was over 14%. It is at 9.48% so far. Our terminations went down by to 33. Disciplinary actions have gone down, and new hires, although the arrow is pointing down, it doesn't mean it's a bad thing. The reason why we have less new hires from the outside, it's because we are promoting more professional development and upskilling and allowing employees to promote. So as you can see, promotions and conversions went up from 27 last fiscal year to 37 in the 9.5 months that we have gone through the fiscal year so far. And it makes a difference to have professional development opportunities and upskilling, because from what I see on this screen, it shows that there's less terminations, there's a lower turnover, people are promoting, so that can show what is the morale in the city. I do have 2 openings right now, so we do struggle every time somebody goes, but I think that over the years, the city is getting to a better place with seeing some of these numbers going down. Also, on the conversions, I wanted to explain, conversions are like promotions, but we cannot call it a promotion because per policy, only regular non-probationary employees can promote. But when we bring apprentices or cadets in PD, we cannot put them in a regular position while they're on a trainee status. So when they actually promote to the regular operator position or police officer position, it has to be called conversion because that does not qualify as a promotion. And since I'm mentioning those trainee programs, I wanted to mention the apprenticeship program that was implemented in Public Works at the end of 2022. We have hired so far 12 apprentices, and 2 left. They couldn't pass the ADEQ test to get their certification, but out of those 9, with a 73% success in the program, we still have 9, and they didn't just convert to Operator 1, but some of them have moved to other levels. That program also helped diversify, as it has been very successful in the wastewater plant, where we have hired 3 females through the apprenticeship program. One of them is already an Operator 2. The other, Sonia, can you help me with the other document? So we conducted a study of positions in anticipation of the budget retreat. So all the positions that were submitted as requests, new positions and reclassifications, were studied because we needed to get an idea of where these positions could be placed. And we also did another small market study of just salary for public safety positions. And that includes all of the peace officer positions in the police department and certified positions in fire. And based on that study, it's how these 2 options that were presented by Administration and Finance yesterday came about. In option 1, we are considering all employees to get a specific percentage based on their number of years of seniority. And that includes everyone, civilians, non-civilians, peace officers, everyone, so that would be option 1. In option 2, we did, based on the market study that we did, we are doing a market adjustment for public safety positions, which are all the certified and peace officers in PD. If you remember when we did the study back in 2024, we were trying to bring all classifications to the beginning of the market. And we didn't have the funds to take into account the compression that was creating. And we knew that, and I think that we mentioned that in some of the meetings. So now that everyone is at 100%, these 2 options that we're presenting here will alleviate some of that compression that was created. And both of them, regardless of which one is approved, that compression that we're talking about employees that have been here for many years making the same as a new hire, that's gonna be alleviated because both of these options are providing rates based on the years of seniority. Even the market study for public safety, if we say that a new peace officer, it's gonna start at, I don't know, $30 an hour, well, we're setting that as the beginning rate to start, but then an officer that has 5 years of service, it's gonna make a certain percentage above that. In an officer that has 10 years, a certain percentage above. So that's gonna take care of some of that compression, and going forward, that's how we're gonna be approaching the salary compensation strategy. Okay, Sonia.
I had asked to hold your questions to the end, but Sonia, if you want to bring up the graphic again, please, in case any questions from council regarding option 1 and option 2. Councilmember Servin, go ahead. So option 1, Adela, that one is just everybody gets based on seniority or based on time and position?
No, we're using seniority. We're not using time and position. It's the full seniority from day one they started with the agency.
Okay, and then it goes from 569 to 666. Is that including the benefits or?
Yes, we have to include the EREs.
And then option 2, what changes in option 2 compared to option 1?
So in option 2, the first component where you see those percentages, we remove all of the public safety positions. We remove them from those percentages. We did market study on them, and we're setting specific amounts, which is not listed here. If that gets approved, then we will indicate, what the amounts are. So we remove them. We did market adjustment, and then we determine where we're gonna be setting those classifications. And once we determine what's gonna be like the entry level for a police officer or for a firefighter, once we set those entry levels, they have percentages too based on seniority. So they're no longer gonna be making the same.
Yeah.
And to do that, that would be $1.2 million?
Yes, because we're counting the non-public safety on the left and then public safety on the right, altogether comes to 1.2.
Okay, that sounds good, but I would like to see it on paper, like breaking down, like what you said right now for the positions and the years and where's it going to be, and is that going to take the employee to the midpoint?
No.
Where is it taking the employee to?
I don't know exactly what percentage above the beginning is right now.
Okay. Yeah, because I think most of them, if I recall correctly, they're just at the beginning, they're still, and if doing this is not gonna get them near the midpoint, then that's why I wanna see it more desglosado, I don't know how to say it in English,
Right,
but
right.
like breaking down, because like this, it's 2%, 3%, 4%, but I can't really see the true number. And I think that's really important for us to have that visual, that clarity when it comes to the detail, especially with the salaries. I really would like to see something like that. I don't know if the other council members want to see it or not, but I would like to see that because it sounds good the way it is right now, but I think there's something's missing, and I want to see the full spreadsheet.
Right,
on that.
the numbers, we have it. The numbers come from the full spreadsheet of all the employees, and it has their date of hire, their calculated years of service, and then the formulas calculate the increase, and that's how these numbers come about, but we do have the spreadsheet.
Yes, and then is there a possibility to make some modifications per, going back to what Police Chief was mentioning earlier, I'm really focusing on the ones that have been here from 7 years and on. Make sure that those get at least near to the midpoint or towards the end of the beginning. I want to see those figures first, but the ones from 0 to 5, can we put on hold on them, or do we have to like approve all of them at once?
I think that's gonna be the decision that council will make.
Okay. Yeah, because I really want to focus on the 7 to 15 years or more, and hold on for a year or two on the 0 to 5, so that the other ones are able to catch up, and then look at some reclassifications too within some of the departments. Also, when you're going back on your slideshow where you were showing the 33 terminations, is that what, 33 terminations on what departments? Were temporary positions, grants, part-time positions?
No, those are regular positions.
Because that seems high, 33%, 33 terminations, it seems high. And then when that happens, what happens to that budget, to that money for those salaries? Is it?
The positions get filled.
Right, but not all of them, right? So some of them don't get filled completely, like right now we're still missing a few. So we have that room of salary that we can utilize to either make some reclassifications or some promotions within with that extra salary that we have from those positions that haven't been filled. Is that a possibility?
It could be done, but I think that when we put increases on base, we have to be able to maintain that in future years. It has to be financially sustainable.
Right.
Because if we use that money, then we may not be able to fill that position. So that's where departments would make the decision, right?
Right. So I'm looking more of, instead of having a new position with the departments that we have right now, having a new position, that new position, if we can delegate those job duties to maybe one or two that are already working within the department and help them increase on their salary or their position instead of hiring someone else, and try to, since they're already taking care of the workload, some of them. I understand there's some positions that we have to hire outside because of the credentials or the requirements that we need, but if there's a possibility to promote within. And then I also wanted to ask you about, you mentioned the promotional development program. Do we have a promotional development program in place that employees can join and be prepared and work towards their next level in the position or the department?
We are working on that succession plan agency-wide. Because of staffing challenges, we're tackling like departments at a time. Currently, we have in Public Works a very established program for apprenticeship and for operators to be able to move on. We also, if employees are interested, because if we haven't gotten to their department but they're interested in developing, they can come in and start a professional development plan with HR. They let us know what they want to do, and we put a plan together for them to follow. I'm not sure how many we have right now, but the plan is in place.
Okay. Have you proposed that to employees? Are they aware that they can go to you and ask for that development plan?
Yes. Yes,
Okay.
we actually had, I think last year, a career fair that it was just internally for employees to know about the tuition reimbursement, that they can get on this plan, that departments have a line item budget to, if they want to get a certification or something, that to be able to let them know that this exists as part of our benefit package.
Okay, yeah, because I remember in the past, when I was a city employee, there was this program through ASU to get certified. It was a 1 year going through the university. I think it was a CPM. I got a certified public manager. I got that certification. And I think a lot of the employees back then took advantage of that opportunity. I don't know if it's still in place or it's available for employees to take advantage of that.
It's still in place. Some employees are doing that right now. So
Okay,
every
good.
year when we get the communication from the university, we promote it.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
And in going back to the slide, The termination, the 33 terminations, it is a high number. When we look at the total workforce of the agency, it comes up to 1.something%, which relatively in the market is low. And it is lower even than our number from last year, because last year we had 48 terminations, the last fiscal year. So in these 9.5 months of this fiscal year, it has gone down to 33, and I hope it stays like that.
Thank you. One thing that I would like to see also, like council members have been said in paper, what would be the financial impact of moving people to the midpoint to reduce that suppression that we have with the 2024 study? Because right now this $1.2 million is not getting people where they need to be. Like, how behind are we? How much money do we truly need to get people to the 2024 market study, where they should be based on position, based on their years of service and all that stuff? Like, what are those numbers? What's that financial impact to the city?
Okay, so common practice in compensation is to get classifications to the midpoint. It's in the private sector, 8 years from when they start working with an agency. We have been using 11, and I think when I came in, it was 13 years, just because we didn't have the funds to adjust salaries, quickly. We can look at, the years of service, and we could use maybe 9 years to midpoint and see where people are, and then calculate what would be the impact.
Because I think that's important also. I mean, obviously, fire and police, like they're saying, well, we're going to other places because we're making a little bit more money, but they need to also be able to see, just like us, the true impact that it brings onto the community. So we continue to offer services for the residents. Obviously, safety is our priority, but do we stop sweeping the streets? Do we stop collecting garbage twice a week? Like, what do we do to continue funding the salary increases when we don't have additional funding?
Right, that's a good point, Acting Mayor, because in water and wastewater, we struggle a lot too, because just Yuma, pays operators a lot more than we do. The program that we have put together with them, with putting the operators on a career path and allowing them to advance a little quicker as soon as they get the next certification, has helped. And so, the Public Works pays for the certification, and they have them on this program where as soon as they get the first certification within the next level, they can advance. It has helped, I think, with morale, because the plants are very different than when I first got here, and people were leaving. I don't think we're having that much of an issue anymore. The program has helped, but we do have that challenge agency-wide.
And basically, those 3 departments alone make up 67% of our staff.
Yes.
PD, fire, and the Public Works.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, when we look at salary studies and salary increments for only, I mean, we have to be fair. Why are we gonna not include the court? Why are we not gonna include administration, finance? Those are only 33% of employees out of the 360 almost employees that we have. So I think we really need to see if council, because it's easy to say we want everyone at the midpoint, but what is getting everyone to the midpoint gonna cost? Is it gonna cost the expansion of or the treatment of the wastewater plant, or the purchase of the equipment that we need? Because everything is essential, and we really need to see the true numbers. It's gonna be $4 million more, or whatever that is.
Mm-hmm.
So if that can also be shared with us.
Sure.
Thank you.
Yes.
Acting Mayor, may I?
Yes, go ahead.
Can you go back to the slide, please?
Yes.
The percentage slide.
The one that
Yes,
you
options
brought
one
up,
and
Sonia.
two.
Oh, the options?
Yes.
Okay. It's a different document.
Okay, I think if we knock off the 0 to 5%, like Councilmember Lee said, recommended, it's still just keeping us delayed from everybody being at the midpoint. But my question is this 2% for the 1 to 5, is that an additional to the increase of cost of living percentage?
Additional to cost of living?
Yes, you know how, do we give that cost of living increase?
I don't know if we're gonna have an additional COLA.
So the intent was to really focus on trying to help that compression, right? Because we said, I came in, I'm earning $15.
Yes, I
and
understand that.
so- Okay,
But-
so that's what we were trying to address with this, right? We are not including longevity. And I believe, I can't remember the numbers, but we're not including longevity pay, which we provided to the employees last year, and we're not including the COLA adjustment. So it all goes back to what the council really wants, right? Do you guys want to focus on increasing it to the midterm? Do you guys want to focus on only providing a percentage from, 5 years and above? And we can give you what the cost of that is. And then you guys will determine what project you're not going to do. What is it that you're going to give up to be able to increase, the salaries? And include the positions because we were trying to make sure that we retained employees. Because if at one point we get to the third year where Rola explained where we would be in the negatives, that means we're going to let it go of all these new employees. And so we didn't want to get there. Now, we do want to provide a salary increase to the employees, but we also cannot be giving them more because it's difficult, when you're doing 2 jobs. It's a strain on your employees, so you're burning them out. So you don't want to do that either. So it's up to council, that's why we're here today, to determine, what is it that you guys want to prioritize. And I think, what was the longevity pay and the COLA adjustment last year? Can you bring that up? Or can you just...
So we estimate for the longevity pay for next fiscal year will be $320,000, only longevity pay. But on 2025, we paid the COLA adjustment for $1,416,000. And the longevity we paid twice, it was $220,000 almost.
That means you would have to add that 1.2 million, if you decide to go this route, you would need to add another 200 and another one.
400.
And another
400,000.
400. If you include the longevity and the COLA plus this.
So on the presentation from Rola yesterday, it was $416,000 for the COLA adjustments paid out in November 2025. And then in April 25, it was 130 for longevity. And on December 25, it was 94 for longevity as well. So that would be 640,000 for longevity and COLA.
Well, I say if we're going to try to bring the employees a little bit more to the midpoint or close to the midpoint, considering the 7 mark to 15, Maybe the longevity we can wait on that, but I would like to see probably if we can include a COLA increase every year, maybe 2%, 3%, kind of like a salary structure, making sure that employees will get something every year, because every year something increases. It's either the insurance, the taxes, and we're not hiring new people. So trying to at least know, the employee knows that they're gonna get a few cents or $1 or so every year. I mean, that also helps with the morale and knowing that they're expecting something every year. I mean, having the three things I think is gonna be more difficult, but trying to put the employees close to mid and having that COLA, because it's just a cost of living. I mean, we can't ignore that. If we keep ignoring it every year, then we're just gonna be in the same position. It doesn't matter if we get to the mid or close to the mid. If we're not keeping up with the cost of living, that's still pushing us back. It's trying to move forward, but then taking 2-3 steps back. So I think the COLA is also that we should consider and try to figure out in the formula how we can sustain that year after year, making sure that it happens. So kind of like budgeted, like a budget line item, I don't know.
So what I'm hearing is that we will come back to you with a cost estimate of bringing all the employees to the midpoint, providing you a cost estimate if we remove the 0 and the 2%, then a COLA adjustment. Is that what you guys want to see?
Yes, at least if we can see the figures, and then from that we can decide which one or two that we can try to accommodate or work on for the employees. Not necessarily to the midpoint, but close to midpoint, or because they're not even there yet. So I just want to see the numbers. We might be scared after we see those numbers, and then we go back, but that's okay. We just have to see reality. That's what I want to see.
And then there's a question by Michelle, Police Administrator.
Hi, Ms. Sadella. Quick question. For the public safety one, is that sworn and non-sworn for the raises?
Only sworn.
Only sworn,
No
okay.
civilians.
Okay, so they would just qualify for the percentage?
Civilians
the
will be
non-sworn.
on the left component. Uh-huh.
Okay, and then the market service adjustment, you mentioned just officer and firefighter. Would that also include every position getting
Every
adjustment?
position.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Great question. Thank you. Anybody else? Yes, Miss Olivia.
There we go. Ms. Adela, how much does the city invest on the premiums that are paid for the employees on an annual basis? Because I know as employees, we don't pay the full amount. How much does the city invest in that?
The premiums for benefits?
The medical?
In terms of percentage, it's 27, Rola, or 30%?
I can check it.
Okay.
Let me check it.
And my question is because I know we keep asking, and I understand, you know, we've had this issue on the salaries for a long time. As you many know, I've been with the city almost 38 years, and the thing with the salaries is the same thing that we had with the utility rates. It was always pushed back, and so we've fallen behind over the years, and now we're trying to play catch up with the salaries. But I think a lot of employees also don't realize how much the city invests in its employees, not only in wages, but also in the other benefits that we have, and the city provides those to us as well. I know for the longest time, the city has subsidized our health benefit plan for more than 50, 70, I think at this point we're at 80+% that the city subsidized that benefit. So, I mean, if we want to get more salary wages, maybe the city shouldn't be paying as much on the health plan. But it's a give and take. So if you take away from that, you give us more money to take home, but then we have to pay more premium on our benefit plan. There's the retirement plan as well, where the city invests. It matches what the employee puts in. So I understand. I just want my coworkers to understand that there's other parts of us being here, one of the biggest things that I always hear is that the city of San Luis has one of the best benefit packages it offers all as well, other than the wages.
And you do bring a good point, Ms. Jenkins, with that, because when I used to be a district employee, a local school district, I had to pay like close to $80 biweekly for my premium of my medical coverage. So yeah, it was supposedly a little bit more money going home, but at the end of the day, it was less money because I had to contribute more to my medical coverage. Chief, you had a question?
Well, I guess it was gonna be more of a comment with regards to like, or services, insurance, stuff like that. I don't know. It might be a good idea, maybe do a survey with the employees, find out if, what would they be more interested, rather than contributing more to their insurance or an adjustment on their salary. So just.
Because I know we have the Mexico coverage, and that one is fairly inexpensive to
Yes,
to the employees.
Part of the market studies, when we do it, and we did it right this time when we did public safety, we also check the benefits, and we continue to have one of the best packages.
Jenny?
So yesterday I talked to Dave, and I said, Dave, do you foresee the healthcare, continuing to increase? He said, yes, at least 10%. And so when I was asking him is, we're going to try to recommend to the trust board to take on that additional cost at this point. And he said, that's a good idea because you have, a high reserve. But at one point, you want to have your employees start paying. Because if you go on for 10 years without them not paying and suddenly you ask them to come up with a big, it just, it'll be a big impact to them. And just to give you an idea, I know that the city clerk asked for a deputy city clerk, and the current salary that it was asking is $67,413. With benefits, it came to $107,08. So it's about 30% of every time there's a position and there's an increase, 30%, you gotta add it to those, what that's costing.
Thank you. Chief Ramirez?
Yeah, I just want to correct me if I'm wrong. When we were talking about the longevity, those payments, but weren't those given to the personnel that did not get that salary increase? It was just the firefighters, police, public works that didn't get any adjustment or pay raise or salary adjustment, which here they would be getting something because last year yes, they did get $2,000. I believe it was $2,000, but this year, it was a one-time payment, so.
Also, I forgot to mention, on option 2, I think they should also consider our dispatchers, rather just public safety, fire, and PD. I mean, dispatchers are just as necessary for the work that they provide to us. So, and it's an area that is, I think, out of police officers and dispatchers, is the area where we're struggling the most.
And that's why we're here again today, like it has been mentioned, because, well, I don't know is it all fire personnel included there? Is it just firefighters? Is it EMTs? Is it engineers? Is it captains? Like who is included as part of fire? And then PD sworn officers? So from patrol officers to the chief, you're a sworn officer, so.
Right. That's why on PD I refer to sworn, because it's regardless of the classification, if they're a peace officer, sworn peace officer, they were included. In fire, is everyone that has the certifications as well, EMT or paramedic. Like administrative staff, they're not included. Going back to Chief Reynoso's comment about dispatchers, we did research dispatchers, and they're very comparable to the market. I think with the adjustments that we did recently, they're there with the market. Now, if we are gonna calculate or look at midpoints, you know, that may make a difference. But right now, they're not included because it's only sworn and certified.
Going back to that longevity pay, that one-time payment, I think when Chief Reynoso mentioned, and I think Councilmember Servin was talking about 7 to 15 or 7 years and above, I believe in my department, most of the people that got that one time were in that realm between 7 to 15 years.
And the reason for that, I remember, is because they were already making more than the 100, they were more than the minimum. So when we brought everyone up to the minimum, they were already at that place. So for them to get at least something, that's why they did that payment. But now, if we really want to analyze getting people to like the midpoint or close to midpoint based on the years of service, like Adela mentioned, your dispatch officers will probably be making a little bit more because of their time in service. Because I mean, I don't know how it's gonna look. Maybe it's gonna be a 10%, a 12%. It'll vary by case now rather than by time in service, because it'll be whatever those projections are. I wish we could get those today, but I don't know how soon you can get those to us,
Yeah.
Ms. Cortez.
Yeah, that's why it's really important for us to see the breakdown. It's more clear, because the way it is right now, it's not. It's open for interpretation and for a lot of like thinking and what if. But if we see the breakdown, then we have a clear view numbers, and then we can choose from this year to this year, or this is doable and this is not. Because the way it is right now, I don't think it's fair. It's not fair for us to make a decision based on numbers like that, and it's not fair for the employees because we can't really see who they are. I'm not meaning who in like the person itself, but the many years or the department that they work for. So that's what I'm looking into with for the breakdown.
Right, and that will require, you know, I want to say a good deal of research, because what we have right now, we were counting their date of hire because we were working with seniority with the agency. If we are looking at midpoint, now we have to look at the actual position in going back to find out when would they're actually appointed to this position, to be able to calculate those 8 years or 8 or 10 years, you know, that we're gonna use to get them to midpoint.
Any other questions? Thank you. You can continue, Ms. Cortez.
Okay. Okay. So as mentioned before, maintaining focus on training and development to ensure employees are capable, confident, and prepared, which ultimately keeps the city effective, compliant, and forward-moving. This year, we dedicated a total of 482 hours providing professional development trainings in various areas, including management training for supervisors and managers. In moving forward for the next year, the goals that we are setting for human resources is to continue the development of the citywide succession plan that we mentioned earlier, to ensure operational continuity, reduce leadership transition risk, and maintaining stability during unexpected departures. We are working on an annual training plan, which we'll be implementing in July. And we will develop and implement different evaluation tools for management and leadership. We don't want to continue using the same tool that is used for staff, because different functions require different methods of success. So we need to separate the tools to ensure clarity, fairness, and meaningful development at every level of the organization. We will deploy functionality of a benefit enrollment platform to enable effective benefit administration by streamlining processes, minimizing errors, and centralizing information, giving employees and managers easy access to accurate and up-to-date benefits. And we'll continue our ongoing partnerships with community agencies, high schools, Arizona at Work, and the universities. We will also continue conducting market studies and classification studies to support strategic recruitment and ensure competitive fair pay that attracts and retains top talent, reduces turnover, and aligns compensation with budget capacity. We will research emerging benefit offerings in industry best practices to strengthen our medical plans and maintain competitiveness and enhance overall benefits. We are currently, we engage an agency to work on the city policy management, and we anticipate to have a draft for review by June of this fiscal year. So we're planning to distribute that hopefully by the second quarter of next fiscal year. And we will maintain internal and external ongoing audits to ensure compliance and support timely records management, review and processing. This is very critical because we want to make sure that we mitigate risk like with conflict of interest, liability, and legal exposures, and risk mitigation strategies. We will continue strengthening HR processes to increase efficiency and ensure consistency in procedures. It is important that to strengthen these processes to reduce waste, errors, and costs while increasing efficiency to help preserve resources. And we want to implement a human resources information system. I know we're working with IT and finance, and this is subject to administration approval and obviously having the budget, but we want to make sure that we have a system to improve operational efficiency, data accuracy, and mitigation across all of our HR functions. And our website continues to be updated, and we will continue that to ensure that we expand our user access and deliver a modern, professional digital experience to the public. Thank you, and if you have any questions or comments, I know I was here already a long time.
I think we hammered you with our questions already, so thank you so much, Ms. Cortez, for your presentation. And our next presenter is Maria Sabori, Risk Manager.
Good afternoon, Acting Mayor, members of council, and department managers. On behalf of the risk management team, thank you for the opportunity to participate in today's retreat. We remain committed to supporting a safe and proactive environment for our city employees and the community we serve. This is our team led by Ms. Adela, Maria, risk manager, and Victor, our safety officer. We're currently in the process of filling the admin assistant position as well. Over the current fiscal year, risk management has continued to strengthen its proactive safety efforts We've seen a slight increase in internal inspections conducted from 52 to 55. Also, inspections conducted in partnership with OSHA reps totaled 7 this year as compared to 8 last year. And special internal inspections, including parks and retention areas, increased from 66 to 68. Overall, we conducted 126 inspections in 2024, increasing to 130 in the current fiscal year. These numbers reflect our continued focus on identifying hazards early, maintaining compliance, and improving workplace safety. Here we highlight some of the safety topics we regularly share with employees. Each month, one topic is sent out to employees by email, and for departments without email access, our safety officer delivers the same information in person. This helps improve awareness and supports our goal in reducing workplace incidents. During the current fiscal year, risk management has continued to strengthen safety and compliance training across the city. We've conducted safety orientation sessions for 59 employees and delivered 19 in-person trainings, reaching 126 employees and totaling over 5,400 combined training hours. In addition, through our Safe Personnel online training portal, we've offered 21 training topics with nearly 4,000 combined training hours offered to employees. This effort helps ensure our employees are well-trained, support compliance, and reinforce a strong safety culture across all departments. Okay, here we have our OSHA 300 injury data for calendar year 2025, which we review each year to better understand where and how injuries are occurring. We had 20 total cases, just over half required time away from work, while the rest were accommodated with light duty. Altogether, we reported 274 days away from work and 204 days on light duty. This shows why our focus on prevention and early intervention is so important. Before I go into this slide, I would like to share a brief overview of how our liability insurance works. The Arizona Municipal Risk Retention Pool provides insurance coverage for member cities through a shared program that helps protect against financial losses. When a claim occurs, AMRP evaluates, investigates, and manages the process in coordination with the city. As the City of San Luis, we focus on proactive risk management through safety programs, employee training, proper maintenance, and timely reporting to help reduce claims. For community events, insurance requirements are determined based on each event's level of risk or exposure. We evaluate factors such as attendance, activities, and vendors, ensuring higher risk events carry appropriate coverages. By assessing each event individually, we can better protect the city and help minimize the liability. We also address everyday community hazards such as street conditions and public parks, to name a few. This includes identifying and repairing roadway issues like potholes, ensuring proper signage and lighting, maintaining sidewalks, and regularly inspecting park equipment and facilities. By proactively identifying and correcting hazards in these areas, we reduce the risk of accidents and help create a safer environment for our community. At this time, just an additional note, at this time we have not been informed by AMRP that if we will be receiving a dividend this year. Dividends are determined based on an overall claim experience within the risk pool and are distributed among member municipalities accordingly. last year was the first time within the last 4 or 5 years that we hadn't received a dividend due to the high claim processing that they had. So now on this slide, it summarizes liability claims received and or reported to us that were not all necessarily processed through our insurance program. Some of these incidents were addressed internally, such as vehicle repairs completed by our fleet shop and property damages that were repaired by our facilities team. In addition, not all notices of claim were accepted or processed through our MRP insurance, depending on the findings of their investigations. So we received auto incidents, those decreased from 37 to 20 this year. Windshield damages increased from 11 to 14. Property damages went from 5 to 6. Notices of claim increased from 6 to 15. And we had 1 cybersecurity claim. Okay, for the next fiscal year, our goals for growth and public service focus on strengthening our proactive safety efforts. We plan to increase safety walkthroughs and inspections, continue meeting inspection targets, and maintain our monthly toolbox talks along with improved safety orientations. We will also continue conducting regular hazard assessments to identify risks early and take corrective action before incidents occur. Overall, these efforts help improve safety awareness and reduce incidents and support consistent compliance across all departments. For the upcoming fiscal year, our economy goals are centered on reducing risk, improving efficiency, and strengthening compliance. We will continue proactive pre-auction walkthroughs, maintain heat safety initiatives, and ensure OSHA PEP compliance through regular inspections. We will also expand automation and tracking systems to improve accuracy and oversight, while continuing to develop safety programs that reinforce a strong preventative safety culture. And finally, for the next fiscal year, our financial sustainability goals focus on protecting city resources and improving accountability. We will continue working closely with AMRP to strengthen insurance renewal process. We will also maintain and enhance our citywide safety training program, ensuring full employee participation and strong completion rates. In addition, we will continue working with finance to maintain accurate auto and asset inventory records through annual audits. And I'm open for any questions.
Okay. Why everybody laughs, okay. I stepped out, I just got back, but I'm trying to look here. Are you in charge of cybersecurity? Is that part of your department?
We have a cybersecurity policy, insurance policy, but that would be under IT.
Okay, yeah, well, with IT, okay, so yeah, I wanted to ask about that because recently I tried to file my income tax and something was wrong with my social security number. So I just want to know, I mean, what are we doing to prevent that or from happening again? I think recently you sent out an email, correct? On that? But if it's not your turn now, you can, okay, that's fine. No, you're good. Yeah.
Okay, because I
yeah.
just wanted to mention that there's a lot of moving parts, and like I know you guys have noticed recently, there's been 2 agencies that were recently breached, and those were actual government agencies. The problem is that's why it's important that all of us, or here locally, we do our due diligence and make sure that even if sometimes security controls can be a nuance, and cause some frustration, it's important that we adopt them, because if we don't do it, then we're going to be in a situation like our neighbor agencies where one account gets breached, and then all of a sudden it's used to compromise one of our partners. So it's very important that we do our due diligence. Unfortunately, because of the way technology is evolving, and just like security controls are improving, attackers, they're also getting better at it. So today, in today's age, it's pretty much inevitable. It's not a matter of like when you'll be breached, but it's a matter of how. So it's important to stay vigilant. And in most of the cases, companies that do get breached, they usually by law they have to provide you with credit monitoring. So you might have already received a letter asking you to enroll into the credit monitoring, where you can stay posted and keep track of any unusual activity. And if that's the case, then they'll compensate you accordingly. And that's where Ms. Maria Sabori kicks in, where whenever we submit a cybersecurity incident, the cyber risk pool investigates and determines what's the scope of the incident. And if they determine that the city is liable, then usually they advise us on next steps, and sometimes it can mean fines. It can mean next steps like paying for credit monitoring services for the people that were affected, and the cost can be very, very significant. So.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much, Maria. Any other questions? Thank you. Then we will proceed with our presentation from Information Technology Manager, Fernando Corona.
Okay, and now we're gonna start with our talk about quantum computing and how this is gonna revolutionize encryption. And just kidding. So I'm gonna try to keep it to the point. So good afternoon, everybody. Acting Vice Mayor and Council members. My name is Fernando Corona. I'm the IT Manager for the City of San Luis. In today's presentation, I'd like to share some of the projects that we're proposing to start or continue in fiscal year 2027. I will try to keep things brief as possible and not focus on technicalities, but instead focus on how these new improvements will improve and affect our community members. In our first project, we're proposing the modernization of our citywide systems. This includes our financial and budgeting and permitting and licensing, billing and collections, as well as human resources, payroll, and asset management. Now, you may ask, what does this look like for an average person living in our city? To put it simply, on the utility billing, permitting, and licensing side, city residents will benefit in the way that they will have a one-stop shop to pay their water, report any issues, and file or pay for business or building permits. Residents will also have a way to check their water consumption and track their progress on any active applications they may have with the city. On the back end of all of our software, all of the softwares included in the platform, they will be equipped with automatic workflows configured with best practices in mind, focus on driving efficiency. This efficiency will mean faster permitting, faster business licensing. This efficiency will also help city staff in the way that procurement is going to be much more efficient. Staff will be able to procure items necessary for their operations faster, and ensuring that the service we offer to our residents remain uninterrupted. Beyond operations, the budgeting component will also give city residents the ability to stay updated on how their city is doing financially. This transparency means you won't have to wait or go through a lengthy public records request just to access public financial information. This will mean that the information will be readily available just one click away on a public dashboard where citizens can engage with the public reporting portal and will find the exact information they're looking for. Looking ahead to a second year, we would like to incorporate the asset management component. This will allow Public Works to track their most critical assets, starting with city streets. This will not only allow them to maintain better record of our infrastructure, but it will also allow them for more effective strategic planning when it comes to balancing our city budget. Last but not least, we would also like to upgrade our human resources information system. This will allow us to better manage our most valuable resource, which is our employees. So moving on to our next project, we're also proposing to migrate our current on-premise phone system to a cloud-based solution. Right now, the city is paying approximately $70,000 annually just to maintain our old analog phone lines required for our current setup. As we re-architect our network to a more decentralized and modern, moving to the cloud is the smartest path forward. With this move, we're essentially reallocating our operating costs to a model that is slightly lower than what we currently pay today. But more importantly, it means that we will no longer have to worry about massive expenses of refreshing on-premise PBX systems every few years. All of that backend infrastructure and maintenance will now be all-inclusive within our annual service costs. This is the phone system. In regards for our next project, we're also proposing to install a direct fiber optic connection between our fleet shop building and our water facility. This will replace the current point-to-point antenna system, providing much faster and more reliable connectivity. This upgrade is vital for the water operations, ensuring their critical systems managing our city water remain stable and fully supported. Next, we have, I guess I'm going to give you guys a little time to digest the slide, but at the end, I'll come back to the presentation if you guys need to ask specific questions. Next, we have a project that begins on fiscal year 2026, that actually began on fiscal year 2026, which we are eager to complete in fiscal year 2027. The tower is already standing, and we're currently awaiting the delivery of the shelter and generator in June. This infrastructure will house all of our public safety radio equipment. Once those are delivered, we plan to move forward in July with the final phase, constructing a perimeter wall and installing the utility power service. This will finalize a critical piece of our public safety infrastructure. Finally, we are proposing a vital upgrade to our fire department, replacing our legacy C-Tron alerting system with the new Phoenix G2. Our current system has reached its end of life and is no longer supported, making this a necessity for the reliability of our emergency services. The Phoenix G2 system will help our firefighters respond to calls more efficiently by providing them with clear, instant information the moment it's made available by dispatch. Ultimately, this project is about improving response times and supporting the men and women who keep our city safe. And as you can tell, the quote that was provided by Phoenix G2 includes all of the bells and whistles, which includes light strobes that increase in intensity so that firefighters are not woken up in a way that's going to be harmful for their health in the long term. Those are the little lights. Instead of being regular speakers like we currently have right now, they're actually going to have that. So they're going to wake up with the sunset, right? It's going to increase gradually, and they're going to keep having those life-saving alert tones. Now, as you can see, our hands are full with these critical projects. To ensure their success, we're asking for your support in adding one more staff member, a network and security administrator. This role is vital to maintain the network infrastructure that makes all of the systems we just discussed possible. At the end of the day, even the most expensive software or alerting systems are ineffective without a secure and well-maintained network to support them. This position is essential to protect our investments and ensure our operations remain uninterrupted. In closing, these projects represent more than just software upgrades. They represent our commitment to a more transparent, efficient, and responsive city government. Before I wrap up, I would like to thank all of our department heads who have been working alongside me to start this discovery process. The fact that you understand the work it'll take all of us to migrate these systems and that you have accepted this change showcases your commitment to our residents. By modernizing our systems today, we're also ensuring that the city of San Luis is better equipped to serve for the years to come. Thank you for your time, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have. And if we need to go back any slides, we can do so too.
Thank you so much, Fernando, for the presentation and speaking common English to us, because we don't really know the IT tech terminology, right? But something you mentioned is the cooperation with the department heads and your department for improving and modernizing the infrastructure for information technology. And I've said this in the past, it's something that sadly the community doesn't see directly, but it's something costly and something that we need to invest in to continue being safe. I really like the fire system and how you said it's gonna wake them up with a sunrise and not just an alarm. On a personal note, my wife has a phone that just it's like it even scares me when it like goes off. So I try to be awake prior to her alarm sounding because it's just outrageous. So that's awesome. I did some research on it and we're looking into buying one. It'll be the little light. It'll light up and it's playing like this nice rhythm and music. But Chief, don't let them continue sleeping. Tell them they need to get up and attend those calls. So thank you. Any questions from council?
Yeah, to go back one more slide, I think the data center premiere. I know I confirmed it with staff over here on this side, but can you confirm for the people who are in the public listening online if this is going to help with our data of cell phones, because not just public safety and the radios, but whether or not it's going to help people with their cell service out there?
There's potential. So I want to start off with there is potential. So the only thing I want to say is that this tower was actually designed to reach a maximum height of 100 feet. Right now, the tower that you're looking at in the picture is only 60 feet, which will be more than capable of housing the radio system that is needed by our fire and police department in order to communicate in emergency situations. But if we have already talked to the different carriers, and so far it looks like there's interest from I don't know if I'm allowed to say some of the carriers, but yeah. Okay, so like for instance, FirstNet, when we reached out to them, they said they were not necessarily interested, but we'll reach out again and see what they think now that, I mean, the community is growing a lot more. But we do know for a fact that there's a company called Vertical Bridge that actually has a tower in Somerton. What they do, they have an exclusive contract with Verizon where they build the tower and then they lease. And the benefit of that is just like we were talking about ISPs earlier. Once one comes in, that basically drives the competition, and the rest, they don't want to stay behind, right? Because right now, as long as we don't get at least one carrier in that area, it's going to be hard to get the other ones, because right now it's like, oh, but if you talk to FirstNet or AT&T, they're like, I mean, if Verizon, where are you going to go? Because service is similar. So, but once you have at least one carrier, then that starts to drive a little fear in them, and it motivates them to jump and lease the same tower that they are also leasing. So to answer the question, on short term, no, but we're optimistic that the cellular coverage issue will be resolved by the private sector as soon as that tower goes if that tower actually becomes a reality, the one that Vertical Bridge is planning to build next to the detention center. But in worst case scenario, we can always reach back. We'll actually try to reach out to AT&T and First and the rest of the carriers to see if they would be interested. If they're interested, we can start looking into investing and adding the additional 40 feet because it's designed for 100 feet, but it's only built to 60 feet, to 100 feet. It's only built to 60, so we still have that 40 feet. But that's like, if I'm not mistaken, Sabre would just charge us an extra 20 to 30,000 to fund the addition. But the foundation, it was all engineered with that in mind, that it would be scalable and provide us that wiggle room for us to maybe lease it to a carrier, or even maybe in the future, Public Works or Fire or any of the departments, they might need a location to hang some sort of connectivity device. They'll be able to. So the possibilities are open by having that little wiggle room of 40 feet.
Okay, cool, thank you.
Yeah, I was looking at the 5-year capital budget, and I don't see you added anything else beyond what you just presented right now. So I think there's an opportunity for you to add what you just mentioned, to try to increase that for the future, and then also remembering what Councilmember Cabrera mentioned about the Wi-Fi at the parks. I don't know if that's something that you can also look into and add it here. Right, I live on East San Luis, and the service over there is bad. Like Verizon, it was used to be good, and like the last, I want to say year or less than a year, is really bad. There's some areas that I'm just driving through there, and it's just the calls just drop, and they drop. I know I mentioned to Jenny a couple of months ago, and she told me what the issue was and that Verizon was working on it, but the service is really important, especially because of an emergency. I mean, there's no way that we can just grab our phones and dial. I haven't tried 911 yet, but I hope I don't have to. But I don't know. There's room for you to start thinking ahead and thinking about those projects right now. I mean, you have those, and it looks like they're going through this year. But start thinking about those other 4 years that you can probably add more projects to it.
Absolutely, Councilmember.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you so much. Any other questions for Fernando? Thank you so much, Fernando, for your presentation.
Thank you.
At this time, this concludes the department head presentations. Pues sí, pero, well, the departments, No, I was gonna introduce you, Ms. Jenkins, but Jenny, it was all the other departments we're done with, and now we have the city administration, and that's gonna be presented by Ms. Olivia Jenkins, our acting assistant city manager. You have 5 minutes. No, just kidding.
Good. That's good. I don't have too much. It's just what my boss put on my presentation. Good afternoon to all of you. I'm sure you're all tired. I can see the little faces. It's Michelle. She's ready to go home. Me too. I know. I'm sorry. The chief is not. That's why we have the fans on, so it's his fault. Had to throw you under the bus. Anyway, Olivia Jenkins, City Administration. Our CIP budget is short and sweet. Most of the stuff that's there it's a given, whether we need it or not, whether we want to approve it or not. I just want to thank everybody for being here. I know everybody's tired. I know I am. We didn't get the break that we were supposed to get just a while ago, so everybody was standing up, trying to wake up. So if you want to stretch, that's fine. Go ahead and stand up and stretch. I don't mind. So as you all know, I don't have a sketch, anything to read, so I'm just going to throw it up. You know, our City Hall Administration Office is composed of 8 people. That includes our Communications Department, which is Ms. Francia. Where are you, Ms. Francia? Say hello, our PIO. We have Jose Antonio in the back. He's our Video and Communications audio. and we have two other members, which is Vanessa and Domingo. They take care of all the graphics, plus other stuff. And then it's the city manager, and then myself. We take care of just about everything and anything in the front desk. We support all the departments, anywhere from 10 to 14 departments, mostly Ms. Jenny. Ms. Viviana and I, Ms. Vivi, I almost forgot you. You're there. She's our event planner, AKA administrative assistant. She's at the front desk. She's the one that welcomes you, delivers mail, distributes calls to whoever, we monitor most of the calls incoming. If they don't call you directly, that's because they're coming into City Hall administration. We assist 7 council members, residents, organizations who come or call in or email us. Our staff is kind of small, but we've grown. We had, on our request, we had 1 more position, but we went ahead and postponed it for next year. So we have our PIO who does all the press releases. She does social media. She manages about 12 pages, Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, TikTok, and one YouTube, which is 2 channels, correct? Yes. She does the media interviews, at least 2 a week. She covers different social campaigns for ads that promote our city and our events. She has project focus, event focus, and department input. So she manages all that. And assists taking photos sometimes on some of the events. Our graphics media, which is Vanessa and Domingo, they take care of all the event flyers, website, manage consistently by the way, Domingo, we just went into a different webpage. Most of you have seen it. It's different. So he worked about 1.5 years on that. It's still a work in progress. So if you find anything that is not working, a link or anything that you see missing, please reach out to us or to him. He's the one managing that and making all the changes and improvements to our new city website. So he does all that, and of course, Bane is his backup or whichever. They support each other. They do event photos, event reels. Bane is the one that's very creative. Please do not ask her for stickers because she'll go crazy and she'll end up with no budget. She loves stickers. Jose Antonio, most of you have seen him. He's around. He's an excellent media streamer. He's actually the one streaming our meeting today and making sure that we know how to operate our microphones, and he's coordinated most of the events that we have in the city, provides the videos for some of the departments, make sure that we have all those nice pictures that he's been putting up on and videos. He does the live streams for our meetings, that's planning, zoning, council meetings, trust meetings, any meetings that we have that are city coordinated, he streams all those. He does the highlights, the reels, and 360 videos? 360 videos, I'm sorry. I'm not too techy, so she's assisting me. So does the group photos. He also does the what do you call it? The drone shots. Thank you. So a lot of you guys have asked and requested for that, and that's how you get to see the before and after pictures, and you get to see the videos of our beautiful city. So he does a great job. I would ask for an applause for my team at administration because they really support everybody in different ways. So now for our presentation. I'm not going to say that's not the car that we're looking for because we are looking for that kind. I'm going to use Ms. Angelica's statement. So we have one Explorer, as you can see there. It's kind of new. It's low mileage. The Prius that's a very sensitive car. it only responds to certain people. So Domingo and Bibi are mostly the ones that drive that vehicle because they're the only ones that know how to operate it. And before that, it was our city administrator who used to use it as well. As you can see, it's high mileage. Then we have a 2026 Explorer, or is that what we're looking to purchase? And that would be to cover, we want to replace that Prius with another Explorer. Like I said, a lot of times we need vehicles for travel. Our council uses our vehicles to travel to meetings, either here in Yuma or Parker, Phoenix, different places. So if they take the Explorer that we currently have, we end up with the big Suburban, which for short trips for us to go to the post office and stuff, that's kind of a big vehicle. So that's the staff members that I went through. Right now it's 4 staff members, which is the city manager, Ms. Bibi, the administrative assistant. We currently have a vacancy of the office assistant staff and myself. And then we have legal who also sometimes use our administration vehicle. So in total, we have 11 staff members for 2 vehicles, and then that's not including our city council when they need a vehicle. This is normally the vehicle that's assigned to council. It's not that high in mileage, but it does have a lot of wear and tear because those are mostly long trip miles that have been inputted in that vehicle. We're starting to have it rotate to the fleet service for services for little things that are starting to come up. So we were thinking that we wanted to replace the Suburban that we currently have and assign it to our communications division. Since they always have to carry a lot of equipment back and forth, that would be a perfect hand-me-down vehicle for them if we decide to approve the purchase of another vehicle for councilmen. We would like to see improvements to our landscape at City Hall. And this is just because the landscape that is there, I think it's the original landscape. And we were kind of envious that our police department kind of, did their landscape and didn't invite us to do ours. That's okay. So we would this is the face of our one of our main buildings, and we would definitely want to give it a revamp to its landscaping. If you recall, I think a year back or 2, we did the painting for the building, and so it looks better, but I think we need to do a little bit of TLC to our landscape. And like everybody's been pointing out and talking, we're running out of room. We're growing, we're asking for more positions. And so just like everybody else, if council remembers, we've done some investment in improvement and adding more office spaces. Within the same amount of space that we have, the square footage that we have, we remodeled the finance, utility billing, economic development side of the building. Public Works and Development Services went through a remodel as well on their side of the wing, and we would like to do the same thing on the administration. So currently, there's 4 offices. Is this a pointer? Yeah. This one's right here. There's 4 offices, so we want to convert them into 6 offices there to accommodate. Currently, the office that was being used by the mayor has been converted into an office for communications. Jose Antonio uses that office now. And we also want to make that conference room that we normally use for most of our meetings. We want to enlarge it, taking some room from this large office, which used to be the mayor's office, and make this a smaller conference room. And then we would have an additional office here that would, house personnel in the future. As you know, the city attorney's office is looking for a city attorney and assistant city attorney. So we're making some modifications in their area as well. There's an office that's currently used as storage, so we're gonna convert it back into an office and then have a storage area in the back part of it. And that's taking a space for a utility room that was there, so it's gonna be, that space is gonna be used to create a storage for the legal department. The other change is gonna be in that conference room, 166. We're gonna convert that into 2 offices, and that's where we're gonna house the city clerks. Instead of being back here where they are currently, they're gonna be moved up to that conference room once we create those 2 additional offices. So this is something that we're currently working on. Like I said, most of the departments have mentioned, needing additional room space. We're asking for additional personnel, and in order for us to grow, we also need to grow in staff. We also need to grow in office space. I believe that when City Hall was built, or that complex was built, was for a 10-year plan. I think we've surpassed that because City Hall was built in 2008, 2007, 2008, right? So we gone past those 10 years. That's why we're running out of space. The ADA parking spaces, that's something that's coming up a lot, not only in parking spaces, but also right now, I don't know how many of you know, but ADA is also now something that's being required that we're gonna have to add to our webpage. But for right now, we're trying to see if we can start working on the ADA parking spaces for the employee side of it. Then we would have to definitely address the public. As some of you may know, at City Hall, we added 2 more handicap spaces for the public. But the employee parking, some areas, some buildings don't have the handicap parking. So we would like to address that. This is something that's been in the works for several years, at least since I came back to the city. This was brought up. Speaking of the east side of town, that's one of the biggest things that we get is how terrible it is to access the post office. For now, I think they alleviated some of the issues with the traffic because the post office, to check your box, stays open until 10 o'clock every day. So it helps for people to check their mail when there's no traffic or the line's not there. The $600,000 that we're quoting here, we started working on this back 2 years ago, I believe. So this would only get us started on that project. And that's only if the U.S. Postal Service agrees to deliver to the cluster boxes. That's the biggest hurdle that we have to go through, trying to see if the U.S. Postal Service will agree to deliver, because obviously that's going to create more expenses for them because they would have to have the vehicles and the drivers to deliver to our cluster boxes. And remodel. Going back to my other slide where we're asking to remodel the administration wing, we were looking at taking over that trailer that's between the courthouse and the Arnold Cordova building, previously occupied by the PEP program. But considering the amount that it's gonna cost us, we got a proposal for it to be renovated and repaired and make it, usable for our communications division staff to move out there. In my opinion, I think it's not worth investing the $90,000, but now working with Public Works and their renovation of the Arnold Cordova Jr. Building, we've come to a consensus that they would let us house, or they would give us some space there for our communications and not invest the $90,000 in renovating that trailer there. If council approves, or if city manager approves, I think that building, maybe we should put it out for the auction and maybe use some of those funds to be invested in the renovation of the Arnold Cordova building, because it's there, I'm sorry, but I don't think we should be investing in something that maybe it's not gonna work for a long period of time. So It's an option. And that's it. I'm here for questions, if you have any questions. If not, I know everybody wants to go home.
Thank you so much, Ms. Jenkins. Any questions from council?
Yay. No? Yes.
Go ahead, Ms. Councilmember Cruz.
Thank you, Acting Mayor. I really don't think City Council needs a vehicle. It's only 66,000 miles. That's my 2 cents for that. Yeah, well, I agree with Olivia. The trailer is kind of on the ugly side. So I don't know, but that's all I wanted to comment is the city vehicle for council. That'd save a little bit of money.
Thank you, and I was in agreement to that comment as well, but now that I see that they're planning to use the Suburban for communications to carry, and I know how spacious it is to transport equipment that we can't carry in a truck so it doesn't get wet. I kind of feel it's more of a purchase for communications, but it's going to council and the Suburban going to communication, but.
Correct, and that was the whole intent, to continue to use the Suburban for our purpose, and maybe not get a large vehicle like that. Maybe, I know most of you feel comfortable driving the Explorer. That's still, a pretty good sized vehicle, but that's something to consider. Yes, council will get an additional, a newer vehicle, but actually the aim is for us to get a vehicle for our communications that we can, be a hand-me-down for us.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Can you go to the slide for the renovations for the office? Where would the mayor's office be relocated to?
So, any of the additional 6 offices that are here, that one of them can be assigned for the mayor's office.
Okay.
On this line here.
So what is your train of thought right now with those 8 offices? It'd be
So-
Francia.
So currently Francis at the front office, and then there's the office where I'm at for the administrative services manager. And then we have the city manager, and then we would have 2 additional offices. As you know, you have the assistant city manager position, so that would be 1 office for that employee, and then you would have the other one, for mayor.
Okay.
And room to grow, because we would still have this office over here that we could still, it would either be administration, or if the legal department needs another office, they would still have that additional office where currently Ms. Sonia is housed.
Sorry, Sonia, there's no office for a new deputy clerk.
There is.
Okay, any other questions?
Yes. So you mentioned right now that the communications team, it's under the administration department, correct?
Correct.
So that means the communication team doesn't have its budget on its own, it's part of the administration? There's no separate budget just for communication?
No, it's
No?
all a part of administration. Some of the expenses, when it has to do for promoting council events and stuff, it's budgeted under the city council, but most of it is under administration.
Have you thought about having a budget just for communication, just to keep track of the equipment and the apps and the internet and the items, the goodies that you guys purchase and all that? I mean, I know it's under administration, but still, if it's going to be communication, I would rather see it under like a budget for communication. What you guys need, the vehicle. If you're thinking about expanding to the next to this new building, like you really, I see the need for having your own budget, not just be part of administration. I think it deserves like a budget on its own, just to keep track for. I mean, you don't need to have it now, but maybe think it in the future. I mean, if it's something that is too soon to figure out now, but maybe it's something to consider in the future because of everything that you guys handle, media, you guys have your own staff, equipment, vehicle, you need your space. It's just,
And that's the idea, Councilmember Servin. We've discussed that in the foreseeable future, that's how we see them as being the centralized communication center for the whole city. They are right now, but they're operating under city administration, but that's kind of the future view that we have. Again, because of the funding limitations that we have, we kind of share resources and budget.
okay, thank you.
Just to add on to that, we do keep a list of all the equipment that we do have, everything that we do use. We do keep in track of what we're printing for. So like for an event, we do keep in log that we do eight frames for XYZ event. Or if they're asking for stickers, we make sure that we don't note everything just so that we are ready to get a finalized budget just for communications. When we come our own, or we kind of separate from admin, we can have everything already listed and ready to go. Make it easier.
Thank you so much. Any other questions? No. Then I think that is it for questions.
Yes.
At this time, we had planned a discussion and a group conversation, and then to provide input of what we saw today and last night. But given the circumstances that some of the members of the council are not here, Jenny and I feel that we don't want to take away from them providing input to you guys and for us to work collaboratively to fund these important projects for the next fiscal year. So our ask for you guys today is go home, rest, recharge, and throughout the week, look at the things that were proposed. Send Jenny an email with the projects that you feel we can move forward, the ones that you feel we shouldn't move forward. Jenny will send out to us once they have the amounts of money for the salaries and for us to have a better picture of where we are going and how much money of that it's going to be for our budget and the impact it's going to have. So that way we can all get to go home, and also we can also allow mayor, vice mayor, and the other council member the opportunity to provide that input, because it's a collaborative effort. We need to be in all of us on the same page. Jenny, I don't know if you.
We're planning to have a budget work session on May 6th. Please check your calendars, make sure you're available. I think at that point, we will have all the information in terms of the salaries, what you're proposing to exchange in terms of capital projects, events, and that way council can have a better understanding and be able to proceed. So we'll go ahead and try to have that work session on May 6th. Before we end, I wanted to thank everybody. I know it was 2 days. We took you away from your family, so we really appreciate you being here. And I know you work very, very hard on your presentations. But I do want to do a special thanks to our IT, Antonio, Communications, Olivia, Viviana. They put this together. It took them a lot of time, a lot of effort to get this done. So, I really want to thank them for making this happen.
Thank you, Jenny. Definitely your hard work does not go unnoticed, and thank you for being patient as well as we troubleshooted last night and this morning. At this time, I would like to open it up to council to see if they have any closing remarks before we adjourn our budget retreat.
Just like you guys said, thank you everybody for being here and staying these long hours and presenting your guys' plans for our city and helping us make these decisions, and hopefully we can make a better decision in the future to help each other out and continue growing. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Rosales. Councilmember Servin.
If you still want to hear my voice, yes, I still want to say thank you. All of you are doing an awesome job. I'm really impressed by, even though we have our limited resources, you still find a way to be creative and to be efficient in everything we do. Don't believe that we don't see that. We do see it. I see your vision, your passion for what you do,
And a lot of the positions, I know some employees come to work because we have to work. Others come because they love to work, and I can see that too. And at the end of the day, we're here for the community, and I appreciate that everything you do, it's thinking about that, about our community and where we're going, trying to bring the best resources and services. I don't know, it's just admirable. ¿Cómo se dice? Admirable para mí. So I just appreciate everything that you do. When I'm out there on the streets, your what's it called? Your guys that pick up the trash, solid waste, they took a beating when we're trying to implement the new trash containers. They took a beating, so I mean, it was for a month, but it worked. So those are the type of things that when we stand together, we work together and we make things happen. So, I mean, I know it's going to be a little bit tough, but we'll make it work. I mean, we'll make it work every year we do, so this year is not going to be the exception, but I'm really looking forward to see what we can do to bring those employees that have been loyal and have been loyal to the city, loyal to the organization, and they continue to be here. I would hate to lose them. We want to make sure that we are growing, but we also being competitive in everything that we do, and that's what we're here for, to listen to you and find ways to make it happen. So thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Councilmember Cruz.
Thank you, everyone. We know this is a difficult process, your guys' needs and wants, but we know that you guys are doing your best. You guys wear multiple hats sometimes and try to fill in what needs to be done. It's very much appreciated. This will be my last budget retreat, so it's special to me to get to see you guys, and so I know that I know you guys do your best. There's nothing else. We would like to fund everything that you guys need, but this is a little tough. Budgets are always tough, but thank you for everything you guys do from the bottom of my heart.
Thank you so much, Councilmember Cruz, and also thank you for your dedicated service to our community. We know you're not running for re-election, but we're happy to have you and your input and for you to provide that knowledge of yours with us as we plan ahead for next fiscal year. For me, I just want to say thank you to everyone. Council members, thank you for the opportunity for leading the budget retreat and as your acting mayor. And to the staff, I really liked, well, I'm going to say it, sin pelos en la lengua, the feisty feeling that some of you guys provided up here as you guys were presenting and questioning. So thank you for advocating for your employees and for your staff and for your department needs, because at the end of the day, you guys are the ones who see and know of the struggles of your departments. We're in charge of the policy and our conversations are more directly with Jenny. So thank you for advocating for them. I think that speaks volumes. You've maintained it to a professional standard, no arguing. So we really appreciate that. For the next fiscal year, I'm excited. Cesar Chavez up there on the screen is moving forward. I get excited every time I drive by. My wife tells me, take County 24, you'll get faster. I was like, no, I want to go see the progress. Like, where are they going? So I take all the traffic, and it's just exciting times for our community as we continue to grow and develop. But yeah, please do examine, think about the projects that were proposed today. Like I said, when I was over there, it's very hard. I only had 2 things highlighted out of that entire list that I said, like, let's get rid of this. And the council vehicle was one of those. So, and it's not a lot of money. So really look into it and commit to maybe pushing a project forward so we can continue to fund the salaries for our employees moving forward. And let's continue the collaborative approach we've had since I've ever joined council. I've always commended you guys for collaborating and working so well together. So thank you so much. And just before we get to go home, if we can all come up here for a group photo so we can adjourn our budget retreat.